This novel was requested by No and Goody81 of More Clan and Joy, Solo Farming in the Tower 4. Chapter 151. TL, Hank Pewit. Only 7 more nights to sleep until my birthday. Meow. Kuahi. Crowing. Big brother. Me too. Pip pip. Me as well. It was natural since they all shared the same birthday. The animals, who had received their birthdays from Sejun, regained their former vitality. No, in fact, they seemed even more energetic than before. It seemed like everything was resolved, but something was strange. No one was preparing for the birthday. Did you guys prepare any gifts? What gift are you talking about? Meow. Theo looked at Sejun, puzzled by his question. Crowing. I'm ready to receive gifts. Quenji patted his cute belly. Pip pip. Why do we need to prepare gifts? The golden bat was also equally baffled. As expected, the animals were only thinking about receiving gifts, not giving any. Think about it. If all of you only think about receiving gifts, from whom will the vice chairman receive a gift? Sejun tried to point out that if everyone expected to receive gifts, then no one would actually get any. However, of course, Chairman Park will. Meow. Huh? Crowing. Of course. Quenji will get a gift from Dad. Pip pip. Sejun will give me my gift. The animals all had a plan. A plan to receive gifts from Sejun. Then, what about my gift? I will massage Chairman Park's sour face. Meow. Crowing. Quenji will protect Daddy. Pip pip. I will bring things that Sejun needs. Sejun realized he had already received a lot from the animals as gifts. However, it still feels a bit unfair. In the end, it meant Sejun had to prepare gifts for all the animals, although it could be settled with grilled fish, churro, honey and rice cakes, fruit juice, carrots, grass. And who said I have a sour face? Whack. Sejun grabbed and pulled the cheek of Theo, who had spoken rudely, as punishment. Meow. What are you doing? Meow. Theo struggled to get out of Sejun's grasp. However, oh, this is healing. Sejun was addicted to the softness of Theo's cheeks and couldn't let go. While Sejun was holding Theo's cheeks, the tower's administrator says to expect a gift from her as she is preparing one for you. Really? Thank you. But when is Aileen's birthday? Sejun, who thought he would not receive a single birthday gift, was delighted by Aileen's words and asked about Aileen's birthday. The tower's administrator says her birthday is on May 5th. Oh, Children's Day? The tower's administrator is angry, saying she is not a child. The tower's administrator shouts that she can also get married. Aileen, I didn't mean you're a child, but in Korea, where I live, May 5th is a day celebrated for children. The tower's administrator asks with anticipation whether she will receive a present if she's a child. Didn't you just get mad saying you're not a child? Either way, it won't work for you. If you're over 13 years old, you're not a child and can't receive a gift. Sejun flatly denied. The tower's administrator is disappointed, asking why are you being so stingy about age? Is that stingy? And if people up to your age are treated as children, then everyone living on Earth is a child. While Sejun was talking with Aileen, it's a waste. Meow. I'm not a child. Meow. Crowing. Quenji is not 13 yet, so he is a child. Quenji can receive gifts on Children's Day. Pip pip. I can get one too. The animals were eavesdropping on Sejun's conversation and calculating if they could receive gifts on Children's Day. Anyway, thank you. It seems that the only one preparing a birthday gift for me is Aileen. Aileen fell silent again at Sejun's words. Once the birthday talk was settled, are you growing well? Sejun went to the walnut field. Just yesterday, Sejun had successfully planted 3 walnuts. The first walnut planted had already spread its leaves wide open. And the sapling of the last walnut, planted yesterday, was just breaking through the soil, shyly showing its head. The rapid growth of the walnut was thanks to the failed experience of planting the elixir-grade cherry tomatoes. When he first planted the walnut, Sejun infused the ground with magic power while digging with Milo's hoe. He had realized that infusing the ground with magic power helped the crops when he planted the elixir-grade cherry tomatoes. So, he infused the ground with magic power when planting walnuts. You have planted the walnut of training in the ground infused with magic power. You have achieved the achievement of successfully planting crops in the ground infused with magic power. Your job experience greatly increases. Sowing LV 6 evolves into Magic Sowing LV 6. Due to the effect of Magic Sowing LV 6, the chance of the walnut of training taking root increases due to the effect of magic sewing LV. 6. The growth speed of the walnut of training increases for 24 hours. As a result, the sewing skill evolved into magic sewing, creating a miracle where sprouts emerged just a day after planting the walnuts. Of course, magic sowing was applicable to other crops as well, so the overall cultivation period of crops grown on Sejun's farm significantly decreased. And that meant an increase in crop yield during the same period. So, we must sell crops even more diligently. Isn't that right, Vice Chairman Theo? Meow. Why, meow? Before he knew it, Sejun had put a bag on Theo's back and lifted Theo off his lap, placing him on the floor. And just like that, Theo, who was planning to relax and eat until his birthday, had to go down the tower once again. At around 8 o'clock last night, the U.S. Navy fired missiles at the Mashaho in the sea, sinking it. The Mashaho was a grain transport ship that departed from Lagos, Nigeria. Currently, every country was on high alert. They were blocking the entry of all ships departing from Nigeria, and if a ship that entered their waters lost contact, they preemptively fired missiles. The reason countries responded so aggressively was because they saw daily what kind of damage Brazil was suffering due to its delayed response. A few days ago, a drifting ship approached the harbor near Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. The harbor control tower sent a security team to the grain transport ship that was not responding to radio communications, but the security team reported that there were a tremendous number of locusts on the ship and then lost contact. Realizing the situation was not normal, the control tower immediately requested military assistance, but there was a delay, and the ship got closer to Brazil. Flap, flap. Hundreds of thousands of starving locusts flew into Brazil. Since then, every day in Brazil was like a war. For the first 2 days, the damage was minimal compared to what was feared. Occasionally 1 or 2 were spotted, but it was manageable for the police. However, on the third day, flap, flap, the blue sky was covered with blue locusts. Their numbers were over 1 billion. Brazil, with its abundant greenery, was an ideal breeding ground for these locusts. They multiplied exponentially without any hindrance. Overnight, a city was taken over by the locusts. The number of deaths, with no bodies to be found, was in the hundreds of thousands. It was a catastrophe. Since then, Brazil had mobilized its army to fight against the locusts, but to little effect. Because other countries were receiving this information about Brazil daily, they strengthened their guard against all ships approaching them from the sea. Land moving. Thud. After sending Theo down, Sejun spent the entire afternoon planting corn with Milo's hoe. Although the land moving and magic sewing skills consumed a lot of magic power, Sejun's talent, enhanced magic circuit, allowed him to recover magic power quickly, making it manageable. And, crowing, flap, flap. Quenji was lying on the bed made by Sejun, rolling around and singing with the golden bat while waiting for his stomach to empty. At that moment, Sejun, we've arrived. Giant silver wolves came running. Good job. How is the 83rd floor of the tower? Fortunately, we found a farm, and there are no dangerous monsters nearby. Hegel is guarding it now. Elka, who had returned from scouting the 83rd floor of the tower at Sejun's request, answered. Sejun had learned from the experience of going to the 77th floor using a land deed document and had Elka scout the 83rd floor before using the land deed document. Really? What's on the farm? Well, you will be disappointed. Elka hesitated and carefully brought out a crop with his front paw, then dropped it with a painful expression. Thud.no/v.c/l/b/1n. The crop was covered with thorns like a hedgehog. As I thought, you would be disappointed. It is inedible. Elka spoke as if he had expected Sejun's reaction. However, he looked regretful for not being able to please Sejun. No, it's edible. This is a chestnut. What? Chestnut? Yes. Just a moment. Sejun paused, examining the thorns of the chestnut and carefully flicking them with his finger. Ping. A metallic sound was heard. Growing in the tower made it extraordinary. A chestnut with steel thorns. Given that even Elka was in pain when pricked, they couldn't be ordinary thorns. Wow, this is dangerous. If he had carelessly stepped on it, his foot would have been full of holes. Moreover, the thorns might even be poisonous. Quenji, help me. Sejun eventually called Quenji, the all-rounder handyman. Crowing? Crowing. Did you call? Quenji will help Daddy. Upon Sejun's call, Quenji, carrying the golden bat on his back, rushed over eagerly. "Peel this for me." Sejun carefully held one of the chestnut and handed it to Quenji. Crowing, Quenji, who received the chestnut, easily peeled it as if peeling an orange. Although there were steel thorns, they were not strong enough to penetrate Quenji's thick skin. Ping, ping. Rather, the thorns of the chestnut broke as if they were crushed by Quenji's strength. And then, crowing, "Here it is." "But what is this?" he asked, while looking at the two large chestnuts that came out. "This is called a chestnut. Try eating it." Swoosh, swoosh. Sejun sliced the chestnut with his dagger and put it in Quenji's mouth. Chew, chew. Quenji, chewing the chestnut, widened his eyes in surprise. Crowing, "This is interesting. It's my first time tasting it, but it's delicious." Quenji waved its arms excitedly. "Chew. It's tasty, right?" In the meantime, Sejun ate a chestnut while speaking. "Quenji, do you want to go pick chestnuts?" Crowing. "Yes." Quenji, who never refused food, answered energetically. "Good. Then stay in the void storage for a while." Sejun rarely used it and often forgot about it, but when Quenji was in the void storage, he could travel with Sejun. Crowing, Quenji, along with the golden bat, entered the void storage. "And then, guys, I will go to the 83rd floor of the tower for a while." This time, he informed the rabbits and mushroom ants in advance that he would go elsewhere, so they wouldn't worry. "Alien, I will go to the 83rd floor of the tower for a while." Lastly, he informed Alien that he would be away. "The tower administrator says to bring a lot of delicious food when you come back." "Got it. I'll bring back a lot." Swish, Sejun answered and then unfolded the land deed document of the 83rd floor farm. The summoning function for the initial engraving of the land deed for the 83rd floor farm has been activated. This time, Sejun safely teleported to the 83rd floor. 4-5, Chapter 152. TL. Hank. Meow meow meow. "In a week is my birthday, meow." As Theo was going down to the 40th floor of the tower, he met the interns who were also going down for trading cherry tomatoes and supplying sturdy blade green onions. He boasted about his birthday, which he had received from Sejun, while moving together with them. "Birthday? That's right, meow. If you have a birthday, you can get a gift from Chairman Park, meow." Originally, birthdays were events where you'd receive best wishes from those around you, but in the tower, birthdays had become a day to receive gifts from Sejun. "Congratulations, Vice Chairman Theo." "Congratulations." "Thank you, meow." As Theo was being congratulated by the interns, zzz, Theo's whiskers began to tremble. "This feels ominous, meow." It was clear that something had happened to Chairman Park. "As expected, Chairman Park can't manage without me, meow. He can't take care of his knees like this." "Should we run?" an intern, now accustomed to such situations, asked. "That's right, meow." "Full speed ahead, meow." "All right." Theo and the interns started running quickly. "You have arrived at the 83rd floor farm. You have moved from the top floor, 99th floor, to the 83rd floor. You have descended 16 floors. Due to the effect of, the title was not displayed in the status window. Thus, he had forgotten about it. The title retrogressor seemed to have the effect of increasing stats as you go down the floors. "That's good." "But are these all chestnuts?" Sejun, after checking the message, looked around in amazement. There were over 1,000 chestnut trees with chestnuts hanging from them. Dragon Tooth Warrior Helmet Summon. Sejun first summoned the bone helmet and wore it on his head. One couldn't be too careful. If he wasn't lucky, a falling chestnut might leave a hole in his head. Full body armor transformation. Clank. Of course, Sejun, who valued safety, also protected the rest of his body as well. An increase in all stats by 16 didn't mean he could let his guard down. Getting pricked by steel thorns would still result in an immediate critical hit. As Sejun wore his bone armor, clink. "Guys, come out." Sejun called out Quenji and the golden bat from the void storage. However, yes, flap, flap. Only the golden bat came out. Where's Quenji? "Big brother Quenji is sleeping." "Should I wake him up?" Currowing. When Sejun sneaked a peek inside, he saw Quenji, with his stomach bulging out, sleeping, and empty boxes scattered beside him. He seemed to have eaten the crops in the storage and fallen asleep. "No need." "Can you call the black wolves around the farm?" "Yes." Sejun sent the golden bat and approached the nearest chestnut tree. And then, yap, he knocked down a nearby chestnut with Mila's hoe. He. First, I'll roast them over the fire to make roasted chestnuts to eat. With the rest, I'll make chestnut make jelly that Kaiser will like and candied chestnuts simmered in honey." As Sejun was thinking about the dishes to make with chestnuts and picking chestnuts, "Oh, that one is bigger." A chestnut that was about 1.5 times bigger than a regular chestnut caught his eye. "It's a big catch." Sejun swung his hoe towards the larger chestnut right away. Then, thud, squeak, huh? An odd sound was heard as the chestnut fell. "Did I hear it wrong?" Thwack. Sejun knocked down another chestnut with his hoe. Tap, squeak, huh? This time, he clearly heard it. "What is it?" Feeling something strange, Sejun gently poked the chestnut that made the initial sound with his hoe. Squeak, squeak. The chestnut started making a strange sound and began to move. Then, a name appeared above it. "Chestnut Hedgehog Godary." "Huh? A hedgehog?" It was not a chestnut but a hedgehog disguised as a chestnut. "It looks cute. But why is its name Godary Superscript 1? While Sejun was busy looking at Godary, thump, thump, chestnuts began hitting Sejun on the head. Thud thud thud. Chestnuts from the chestnut tree started launching rolling attacks towards Sejun and began falling down. About half of the chestnuts hanging on the chestnut tree were actually hedgehogs. And, squeak, squeak. Godary was commanding the hedgehogs. Godary was the leader of the chestnut hedgehogs. Thud, thud. The hedgehog's quills got stuck in the bone armor. Then, a quest has been generated. Quest: defeat the hedgehogs hiding in the farm disguised as chestnuts or regain land rights through peaceful agreement. Reward: recognition as the rightful owner of the land deed. A quest message appeared in front of Sejun. "You said there were no monsters." Sejun hurriedly ran, avoiding the hedgehogs. The rolling attack of the chestnut hedgehogs was not strong enough to penetrate the bone armor, but there were too many of them. So, Sejun ran frantically with dozens of hedgehogs stuck with their quills in his bone armor. However, this place was in the middle of the farm. Sejun was quickly surrounded by over 10,000 hedgehogs. "Hey, guys, let's resolve this with a peaceful conversation." Sejun, who was surrounded, requested a peaceful conversation with the hedgehogs. However, squeak, squeak. The hedgehogs were very aggressive, showing their teeth. They curled into balls, readying for another attack. They seemed to have no intention of talking. "Do I have to fight?" Considering his bone armor could block enemy attacks and he had the throw thunder and land moving skills, he thought he could handle a fight. "Let's give it a try." Just as Sejun was about to use his skill, holding the Milas Ho, Kyueng, Quenji, who had slept well, got up, yawning and then, crowing. "Wow, it's a chestnut." Quenji came out of the void storage and picked up a hedgehog disguised as a chestnut. Then, Queasy, Queasy. The hedgehog suddenly relaxed its body and started acting cute towards Quenji. It was a completely different cry and posture from when they were dealing with Sejun. The aggressive attitude from earlier was gone, and they showed a posture of surrender by exposing their belly. Crowing? "It's not a chestnut." Queasy, Queasy. When Quenji was disappointed that it was not a chestnut, the hedgehogs hurriedly climbed up the chestnut tree and dropped the chestnuts. Thump, thump. Crowing. Quenji eagerly picked up the chestnuts dropped by the hedgehogs, and took out the chestnuts from inside. Watching this, Sejun was very displeased. They were ignoring him because he was weak. Even if this is a tower dominated by the law of the jungle, this is too much. "You're all acting so different now. Are you discriminating against me?" Squeak, squeak. The hedgehogs stiffened their bodies at Sejun's words. It was a reaction as if asking how a weakling could act so boldly. "Oh ho, you're looking down on me now, aren't you?" Quenji. Sejun, infuriated by the hedgehog's attitude, called Quenji. "Crowing? Crowing? Did you call me?" "Here are the chestnuts." Quenji, who approached at Sejun's call, handed him the chestnuts. "Queek, Queasy." The hedgehogs were confused. They couldn't understand why the strong being was offering food to the weak one. "Then, who said you could eat from the storage?" "This is punishment." Boop. Bubababup. Kurahohi. Sejun's raspberry blowing made Quenji to laugh uncontrollably, and, the hedgehogs were speechless with shock. And then, flop. Eventually, the leader of the hedgehogs, Godary, came forward and lay down, showing his belly. It was a sign of surrender. Now they understood the hierarchy. Queasy, Queasy. Following their leader, the hedgehogs lay down showing their bellies. Their attitude towards Sejun changed in an instant. The chestnut hedgehogs completely surrendered and will follow your decisions. You have completed the quest. As a reward for completing the quest, you are recognized as the rightful owner of the land deed. Land deed skill, Farm Information LV Max is activated. At the same time, the quest was completed. Let's see. Sejun checked the land deed. 83rd floor farm land deed. This land deed proves ownership of the farm on the 83rd floor of the tower. Owner, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Grade, B+. Skill, Farm Information LV Max. Farm Information LV Max. Size, 33,000 square meters. Crops, 1,043 chestnut trees. Worker, 1 person. Landowner. Special note, thanks to the chestnut hedgehogs disguised as chestnuts and protecting the chestnut trees, the chestnut trees are in good condition. There are 10,265 chestnut hedgehogs available as workers. Oh, they were protecting the chestnut trees. Thinking about it, if someone unknowingly entered this place like him and faced the rolling attack of the hedgehogs, they'd be too frightened to ever return. Then, Queasy, please don't drive us out. We have nowhere to go. Godri clung to Sejun's foot and pleaded. Why would I drive you out? But what do you eat? Before negotiating wages, Sejun tried to gather information about the hedgehogs. Queasy, are you hungry? Guys, bring some food. Queasy. At Godri's command, the hedgehogs hurriedly moved somewhere, crowing. If I gather a lot, Dad said he'll make something delicious later. In the meantime, Quenji diligently peeled the chestnuts and put them in his snack pocket. Theo arrived at the 40th floor camp. Meow. Chairman Park is safe now. Meow. Theo sighed in relief as the danger signal of Sejun's knee tracker decreased. Novelby.in. And then, I'm back. Meow. He shouted towards the hunters, announcing his arrival. Oh, it's Theo. Hunters who were waiting for cherry tomatoes hurriedly picked up their hunter phones and called the hunters who had gone out for hunting as soon as Theo arrived. Meanwhile, the intern sold the magical cherry tomatoes. I'll take 100. That will be 150 tower coins. In the case of cherry tomatoes, the demand and supply had reached a balance, and they were being traded at a stable price of 1.5 tower coins. Sold out. So, when the interns had sold all 10,000 cherry tomatoes, we will start the auction now. Meow. Theo started the auction. Please start by selling the exploding stamina corn first. Yes, we've got the money ready. Thanks to the hunters who wanted to buy the exploding stamina corn as soon as possible, the area around the auction brightened up. After Theo's last auction, it was a hot topic among the hunters that Ethan, the guild master of the Royal Knight Guild, was bald. But he quickly cured his baldness with the exploding stamina corn he acquired from the tower. And upon hearing that news, bald hunters risked their lives to climb up to the 40th floor of the tower. The hair loss treatment had elevated the standards of the earth hunters by a significant margin. However, Meow. Theo found the enthusiasm of the hunters too dazzling. Theo, wear these. A hunter handed over a pair of sunglasses to Theo, who was struggling with all the glare. Kayak, my wish came true. A female hunter, who had been waiting for an opportunity to put sunglasses on Theo, cheered at his adorable look with the glasses on. Oh, now my eyes aren't dazzled anymore. Meow. Then, I will start selling the exploding stamina corn first. Meow. Theo, wearing the sunglasses, happily resumed the auction. I will sell a total of 10 pieces, one at a time. Meow. Last time, he brought a larger quantity to see the response. Most of the remaining explosive stamina corn had been planted by Sejun in the fields, so the available quantity was limited. So, Theo chose a strategy of selling them slowly, in small amounts, to maintain a high price. 5,500 tower coins. Sold out. Meow. Thanks to that, he was able to sell the exploding stamina corn at a higher price than last time. Pewit, I am indeed smart. Meow. Thus, Theo, intoxicated with his own cleverness, sold all the remaining crops, earned a lot of tower coins, and went up to the higher floors. Of course, he was headed towards Sejun's new location. However, why are you here again? Obviously, I came to draw again. Meow. Since Sejun's knee was safe, he decided to stop by the lost and found storage on the 75th floor and do just one round of the draw before leaving. 1. Godri is a Korean fishing card game. 5.5 Mass release. Enjoy. Chapter 153, You must be really hungry, right? TL. hang no/v./e/l/b/1n. Queasy. Here it is. I've brought the most delicious head especially for you. Around the time when Quenji was about to fill his snack bag with chestnuts, Godre proudly presented a snake's head, the size of a fist, to Sejun. It seemed freshly killed as blood dripped from it. Ah, sorry. I forgot I had eaten a little while ago. Queasy. Oh, then please take it and eat it when you are hungry. Godre pushed the snake's head towards Sejun. No, that's never going to happen, Sejun exclaimed, stepping back. Queasy, could it be you're not pleased with our hospitality? Godre asked, looking anxious. Ah, no, it's not that. Just as Sejun struggled to articulate himself, Sir Sejun, I am sorry. Hagel and the Black Wolf Tribe's wolves rushed over and apologized, bowing down. They had hurried back after hearing from the Golden Bat that Sejun was looking for them after finishing their conversation with the boss at the 83rd floor waypoint. Hagel's eyes widened at the sight of the hedgehogs surrounding Sejun. There were monsters? Sir Sejun, please, let me take full responsibility for this. Hagel was restless because he didn't know there was a monster hiding. He had no excuses. He had to take responsibility for his mistake, even if it cost his life. It's okay, but be more careful next time. Honestly, Sejun was just relieved they were hedgehogs. It could have ended much worse had they been other monsters. Yes, thank you for your forgiveness. I will take Sir Sejun's words to heart. Alright, but Hagel, you look very hungry. Running all the way here must have made you hungry, right? Very, very hungry, right? Here. Eat this. Sejun pointed at the snake head, insisting Hagel should be hungry. Wah, Sir Sejun. Sejun was desperately trying to get rid of the snake's head. He's giving this delicious treat to someone like me who made a mistake. Hagel was deeply moved that day. Alright, let's get to work. Sejun, who handed the snake's head to Hagel, quickly started harvesting chestnuts. Queasy. The hedgehogs climbed the trees and dropped the chestnut burrs, which Quenji and Sejun would then peel to extract the chestnuts. Crowing. While Quenji easily cracked the chestnut burrs brought by the hedgehogs by hand while sitting on the ground, land moving, Sejun used a skill to put 100 chestnut burrs underground at once, a somewhat cumbersome method, but he had no other choice. He couldn't crack them by hand. By the time they had cleaned about half of the chestnut tree of its burrs, gurgle, crowing. Daddy, I'm hungry. Quenji's stomach growled. It was dinner time. Queasy. We will catch dinner for Master Quenji. Upon hearing Quenji's proclamation of hunger, Godre reacted as if it was a serious situation, getting ready to set out. No. You guys have worked hard too. Let's eat something different today. Queasy. No, but we really. Godre looked uneasy. No, just stay put. Otherwise, I'll kick you out of the farm. Sejun spoke firmly, even threatening the hedgehogs. He really didn't want the snake's head. Queasy. We will stay put. The hedgehogs froze at Sejun's words. No, guys, that's not what he meant. Sejun explained that he meant they didn't need to go hunt for dinner, and then started preparing dinner. Dinner consisted of chestnut porridge and roasted chestnuts made from the chestnuts they harvested that day. Swish swish swish. Sejun went to the stream near the farm and diligently washed the chestnuts. They had harvested about 100,000 chestnuts today, and he washed 5,000 of them. Alright, wash them thoroughly. Queasy. Of course, the hedgehogs helped. Since there were many hedgehogs, washing 5,000 chestnuts was quick even if each hedgehog washed only one. After washing the chestnuts, Sejun started boiling 3,000 of them in a pot. And then, you guys, make a cut in the chestnuts. Yes, leave it to us. He instructed the Golden Bat and the wolves to make cuts into the remaining 2,000 chestnuts for roasting. This would make peeling them easier later on. Swoosh. Next, Sejun then poured rice flour into the pot, added water, and continuously stirred while boiling. Then, crewing? Is there nothing for Quenji to do? Quenji, who usually just slept in the back, asked today if there was any work to do. Of course there is. Just keep stirring this. Sejun didn't miss the opportunity and tossed his work to Quenji. Hagel, find out the way to waypoint. I'll be going up to the 99th floor right after harvesting the chestnuts. Sejun utilized the brief free time to instruct Hagel to find the route to the waypoint in advance for a swift return to the 99th floor. The return to the 99th floor was delayed as the chestnut harvesting took more time than expected. Yes, I have already finished talking to the boss guarding the waypoint. The black mongoose, The boss guarding the waypoint was preparing for a grand party with its subordinates upon hearing from Hagel that the great black dragon would be visiting the waypoint. "I hope it's not a giant snake head." Sejun checked a chestnut to see if it was well cooked, pushing aside his ominous feeling. Swoosh! He sliced a chestnut in half with his dagger and tasted its soft inside. "It's well cooked." "Guys, now, peel these." Sejun instructed the resting golden bats and wolves to peel the boiled chestnuts. "Queasy, we will do it." Feeling left out, Godry stepped forward. "How will you peel it?" Ping. In response to Sejun's question, Godry plucked one of its steel spikes, and then, quish-shush-shush, adopting a fencing and guard posture, it stabbed towards the boiled chestnut. "Queasy, how is it?" Godry asked with a confident expression. "I heard all the sounds you made with your mouth. You know, I told you to peel the chestnut, not to make a hole in it." "Queasy, I'm sorry." "No, you don't have to be sorry." While Sejun did reprimand Godry for not doing the job properly, he couldn't be too harsh. "What if it gets annoyed and stabs me?" Godry's stabbing attack was extraordinarily powerful. It might even pierce Sejun's bone armor. "Just stay quiet, pick the chestnuts." "Queasy." "Yes." So, the hedgehogs picked chestnuts again until dinner was ready. And then, "Let's eat dinner." Sejun and the animals feasted on roasted chestnuts and chestnut porridge until they were full and fell asleep. "I doubt the box he took last time had anything valuable." Taru was confused seeing Theo confidently handing over 1,000 tower coins. "Is he not the type to give up after failing once?" Theo came to draw again after succeeding, but Taru thought of Theo as a persistent cat merchant. "What are you waiting for?" "Take the money, meow." Theo urged Taru to take the money. Theo wanted to draw quickly and go to Sejun, or more precisely, Sejun's lap. "Fine. Remember, you can only take one item out." Thud. Taru opened the door to the lost and found storage. "I know, meow. I'm going in, meow." Meow meow meow. Theo entered the lost and found storage humming to himself. The storage had a central corridor with 4 rooms on each side, totaling 8 rooms. "This way, meow." Theo stretched out his front paw and followed the attraction pool. He ended up in the 3rd room on the left. Inside the room was a massive pile of miscellaneous items that had accumulated over time. Dust had accumulated on the pile of miscellaneous items, indicating how long they had been neglected. To find an item, he would have to sift through the dust. Originally, the attraction pool on his front paws was strongest here. However, Theo, who disliked getting dirty, had always avoided it. "Looks like it's finally time to search here, meow." Theo started digging through the pile of miscellaneous items. There was one more attraction, hinting at another item in a different room, but it was weaker than the one here. After an hour of digging through the pile, "I found it, meow." Theo, covered in dust, picked up a black stone piece that fit perfectly into his front paw. "But what is this, meow?" Theo examined the stone piece carefully. No matter how he looked at it, it was just an ordinary stone. But determining its significance wasn't his job. "Aileen will appraise this, meow." And once it was appraised, "Pewit, an extension to my vice-chairman's term, meow." Theo exited the lost and found storage triumphantly. "You really intend to take that?" Taru asked Theo, who came out of the lost and found storage holding just a piece of black stone, as it took him over an hour and he thought Theo might bring something significant. "Yes, meow." Theo, however, replied too innocently while holding just a piece of stone. It was hard not to feel sympathetic. Taru felt more and more guilty. Last time it was a shabby box, this time it was a piece of stone that could be found everywhere on the roadside. "If you wanted such a stone, you should have just searched the ground." "Don't make me feel guilty for no reason." "Then, I'll be off, meow." "Alright." As Theo turned to leave, Taru barely resisted the urge to call him back and return his money. He took that piece of stone, so he probably won't come back, right? Taru felt a pang of sadness at the thought that Theo might not return. Bang! With a mix of emotions, Taru closed the storage room door. The next morning, Sejun woke up, feeling refreshed. It was natural since he slept atop the soft belly of Quenji, who had enlarged to a size of 3 meters. Sejun carefully got off Quenji's belly and prepared breakfast. He decided on honey sirati auk, TL, a type of rice cakes, for the menu. He added a little water to the rice flour, sieved it through a fine strainer, steamed half of it, sprinkled honey in the middle, and then added the remaining rice flour and steamed it. It didn't take much effort. About 20 minutes later, as the rice cakes were nearly done. Sniff, sniff. Crewing? Is that the scent of honey syrup yolk about to be done? Quenji swiftly caught the aroma and woke up. After eating the honey syrup yolk for breakfast, they resumed their chestnut harvesting again. Then, Sir Sejun, leave it to us now. We will handle everything. Hagel, showing off his skills at peeling chestnuts, spoke to Sejun, who was using his land-moving skill to extract chestnuts. The wolves had been practicing something in the corner since yesterday, and it seemed they were practicing peeling chestnuts. You worked hard, but I also need to practice. So let's just do it together. Yes. Sejun was practicing his land-moving skill while harvesting chestnuts. Thanks to that, he made some progress. Yesterday, he could extract chestnuts from about 100 chestnut burrs at once, but today he could do it from about 120. With the wolves joining in peeling the chestnuts, the harvest was completed faster than expected. Godri, please continue to take good care of the chestnut farm. Quisi, leave it to me. I'll give my life for it. Godri responded to Sejun's words with a grave expression. No, if it's too dangerous, you can run away. Just report to the 99th floor of the tower. Don't risk your life. Sejun instructed Godri and set off for the waypoint. Let's go. After about an hour's journey on the backs of the wolves, Sejun arrived at the waypoint. 83rd floor boss, Black Mongoose Mongu. Yip. The Black Mongoose Mongu, the boss of the 83rd floor, about 1 meter in size, and its subordinate black mongooses greeted Sejun with a bow. Just as I thought. As Sejun expected, behind the black mongooses, a giant snake head was being roasted for him. I'm not hungry, so don't leave any for me. Eat it all. Before Mongu could offer the snake head, Sejun preemptively spoke. Yes, guys, let's go. Yip. At first, the black mongooses were confused by the command to eat the snake head, but as soon as the wolves started eating, they hurriedly began to feast as well. Crowing. Quenji, you can't. Sejun stopped Quenji, who was about to run after the wolves. And then, waypoint of the 83rd floor of the tower has been saved. Loading other floors. Saved waypoint. Saved waypoint, 2. 99th floor, 77th floor. Sejun registered the waypoint. Now let's go. Quenji and Golden Bat, go into the void storage. As Sejun was about to move to the 99th floor through the waypoint. Huh? Theo is nearby? Sniff, sniff, flap, flap. At Sejun's words, Quenji and Golden Bat focused on the smell and sound. A moment later, crowing. I smell Big Bro. I hear Big Bro's footsteps. Both sensed that Theo was nearby and looked at Sejun in amazement. Sejun felt the same. But how did I sense him? It seemed as if Sejun had developed an ability to detect Theo, just like Theo had a Sejun's lap detector. After waiting for about 30 minutes, Chairman Park, I'm here. Meow. Theo, the crafty mogul, appeared and clung to Sejun's knee. Thanks to that, they could return to the 99th floor together. And then, Chairman Park, this isn't right. Meow. As a vice chairman, I refuse to take a bath. Meow. I refuse to. Splash. As soon as they arrived, Sejun headed straight for the fountain to take a bath. 1-5. Chapter 154. Russell. Refreshing. Sejun, who had bathed Theo while taking a bath together, was shaking the water off his hair with a refreshing expression when, how dare you put me in water? I'm so mad. Meow. Theo was furiously pouting about having been bathed. However, slurp. Even though he was pouting, Theo didn't move an inch from Sejun's lap, and was busily grooming his body with his tongue. Come on, Vice Chairman Theo, why are you like that? Pat pat. Sejun stroked Theo's belly and body, trying to soothe his anger. Meow parara. You think I'll be swayed by that? Meow? Exclamation mark. I'm still really mad. Meow. Rub my belly some more. Meow. Theo, startled by the pleasant purring sound he inadvertently made, hurriedly feigned anger again, trying to get more petting from Sejun. Here? Yes. Meow. Rub it harder. Meow. I'm still angry. Meow. Alright, Vice Chairman Theo, calm down. I'll decide whether to calm down based on how you do. Meow. Sejun pretended to be deceived, even though he could tell Theo had already calmed down. After petting Theo for over an hour, seeing Chairman Park's sincerity, I'll forgive you, especially, meow. And this is the item I got from a drawer, meow. Theo, with a satisfied expression, proudly put his front paw into his bag as if doing a favor. Oh, really? As expected of Vice Chairman Theo, You're the best. Pewit. Chairman Park, keep the praises coming. Meow. Theo, with an attitude that he wouldn't remove his paw from the bag unless he received more praise, waited for Sejun's compliments. Go on, praise me more. Meow. Draw. Inch. Noose. Theo Park. Draw. Inch. Noose. Theo Park. Sejun clapped and made up a chant praising Theo. Pewit. That's right. Meow. I am the drawing genius. Theo Park. Meow. Theo, satisfied with Sejun's praise, took out his paw from his bag with a smug expression. Here. This is it. Meow. Theo took out a small black stone piece. What's this? Sejun inadvertently showed a disappointed expression. Then, are you doubting me, the drawing genius? Meow. Theo, enraged, tried to put the stone fragment back into his bag. No. No. How could I doubt Vice Chairman Theo? So, what kind of stone is this? I don't know. Meow. But surely something amazing will come out when Alina praises it. Meow. Theo, although he didn't know himself, was very confident. Really? It seemed like just an ordinary stone, but it was something Theo had picked up. Sejun took the black stone piece and examined it. Black stone fragment? Grade, C. The grade was C, even though it was just a stone fragment. This was the highest grade among the items Theo had brought for appraisal. Expectations naturally rose. Alien, can you appraise this? Please. The tower's administrator asks you to wait for a moment. With Alien's response, the black stone piece in Sejun's hand disappeared. A moment later, the tower's administrator says that she must use this herself and is asking for it. Huh? Alien will use it? What does that mean? The tower's administrator says the black stone Theo brought is a fragment of a great black dragon's dragon heart. What? Dragon heart? Surprised by Alien's words, Sejun looked at Theo. Theo was sitting on Sejun's lap with a I don't know anything, meow expression. In other words, he was just spacing out. Theo, you amazing cat, where on earth do you find these things? Sejun didn't know why there was a black dragon's dragon heart in the tower, but Theo was bringing more and more amazing items as time went on. Pewit, am I amazing or not? Meow. Reading Sejun's expression, Theo, who had seized the opportunity, spoke in a haughty tone and laid down on Sejun's lap. His eyes were filled with anticipation, as if saying, pet me more. Meow. Pat pat. If Alien eats this, will it help heal your dragon heart? As Sejun petted Theo's body, he asked Alien. The tower's administrator says that just having the dragon heart fragment near her resonates and stimulates her dragon heart, so there is no need to eat it. Really? Sejun was glad that she didn't have to eat the dragon heart fragment, even though he didn't mind giving it to her. The tower's administrator says that even if she doesn't eat it, you having the dragon heart fragment right now is dangerous. The tower's administrator says that its magic power might go berserk. I understand. Please keep it safe, Alien. The tower's administrator says she will start training to grow her dragon heart talent to the next level using the dragon heart fragment. The tower's administrator says she may not be able to respond for a few days. Okay. The tower's administrator says she will definitely finish before your birthday. Alright, just don't overexert yourself. Inside the administrator's area of the Black Tower. With this, I can grow my dragon heart. Alien was excited as she looked at the dragon heart fragment in her hand that emitted a dark blue glow. Alien had been strengthening her talent, slightly soft dragon heart, with the honey jelly given by Sejun, but recently hit a limit. She hadn't told Sejun anything because she was worried Sejun might get concerned, but currently, she was only maintaining the condition of the dragon heart with honey jelly. Then, fortunately, Theo brought a fragment of the dragon heart. With this dragon heart fragment, she could stimulate her dragon heart using its resonating power, potentially advancing her talent to the next level. Good job, Theo. Alien decided to reward Theo separately later on and cast Polymorph Release. And she returned to her original form. From now on, she had to focus all her attention on the dragon heart, so it was more easier in her original form. This time, for sure, I will appear in front of Sejun with a bang. Alien imagined herself appearing in front of Sejun in a polymorphed state at the birthday party, and smiled happily. And then, She took a deep breath and focused on the magic power of the dragon heart. The dragon heart fragment in her hand and Aileen's magic power began to resonate. The next day after Sejun returned from the 83rd floor of the tower, Sejun immediately started making roasted chestnuts and chestnut make jewelry for the birthday party. He needed to hurry to have them ready by the birthday party. And while Sejun was preparing for the birthday party, Ying, a poisonous honeybee, came looking for Sejun, carrying a honey jelly. "Did you come to give me honey jelly?" "Thank you." As Sejun opened his palm, Ying, thud. The poisonous honeybee placed the honey jelly on Sejun's palm. "You have acquired one poisonous honeybee's cherry tomato honey jelly." Your beekeeping LV 7 proficiency slightly increases. Beekeeping LV 7 proficiency has been filled, and the level has increased. Oh, it had been a while since his beekeeping skill level had increased. Special job skill, beekeeping LV 8. Able to keep bees when you own a beehive. The activity area of own beehive bees significantly increases. The speed at which the queen bee lays eggs significantly increases. The honey collecting speed of the bees significantly increases. The honey collecting amount of the bees significantly increases. The probability of pollination significantly increases. You can produce honey jelly with special effects. The affinity with bees greatly increases. Bees that you do not raise also feel friendly towards you. Current owned beehives, 7/8, 7 poisonous honey beehives. When the beekeeping skill rose to level 8, information about a significant increase in affinity with bees was added. Even bees that I didn't raise also feel friendly towards me. Sejun hurriedly finished the remaining work and called Quenji. "Crewing? Did Daddy call me?" Quenji, who was rolling around on the stone bed, ran over in response to Sejun's call. "Yes, let's go east to meet poisonous honeybee friends." "Crewing? Poisonous honeybee friends?" "Yes." He needed to secure one more beehive, and if the skill description was correct, poisonous honeybees that were not affiliated with Sejun's beehive would not be hostile to Sejun, so it seemed that he could also ask those poisonous honeybees to collect honey. "Crewing? Daddy, let's go." So, Sejun rode on the enlarged Quenji and moved east. Of course, Theo hanging on Sejun's knee and the golden bat hanging on Sejun's back, naturally followed. 10 of Albion. Thud, thud. As Quenji ran at full speed for about 30 minutes. Crewing. "We have arrived." They quickly entered deep into the eastern region. Ying. 2 poisonous bees patrolling the area approached to attack Sejun and the animals that entered their territory. However, rub, when they got close to Sejun, the poisonous bees showed friendliness by rubbing their bodies against Sejun. As expected, they weren't hostile towards Sejun. "Hey kids, do you want to try this?" Sejun started promoting his honey to the poisonous bees. Crewing. "Quenji also wants honey too." As Sejun gave honey to the poisonous bees, Quenji asked for honey as well. "Alright, Quenji, let's eat honey too." Sejun took out a glass bottle and gave it to Quenji. "Chairman Park, I want cheru too." Meow. When Sejun took care of Quenji, Theo asked for a cheru. Everyone seemed to be hungry. "Let's just eat here and go." Sejun decided to have a meal here and move on since it was already like this. The outing to capture poisonous bees turned into a picnic in the blink of an eye. "Here, golden bat, eat this watermelon." "Yes, thank you." Sejun handed a piece of watermelon to the golden bat sitting on his shoulder. And then, crunch crunch, he ate a sweet potato with his left hand, chew chew chew, and with his free right hand, he fed Theo some cheru. Meanwhile, Ying. Over 1,000 poisonous bees gathered and were eating honey. The bees that initially ate the honey brought their friends along. "Hey kids, how about sucking some honey from our farm?" Ying. At Sejun's question, the poisonous bees buzzed in agreement, drawing circles in the air. "Then lead me to your hive." While the poisonous bees agreed, they still needed the queen's approval. The poisonous bees led Sejun to their hive. "But, you guys aren't from the same family?" The poisonous bees started to scatter in different directions. The poisonous bees began to argue, each trying to lead Sejun to their own hive. Whoa, kids, calm down. I will visit all, so relax. For Sejun, it was fortunate that he did not have to do the work multiple times. Then, crewing. "Dad, Let's start from over there. Quenji pointed to the dark eastern end. Why there? Sejun instinctively felt averse. It looked dangerous at a glance. Crowing. I feel like we can eat a lot of delicious honey if we go there. Why Ying? One of the poisonous bee was very happy with Quenji's idea. It was the poisonous bee that hid a hive at the eastern end. Alright, let's go. It looked dangerous, but there was no risk of being attacked by the poisonous bees, and even if they were attacked, he had Theo, Quenji, and the golden bat with him. Plus, he had the bone armor, so there was no need to be afraid. Let's go to your hive first. You guys wait here and enjoy the honey. Sejun placed several plates filled with honey on the ground so that the other poisonous bees wouldn't leave, and followed the poisonous bee with the hive at the eastern end. In the southeastern outskirts of Brasilia, the capital of Brazil. Hurry up and plant the green onions. Yes. Hunters moved quickly at Han Tae-jun's command. Plant them more densely there. The maximum gap is 30 centimeters. I'm sorry. We'll correct it right away. The original members of the Earth Defense Force reprimanded the new recruits, who quickly apologized. All the members of the Earth Defense Force gathered in Brasilia to plant sturdy blade green onions and create a defense line to prevent the spread of the locusts. The Earth Defense Force's counterattack against the locusts had begun. Chapter 155, Let's Take It Anyway. TL. Hank. The Brazilian media were outraged and condemned Han Tae-jun and the hunters for their actions. It's not even fanning the flames of a burning house, but rather planting more grass to aid the reproduction of the locusts. However, crunch. The moment they saw the locusts rushing to eat the sturdy blade green onion leaves, the tone of the Brazilian media changed from anger to praise. At first, they were skeptical, but as the number of such locusts exceeded hundreds of thousands, "Are you watching this? The locusts are rushing to kill themselves." Crunch, crunch. The media was busy filming the locusts, who were eagerly trying to eat the green onion leaves, unaware that their bodies were being cut by the blades, and broadcasting it. And then, we will now have an interview with Captain K, the leader of the Earth Defense Force, who saved the capital of Brazil by planting sturdy blade green onion leaves. Hello. I am Captain K of the Earth Defense Force. We are acting under the orders of Deputy Commander Yellow. Han Tae-jun made his debut on the broadcast with the code name Captain K. Wing, wing. As Sejun approached the beehive, more and more poisonous bees felt a sense of familiarity and approached him, and Sejun realized why the eastern end had been dark. It was just that there were so many poisonous honeybees that it appeared dark. Is this the place? Sejun, surrounded by tens of thousands of poisonous honeybees, asked the poison honeybee that first led him to its hive. Wing. Yes. Just go straight from here. The poisonous honeybee, sitting on Sejun's palm due to the overwhelming number of other bees around, responded. After about an hour of travel with the bee's guidance, Wing. This is our beehive. A huge mountain appeared. And then, Wing. Enter the cave. We will take you to our queen. The poisonous honeybee guided Sejun to a cave at the base of the mountain. Inside the cave was a massive labyrinth. Or should it be called a massive apartment complex? There were rooms everywhere, and inside each room, 5-10 poisonous honeybees were working or resting. Wing. Go to the left. The poisonous honeybee effortlessly found its way in such a complex place. After about an hour of traveling inside the cave with the guidance of the poisonous honeybee, the queen of the poisonous honeybees appeared. Great queen of the wild poisonous honeybees. Bing, Wing. While the poisonous honeybee that brought Sejun and the poisonous honeybee queen were having a conversation, Great Queen? Sejun observed the great queen of the poisonous honeybees. She was 3 times larger than regular queens, and her wings were more colorful. Sejun didn't know, but the great queen of the poisonous honeybees was the queen of all poisonous honeybee queens, meaning she was the supreme leader of the poisonous honeybees. Then, Bing, Bing, I'd like to taste this honey. I hear it's very delicious, right? The great queen of the poisonous honeybees approached Sejun and spoke. It seemed that the poisonous honeybee had done a good job of promoting to its queen. I should give a bonus later. Yes, try it. While thinking of rewarding the poisonous honeybee that guided him later, Sejun served the honey on a small plate to the great queen of the poisonous honeybees. Slurp. Of course. The remaining honey was given to Quenji. After eating the honey, the great queen of the poisonous honeybees, Bing, felt some instinct engraved in her long genetic memory awakened. It was the instinct from the days when the poisonous honeybees lived alongside flowers. In her mind, she began to think of ways to obtain and produce honey, royal jelly, and other products. Bing. This is from flowers, right? Yes. Do you know about flowers? Since there were no flowers in the eastern region, Sejun asked the great queen of the poisonous honey bees. Bing. Bing. Yes. I have never seen them myself, but the memories of my ancestors told me about them. Really? Then it will be easy to talk. Do you want to suck some honey from our farm? Sejun tried to entrap the great queen of the poisonous honey bees and her beehive as the conversation was going smoothly. However, Bing, I would like to, but with your ability, you cannot handle all of my children and me. The great queen of the poisonous honey bees expressed her concern. The great queen of the wild poisonous honey bees decides to follow you. You cannot tame the great queen of the wild poisonous honey bees with the ability of beekeeping. LV 8. Work harder. That's right. Sejun had also confirmed it with the message. Bing. I will send one of my daughters first. Wing. A queen honeybee came flying with 10,000 honeybees after the words of the great queen of the poisonous honeybees. The great queen of the wild poisonous honeybees had several queen bees in the hive as well. Wild queen honeybee decides to follow you. 10,000 poisonous honeybees led by the wild queen honeybee decide to follow you. The number of poisonous honeybees has exceeded 60,000. Beekeeping. LV 8. Proficiency greatly increases. There were no separate hives, probably because they lived with the great queen of the wild poisonous honeybees. Bing. And I'd like you to plant flowers in our area too. Flowers? Asking for flowers meant it was okay to plant crops in the honeybees' territory. Moreover, Sejun could also get honey or honey jelly obtained by the honeybees, which was a win for him. I'll plant them right away. Since it was mentioned, he decided to plant crops immediately. Bing. Really? Thank you. So, Sejun stepped out of the beehive with the poisonous honeybee queen. Land moving. He started planting crops using the miller's hoe. You planted 10 chestnuts, 10 cherry tomatoes, and 10 corns in the magic power-infused soil. Your job experience slightly increases due to the effect of magic seed sowing. LV 6. The probability of seeds taking roots increases due to the effect of magic seed sowing. LV 6. The growth of crops speeds up for 24 hours. Your proficiency of magic seed sowing skill. LV 6 increases slightly. Sejun planted a variety of crops like chestnuts and cherry tomatoes so that the honeybees could taste the honey of various flowers. Then, he headed to the entrance of the 99th floor of the tower with the poisonous honeybee queen and 10,000 poisonous honeybees. Golden Bat, go with the poisonous honeybees and deliver my message to Godary. Yes, you all be careful too. Bing. The poisonous honeybee queen and the poisonous honeybees, whose stomachs were full of honey, were sent by Sejun to the 83rd floor of the tower. Bees were needed on other floors of the farm to pollinate the flowers too. However, moving the beehive to another floor was a lot of work. So, he hadn't been able to send the honeybees until now. But the newly tamed honeybees did not have a hive yet, so he planned to send them to the chestnut farm on the 83rd floor, build a hive there, and harvest chestnut honey. That's how Sejun expanded his beekeeping business to other floors. Swoosh! The black dragon statue on Aileen's 100th birthday commemorative fountain started to move. And then, flap, flap. Sejun, where are you? Kaiser roamed the farm looking for Sejun. Kaiser had been drinking make-jolly, rice wine, with Artemis, the golden dragon, Braccio, the green dragon, and Kellyan, in the guise of discussing strategies for Kellyan, almost for 10 days. Then, all the alcohol is gone. I'm sorry. I should have prepared more, Artemis said with a regretful expression. It was time to break up the drinking party. Already? Kaiser spoke with a disappointed expression. The alcohol ran out just when he was getting excited. This was unacceptable. Wait a minute. I'll bring more. So, Kaiser hurriedly returned to his residence and moved the black dragon statue. He aimed for the make-jolly made by Sejun. However, Sejun was at that time bidding farewell to the poisonous honeybees leaving for the 83rd floor. Sejun is not here, so I have no choice. Since Sejun was not there, Kaiser went into the brewery himself. And when he gathered 10 bottles of make-jolly. Huh? What's this? Kaiser found glass bottles separate from the make-jolly bottles. The liquid inside looked like make-jolly, but it had a slightly more yellowish color compared to make-jolly. Did it fail? It looked like Sejun failed while making make-jolly, but Kaiser's instinct as a drinker strongly told him he had to drink it. Let's take it anyway. If it really was a failure, he could just rinse his mouth with make-jolly. More importantly, as a drinker, he He always had to enjoy taking risks. Good. With Kaiser's determination, the black dragon statue swallowed the glass bottle, and Kaiser, who gathered the bottles, hurriedly flew to Artemis's residence. "Let's go for a walk, kids." Sejun, who returned after seeing off the golden bat and honeybees, walked around the farm. The green onion field, cornfield, cherry tomato field, etc., were all well maintained thanks to the rabbits and mushroom ants. And then, a tenant farmer used magic seed sowing LV6 to plant cherry tomato seeds. The Millennium Landlord receives 5% of the reward. The Millennium Landlord's job experience slightly increases. The Millennium Landlord's magic seed sowing LV6 proficiency slightly increases. A message appeared that proved everything was going smoothly. After touring the farm, he was on his way back home. "Quenji, is there anything you want to eat for dinner?" Sejun gave the decision for the dinner menu to Quenji, who had been carrying him around. Crowing, "Dad." Quenji wants to eat bananas and rice cakes together. At Sejun's words, Quenji raised his left hand and said banana, and raised his right hand and said rice cake. After eating honey sirati auk, honey rice cakes, a few times, he seemed to want to try mixing something else with the rice cakes. Crowing. Novelby.in. "I'm going to mix bananas and rice cakes." Quenji waved both hands, sang a song by himself, shook his hips, and danced. It seemed like he was expressing the taste of mixing bananas and rice cakes with his body. He would do well as a YouTuber, wouldn't he? Quenji would show off his talent, and he would earn money. He. Sejun went into the kitchen with his pleasant imagination and started making rice cakes. A little later, "Quenji, let's eat." Crowing. "It's mealtime." Quenji, who had been playing outside by himself digging the ground so as not to disturb Sejun, hurriedly ran in response to Sejun's call. And then, nom nom nom. Quenji, who held a piece of rice cake in each hand and alternately stuffed them into his mouth. "Chairman Park, I want one more churu." Meow. Slurp slurp. Perhaps stimulated by Quenji eating, Theo increased the speed at which he ate churu. However, it is impossible for a sparrow to follow a phoenix. Theo, who tried to eat churu quickly, choked. It was the end of the one who tried to show off. "Why are you trying to compete with Quenji? Just enjoy eating." "I just wanted to win." Meow. "But I think Chairman Park is right." Meow. "It's enough to enjoy the food." Meow. Choo choo choo. Theo listened to Sejun's words and gave up on beating Quenji and started eating churu at the original speed again. "I'm full." It was delicious churu. Meow. Crowing. "That was delicious." Everyone enjoyed their dinner. Crowing. "Quenji is going to sleep." Quenji went to sleep with his mother. And then, "Today, I have to drink a glass before going to bed." "What kind of alcohol should I drink?" Sejun headed for the brewery. By now, the alcohol he had prepared should be ready. Feeling adventurous, Sejun started experimenting by adding ingredients like potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn when he began getting tired of regular makgeolli. Today's chestnut makgeolli was made possible due to his previous trials and errors. With such anticipation, he arrived at the brewery. However, all the various flavored makgeolli that Sejun made was gone. 3-5. Chapter 156. TL. Hank. It was obvious who had stolen the makgeolli from Sejun's farm. There was no need for deduction. It could only be Alien's grandfather and alcohol lover, Kaiser. "I was careless." It was a mistake to not hide the makgeolli, thinking he wouldn't show up because he had been busy lately. It was his fault for leaving the grilled fish in front of Theo, honey in front of Quenji, and makgeolli in front of Kaiser. No, but still, he shouldn't have taken it all. "I haven't even tasted it yet." There were 10 bottles of regular makgeolli, and about 50 bottles of makgeolli mixed with crops. Then, I need to get scales equivalent to 160 bottles of makgeolli. He decided to charge a threefold premium for the makgeolli mixed with crops since it took more effort to make. As Sejun was doing the calculations in his head, Sejun was here. Flap, flap. Kaiser flew quickly, calling out to Sejun. "Yes, Sejun?" Sejun was startled by Kaiser's way of addressing him. When did he change from calling him Rascal Sejun to Sejun? As Sejun was puzzled by Kaiser's tone, you wonderful fellow. When did you make such make-jewelry? Kaiser began to praise Sejun outright. A few hours earlier. Kahahaha. Let's drink again. The dragons continued their drinking session with the make-jewelry brought by Kaiser. Oh, there was make-jewelry in the Black Tower too. Kahahaha. Our tower farmer made it for me. Kaiser, who believed strongly that it was made for him, even though he had stolen it without permission, served the regular make-jewelry to the dragons. Slurp. Should we try it? Gulp, gulp. Each dragon took a bottle of make-jewelry and drank it as they chatted. HMPH. Still, it's not as good as our tower farmers, right? Artemis, whose pride was a bit hurt by the unexpectedly delicious make-jewelry, spoke with a sentiment that he couldn't lose. What? Are you belittling the make-jewelry made by our Sejun? Come out. It's a duel. Kaiser shouted, infuriated by Artemis's comment. Inside the tower, he might disregard him, but outside, disrespecting Sejun's make-jewelry was equivalent to belittling him. You think I won't come out if you ask me to? Thud. Bang. Nav.Lbn. As Kaiser and Artemis started to fight outside, come on, drink up. Cheer up, Kellyan. Ajax will surely succeed in farming someday. Thanks, even if it's just words. Regardless of the two fighting, Braccio and Kellyan continued to drink make-jewelry. Hey, good. What? It's already gone. There's more here. Kellyan and Braccio, who quickly emptied a bottle of make-jewelry each, used magic to move a bottle each from what Kaiser had brought, to in front of them. And then, click. Opened the cap. Poured into the glass. Cheers. Wishing for Ajax's good harvest. Clink. They clinked their glasses and drank. Then, hey, huh? Oh my! Both exclaimed at the same time because an unexpected taste came from the make-jewelry. Sweet potato. Corn, sweet potato. Let's switch and try. They switched bottles and drank again. Let's try the others too. Yeah. They opened the bottles brought by Kaiser and started tasting them one sip at a time. How many flavors are there? Exactly. Sweet potato, corn, carrot, cherry tomato, peanut, watermelon, mango, banana, and even chestnut make-jewelry that hadn't fully matured yet. A total of 10 different flavors of make-jewelry. Furthermore, the make-jewelry made with crops grown by Sejun tasted much better, and there was even a subtle sensation that it had an effect on their body. Park Sejun, this incredible guy. Let's see. My dragon tooth. Kellyan praised Sejun and thought about how many dragon tooth he had left. With one dragon tooth, he thought he could get 10 bottles of each of the 10 flavored make-jewelries. Sejun thought about a threefold premium, but Kellyan was thinking of giving a 10-fold premium. However, Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower, seeing Braccio's expression, Kellyan thought he might not even be able to get 10 bottles. Let's just drink for now. Gulp, gulp. As Kellyan started to drink the make-jewelry, forgetting about his grandson's worries, are you going to drink it all alone? Braccio came to his senses and started drinking make-jewelry again. A little later, kahahaha, ha. Kaiser and Artemis entered shoulder to shoulder, their faces swollen and bruised, laughing with each other. They seemed to have bonded over a fight. Huh? What? Exclamation mark. Who drank it all? Dozens of empty bottles of make-jewelry were scattered on the ground in front of them. Kellyan and Braccio had almost finished all the make-jewelry while they were out. Huh? You're here? Kellyan noticed them late and spoke. Huh? You're here? Is that what you say now? Try this, then you'll understand why I'm like this. Kaiser, you're lucky to have a tower farmer like Sejun. With a voice full of envy, Kellyan handed the make-jewelry to Kaiser. Why is he acting like that? Gulp. Kaiser drank the make-jewelry while giving Kellyan a strange look. His throat was dry from the exertion. And then, after tasting the sweet potato make-jewelry, he understood Kellyan's words. Sejun made 10 new types of make-jewelry. Kellyan provided additional explanation to the shocked Kaiser. What have I done? Kaiser regretted bringing the make-jewelry from Sejun's brewery. He had brought this precious drink to share with the other dragons. What does it taste like? Gulp. This? Curious about Kaiser's reaction, Artemis also took a sip of the make-jewelry and was shocked. It was undeniable. It was too delicious. He. It's not just us who think so. Let's drink quickly before they come to their senses. Ignoring the shocked Kaiser and Artemis, Kellyan and Braccio started drinking the make-jewelry again. Stop drinking. I'm not giving you any more. Kaiser, regaining his senses, tried to gather the remaining make-jewelry, but all that was left were 2 cups worth at the bottom of 10 bottles that Kellyanne had deliberately left. The taste of the 10 make-a-jollies was meant to be tasted. What is this flavor? It has a unique flavor. This is watermelon. Kaiser, smugly, explained the watermelon flavor to Artemis, who was unfamiliar with it. So, when Kaiser and Artemis finished tasting all 10 flavors of make-a-jolly, Kaiser, hand over Park Sejun to me, Braccio demanded Sejun from Kaiser. What are you talking about? Hand over the tower farmer? Don't you know that once someone becomes a tower farmer, they have to live as the tower farmer of that tower until they die? And even if that were possible, our Sejun is definitely not allowed. Kaiser responded angrily to Braccio's words. What nonsense! How dare he ask for our Sejun? I wonder if that's really the case. Braccio spoke with a reluctant expression. What? Then let's discuss it at the next meeting. Kaiser hurriedly returned to the Black Tower. He planned to ask Sejun to make more make-jolly as soon as possible. Is there anything our Sejun needs? Right. I will compensate you for the alcohol I took earlier with 20 scales, and for the new make-jolly in the future, I'll give 1 scale for every 2 bottles. Huh? Really? Thank you. But Kaiser, this is not the time for that. Sejun, who was happy with Kaiser's offer, remembered Aileen, who should be training hard right now. Why? What's the matter? I'll handle everything. Kaiser, eager to get Sejun to make-jolly quickly, actively tried to solve the issue. But it was not about Sejun, it was about Aileen. Aileen is currently, Sejun explained that Theo had accidentally obtained a fragment of the Black Dragon's dragon heart and that Aileen had gone into training to repair the dragon heart using it. What? Aileen has a fragment of the dragon heart. Do you think it'll be okay? Sejun asked with a worried voice. Aileen had spoken confidently, but that made him even more worried. Don't worry, for a dragon, resonating with the dragon heart is as simple as breathing. There won't be any problems. Theo, that guy. He did a great job. Kaiser, answering Sejun's question, praised Theo. Although it was a very small fragment of the dragon heart, it was still remarkable that he had managed to obtain it. A dragon heart naturally and quickly returns to nature when a dragon dies, so it cannot be saved. Kaiser had only heard that there are cases where it does not return. But Theo had brought one. The issue wasn't the make-jolly right now. Not that he couldn't drink it, but it was okay if it was delayed a bit. Since you helped the Great Black Dragon Clan, I, as the Lord of the Prytani clan, will bestow a reward upon you with my authority. What? Meow? What will you give? Meow? Theo got excited at Kaiser's words. Theo was thrilled at the thought of receiving a nice gift from Kaiser and giving it to Sejun. Theo's mind equation went like this. If I give money to Park Sejun, I get Park Sejun's lap, Cheru, and an extension of my vice-chairman term, Meow. If I give a dagger to Park Sejun, I get Park Sejun's lap, Cheru, and an extension of my vice-chairman term, Meow. Theo thought of Sejun as a vending machine where the rights to Sejun's lap, Cheru, and the vice-chairman term extension would come out depending on what he gave. I will specially allow you to use the title of Prytani. Meow. Theo, who could not judge whether receiving the title of Prytani was good or bad, looked at Sejun. His front paws did not react to intangible things. Sejun shook his head. What changes by adding one more title to the name? Practicality was more important than honor. It's not good. Meow. I want something else. Meow. Unexpected. Until 1,000 years ago, everyone liked it. Then I will give you my claw. Nod. Okay, Meow. At Sejun's nod, Theo decided to accept Kaiser's claw. Done. Meow. What is done? Meow. I haven't received the claw yet. Meow. Pull out your claw. Snap. When Theo pulled out the claw of his front paw, 10 black claws appeared. Kaiser had replaced Theo's claws with dragon claws. Meow. Theo looked at his changed claws with wonder. Meow. I can't give this to Chairman Park. Meow. Theo was sad that he could not give the claws to Sejun. It's okay. Instead, Vice Chairman Theo has become stronger. Meow. Yes, Meow. I will protect Chairman Park with these claws. Meows. But I'm sleepy. Meow. Yeah. Kaiser, we need to go to sleep now, Sejun said, stroking Theo's head. Okay. See you in the morning. And so, Sejun and Theo went home to sleep. Have we been too inactive lately? Kaiser, who felt that the presence of the Dragon Clan had diminished, was lost in thought. He did not show it earlier because of his pride, but he was a bit shocked that Theo rejected the title of Pratani. Being allowed to use a title of Pratani means being treated as a black dragon inside the tower, but he rejected it. However, this was not because the presence of the dragon clan had diminished, but simply a happening caused by Sejun, who knew nothing. Snore, Goro wrong. So, without even knowing that they missed a great opportunity to wield absolute power in the Black Tower, the two slept well. On the 312th day of being stranded, Theo obtained the dragon's claws, and there were 5 days left until the birthday party. 4-5 Chapter 157 Braccio, what did you mean by what you said earlier? Artemis asked, puzzled by Braccio's comment about handing over the Tau farmer to Kaiser after he left. It's a secret. Braccio, you've acquired one of the Creator God's tablets, haven't you? How did you? Straight to the point, no beating around the bush. Braccio, suddenly caught off guard, quickly looked at Artemis with a surprised expression. There's no need to be so surprised. I've also acquired a piece of the Creator God's tablet. Kellyan, you have one too, don't you? Yes. Kellyan casually answered Artemis's question. Ever since he saw a piece of the Creator God's tablet on the 99th floor of the Black Tower, he suspected that each tower might have a piece of the Creator God's tablet. Artemis was certain that Braccio had secured a piece of the Creator God's tablet when he demanded the Tau farmer from Kaiser. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a request to Kaiser. It was clear that something was written in the Creator God's tablet. Artemis was so confident because the piece of the Creator God's tablet he had seen contained this information. Second commandment, a Tau farmer can command other tower farmers from different towers. The word command is important here. Depending on the interpretation, it could mean that a single tower farmer can command all other tower farmers. Therefore, Artemis deliberately boasted about his own tower farmer for the future. It was one of his small strategies for the future. I suspect that the piece of the Creator God's tablet found in the Green Tower contains a commandment allowing one to bring tower farmers from other towers. Braccio neither confirmed nor denied. Confirming or denying it here would be equivalent to revealing the tablet's information. Let's do this. Artemis, deciding that there would be no progress in the conversation if they continued to hide information from each other, made a suggestion to Braccio and Kellyan. Let's discuss the pieces of the Creator God's tablet we know about, staking our dragon hearts. Of course, we must also swear not to tell other dragons what we hear here. All right. Agreed. Both Braccio and Kellyan accepted Artemis's proposal. Good. Then I'll start. After Artemis began speaking about his tablet's content, Braccio and Kellyan also shared theirs. Fifth commandment, if a Tau farmer desires, they can become a Tau farmer of another tower. Sixth commandment, Tau farmers can exchange crops through contracts. They both knew about the fifth and sixth commandments. Out of the 9 pieces, 3 pieces were entirely about Tau farmers, and they were the second, fifth, and sixth commandments. So, it was reasonable to think that at least the second to sixth commandments were all about Tau farmers. And assuming that there is one piece of the Creator God's tablet in each of the 8 towers, there could be a total of 8 commandments. Then, out of 8, at least 5 are about tower farmers. It's clear now. The Creator God definitely wants to accomplish something through the Tau farmers, Artemis said with a voice full of conviction. Let's discuss this again at the next meeting. The dragons, their heads filled with thoughts about the content of the Creator God's tablet, returned to their dwellings. Morning of the 313th day of being stranded. As Sejun woke up, Goro wrong, Kiro wrong. The sounds of Theo and Iona snoring could be heard. Iona, who came at dawn, wrapped herself around Theo's tail and slept soundly. A little later, Pewit. Look at this, Iona, meow. Kaiser gave it to me, meow. I am now the mighty subordinate of the great black dragon and the deadly dragon-clawed yellow cat, Theo Park, meow. Ching. Theo excitedly bragged about the new claws he received from Kaiser. However, Coyote, Vice Chairman Theo, please give me just one of those claws. Meow. Theo soon realized that showing his dragon claws to Iona was a big mistake. Showing dragon claws to a wizard. No, meow. It hurts, meow. Theo quickly put the claws away and ran off. Coyote. I will pull it out without hurting you. Iona chased after him. I don't want to, meow. Theo ran fast, but Coyote. He couldn't shake off Iona, who was chasing him using flight magic, and Theo, who was fleeing, returned to Sejun's knee, who was preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Come to think of it, he was invincible when he was on Sejun's knee. Chairman Park, resolve it, meow. Theo, feeling invincible, confidently exclaimed. What do you want to resolve? Both of you, come and sit here. All right, meow. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Yes. Sejun made the two, who were running around frantically since the morning, sit down and hurriedly prepared breakfast. Soon, it was time for Quenji to barge in, crowing. I'm hungry. Bang, bang. Quenji entered, patting its stomach to show that it was empty. Quenji is here, meow. Sit down quickly, meow. Theo pointed to the seat next to him, crowing. Good morning, big bro. Good morning, Sister Iona. Quenji greeted the two sitting on either side of him. Coyote. Good morning, Quenji. As they exchanged greetings, okay, here is your breakfast. Sejun started placing food in front of each of them. I will eat well, meow. Theo deliciously ate the grilled fish that was cooked to a golden brown, crowing. Dad, Quenji will also eat well. Quenji started drinking the honey water, made with a 5-to-5 ratio of honey and water, and the glazed chestnuts after gulping down a bowl of thick honey water in one shot. The glazed chestnuts required a lot of effort. First, the outer shell had to be peeled, leaving the inner shell. Then, they were boiled several times to remove the astringent taste. Afterward, they were rinsed one by one to remove impurities. Finally, they were boiled again in water with honey and sugar. With the help of the hedgehogs on the 83rd floor, Sejun, who had many tasks at hand, managed everything. Crowing. It's delicious. Quenji ate a quantity that could be eaten in hundreds of bites. And then, coyote, coyote, coyote. Crunch, crunch. Iona took out roasted peanuts from her pocket and diligently chewed on them for breakfast. Squeak, squeal. Finally, rabbits came in for breakfast. After feeding them, delicious. Sejun started his breakfast with the glazed chestnuts. I have to go work now. After eating breakfast, Sejun headed to the brewery. He had a lot of work to do as he had to brew make jewelry for the birthday party and the order from Kaiser. Can I finish everything today, huh? A bin pod is open. As Sejun, who was worried about the work he had to do today, walked towards the brewery, he noticed a bin pod, full of beans, in the 5-colored bin field. Originally, he had planted just 2 5-colored beans, but after continuous harvesting and planting, the number of colorful bin trees increased to 50. However, since the first harvest, there were no bins like the sturdy stamina red bin that increased stats by 100%. The first harvest was extremely lucky. The chances of harvesting bins that increased stats by 100% were very low. Let's harvest some different colored bins today. Pop. Talking to himself, Sejun picked and opened the bin pod. You have obtained 4 5-colored beans. You have obtained an agility green bean. Your proficiency in harvesting LV6 has slightly increased. You have gained 700 experience points. Oh, agility green bean. Just by the name, it was a bin that increased agility stats by 100%. Sejun happily took the green bin and hurriedly planted the 4 5-colored beans. He then headed to the brewery and began making make jewelry. After about 2 hours of preparing the rice flour dough and taking a short break, Sir Sejun. We are here. Oak. Hagel and the wolves appeared with 5 banana monkeys from the 77th floor. As the amount of make jewelry to be brewed increased, Sejun gave special instructions to Hagel to bring the monkeys from the 77th floor who had experience brewing alcohol. So, Hagel and the black wolves brought the monkeys. Oak. As soon as the banana monkeys saw Sejun, they bowed respectfully. Thank you for coming all the way here. Come in. I'll explain. Sejun took the monkeys into the brewery and started explaining as they came to help with his work. Oak. That is. Oak. Yes, it's similar. The monkeys, who had been brewing alcohol for several years, asked Sejun a few questions and quickly understood the process of making make jewelry. And then, Oak. Oh, is that so? From then on, Sejun was actually learning from the banana monkeys how to brew alcohol. Thanks to that, the make jewelry to be made this time was expected to taste better. Novelby.in. As Sejun was diligently brewing make jewelry, Pewit, Quenji, look at this. Snap. Theo proudly showed off his dragon claw to Quenji while looking around to see if Iona was there. Normally, Theo wouldn't leave Sejun's lap, but to brag to Quenji, he had to get off Sejun's lap. The reason was because Sejun didn't allow the young Quenji to enter the brewery. So, Theo was proudly bragging about his claws to Quenji in front of the brewery. Crowing. Big brother, that's cool. Quenji also wants to have dragon claws. Quenji, who always wants what his big brother has, was once again envious of Theo's dragon claws. Pewit, this is not something anyone can have. Meow. You need to have a dragon heart. Meow. Crowing? What is a dragon heart? Meow. You don't know what a dragon heart is. Meow. Listen carefully. Meow. Theo explained that the dragon heart is the heart of a dragon and then hurriedly went inside the brewery. He had bragged enough, so it was time to reclaim his spot on the lap. Huh? Sejun was puzzled by the sound coming from his stomach, because usually, Quenji would come looking for food, saying he was hungry, before Sejun's stomach growled. So, Sejun hadn't heard the gurgling sound from his stomach in a while. Guys, let's eat lunch first. Sejun spoke to the monkeys mixing rice batter with yeast. Since the remaining work was to ferment the mixture in a pot, it was okay to eat first. After speaking to the banana monkeys, Sejun quickly headed to the kitchen. If his stomach was making noise, it meant that Quenji's stomach was probably rumbling like thunder. He had to prepare lunch quickly before Quenji, who would turn into a ferocious beast when hungry, came looking for food. However, Quenji did not show up even when Sejun had prepared the lunch. Is he taking a nap somewhere? Guys, can you find Quenji for me? Sejun asked the honeybees to look for Quenji. Buzz. He's not on the farm. Quenji was not on the farm. Where did Quenji go? Just as Sejun's worry started to grow, it's my fault. Meow. I told Quenji that he needed to get a dragon heart, so he must have gone to catch a dragon. Meow. What? Sejun was shocked at Theo's words. Even though Quenji was strong, he was not strong enough to fight a dragon. Just as everyone was worried about Quenji, Coyote. Sejun, are you looking for Quenji? Grow wrong. Iona, who had returned from the wizard tower, brought Quenji, who was sleeping, floating with her anti-gravity magic. Iona, where did you find Quenji? I heard a loud snore and went to check. He was sleeping near the fire ant nest in the north. You know? What? The northern region? Why? Then, sniff. Quenji rubbed his nose and opened his eyes. He seemed to have fallen asleep due to exhaustion from hunger. And then, crowing. I smell something delicious. As expected, the first thing Quenji did after waking up was to look for food. Quenji hurriedly tried to run to where the delicious smell was coming from. However, Quenji, why did you go north? Sejun asked Quenji with a stern expression. Crowing. I went to train my claws. Quenji answered timidly, intimidated by Sejun's stern expression. Claw training? Crowing. Yes, I will train my claws and have even cooler claws than Big Brother's dragon claws. Since there was no way to get a dragon heart, Quenji had thought of another way. You don't need to do that, Quenji. Daddy will make your claws cool for you. Even Iona had a hard time with the fire ant queen. The north was dangerous, even if Quenji was strong. Crowing? Really? Yes. Just trust Daddy. Let's go eat first. Sejun quickly convinced Quenji and went to eat. How can I make his claws cool? While eating, Sejun thought hard. He was the kind of person who would say something first and then think of a plan later. Vice Chairman Theo, you are demoted to Representative Theo for one day. Meow. Of course. He punished Theo for creating this situation. Chapter 158. Draw on mine too. Meow. TL. Hank. It's done. After hearing about Artemis, Braccio, and the Creator God's tablet pieces, Kellyan had returned home and connected his soul to the white dragon statue again. Flap. Are you back? You're late, aren't you? Kaiser spoke in a gruff voice, looking at the white dragon statue flying towards him. Kaiser, are you still sulking? What? Sulking? Do I look sulky to you? You make a jewelry thief. Kaiser got angry at Kellyan's words. What? Make a jewelry thief? You brought it to drink. When did I say to drink it all? Drink it all? I left some. Is leaving only a sip considered as leaving some? Normally, they would have been physically fighting, but they only argued with words. Because if the statue were destroyed during the fight, it would become difficult to obtain the crops and dishes made by Sejun from then on. And if, by any chance, Sejun gets hurt or dies due to the aftermath of their fight, that would be equivalent to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. They were being very careful in their own way. While the two dragons were fighting, Kaiser, Kellyan, please help me. Sejun, who had made wonderful claws for Quenji, ran straight to the two dragons as soon as he saw them and asked for help. He had mobilized Pink Fur and even the Minotaur King to sprout the seedlings of the elixir, Cherry Tomato, but ultimately failed. As a last resort, Sejun asked the two dragons for help. Flap, flap. Sejun, you don't need to take help from Kellyan. What do you need? Kaiser quickly flew to Sejun's side and shouted. And then, by the way, when will the make-jewelry be ready? He quietly asked when the make-jewelry would be ready, casting a barrier so Kellyan couldn't hear. It will take about 4-5 days to mature. He. Really? Let's go. I will solve everything. Kaiser tried to solve everything by himself. However, planting the seed of the elixir, Cherry Tomato imbued with powerful magic power failed. The environment is not strong enough in magic power for the elixir, Cherry Tomato imbued with powerful magic power to take root. Planting the seed of the elixir, Cherry Tomato imbued with powerful magic power failed. Swoosh! The seed turned into powder and disappeared along with the message. Kaiser, it seems difficult to do it alone. The output of the magic stone is insufficient. Kaiser spoke in a resentful voice. If he could use the magic power of his main body, he could use 100 times more magic power, but the capacity of the magic stone attached to the black dragon statue was insufficient. I have to step in. Kellyan, who had been watching from behind, coughed and spoke. Normally, he would have enjoyed watching Kaiser struggle, but he couldn't afford to do that today. Because of the elixir, Cherry Tomato imbued with powerful magic power seed that Sejun had taken out. A tomato that only grows in places with strong magic power. It felt like a crop that existed for his grandson, Ajax. This is an opportunity. With this crop, even Ajax can farm. That's why Kellyan didn't enjoy watching Kaiser struggle and quickly helped Sejun. He wanted to quickly confirm whether the elixir, Cherry Tomato, could really withstand Ajax's magic power. Kellyan poured all his magic power into the ground filled with Kaiser's magic power. It was slightly more than the magic power that Ajax usually emits. If it can withstand this much magic power, it can grow well even in the White Tower. Now try planting it. Yes, Sejun planted the elixir, Cherry Tomato seed once again in the ground filled with magic power of Kaiser and Kellyan. And then, elixir, Cherry Tomato imbued with powerful magic power has been planted. Elixir, Cherry Tomato imbued with powerful magic power successfully planted. Due to the effect of magic seed sowing LV 6, the growth speed of crops will be faster for 24 hours. He successfully planted the elixir grade tomato. It's done. Sejun finally succeeded in planting the elixir grade tomato and cheered. Then, the magic power of the land where the elixir, Cherry Tomato imbued with powerful magic power is planted is dispersing. The effect of magic seed sowing LV 6's growth speed increase is reduced to 20 hours. If the magic power of the land drops below a certain level, the elixir, Cherry Tomato imbued with powerful magic power will wither. The magic power infused into the ground dispersed, and a message appeared, indicating that they needed to infuse more magic. The two dragon statues needed to maintain a certain amount of magic power infused into the ground. Since the two dragons had exhausted all their magic power, Sejun initially infused some of his magic power, but the magical energy of the ground has fallen below a certain level. Elixir, Cherry Tomato imbued with powerful magic power has withered. Sejun's magic was not enough. The elixir, Cherry Tomato imbued with powerful magic power tragically died. It's difficult. Sejun was disappointed. And, On the contrary, Kellyan smiled. A crop that needs a continuous supply of strong magic power. This is a crop for Ajax. It was a perfect condition. Great. Kellyan unintentionally revealed his true feelings. What did you just say? Sejun, who became irritable after the elixir grade Cherry Tomato died, unintentionally raised his voice and asked Kellyan. It was already upsetting that the crop died, and now he was saying great. No, I mean, it's not good. Kellyan quickly made an excuse and began thinking about how to steal the seeds. If he had the seeds of the elixir, Cherry Tomato imbued with powerful magic power, even Ajax could farm. Grandson, just wait a little longer. Thinking about his grandson, who would be working hard with dirt on his hands, Kellyan gained determination, and suspicious. Kaiser looked at Kellyan with suspicion. 99th floor of the White Tower. Bang. You all. It's been 3 seconds since break time ended, and you're still sitting? Hurry up and work. It's very comfortable these days. Want to see hell? Sorry. At the shout of the white-haired boy, The monsters trembled in fear and hurriedly started scattering seeds from the sacks. The seeds scattered by the monsters were collected from each floor of the White Tower. If they can't handle my magic, I'll win with quantity. Ajax, realizing the seeds couldn't endure his magic power and were dying, decided to plant more to distribute his energy. You're not doing it right over there. Contrary to Kellyanne's worries, Ajax, who was leaning back and only giving orders to the monsters, had hands that were completely clean without a speck of dust. Crowing. Big bro, look at my claws, aren't they cool? Quenji showed off his claws, which Sejun had made look cool, to Theo. Each of Quenji's claws had pictures of magnificent and great beings drawn on them. And I'm envious, meow. Theo looked at Quenji's claws with envy. Having been demoted from vice chairman to representative, and now seeing Quenji's cool claws, Theo's ears drooped from the 2 consecutive depressing events. Crowing. Cheer up, big bro. Someday, big bro will also have cool claws like mine. Quenji consoled Theo like that. The situation had turned around 3 hours earlier. It's tough. Very tough. While eating, Sejun was contemplating how to make Quenji's claws look cool, but he couldn't think of anything no matter how hard he tried. While lost in thought, will this work? A good idea came to mind. Quenji, enlarge yourself. After finishing his meal, Sejun ordered Quenji, who was dozing off with his back pressed against Sejun's back, to become giant. Crowing. Okay. Quenji, who was still half asleep, transformed into a giant. And Representative Theo, show me your claws. Sejun held Theo's front paw and spoke. Why am I Representative Theo? Meow. You were demoted. Meow. Okay. Meow. Snap. When Theo reluctantly pulled out his dragon claws with a sullen expression, swoosh, Sejun began drawing on Quenji's claws using Theo's dragon claw. What Sejun had in mind was nail art. Kurun. While Quenji sat and fell asleep again, Sejun, holding Theo, wrote Park Quenji on Quenji's right thumb with Theo's dragon claws. Now, Sejun felt like Quenji was his own child. So, he engraved his last name as well. After engraving the name on the right thumb, Sejun began diligently drawing pictures on the other 9 claws. 2 hours later. Quenji, wake up. Sejun completed his masterpiece and woke Quenji up. Crowing? Is it done? Quenji hurriedly checked his claws. I engraved your name on the right thumb. Park Quenji. How is it? Crowing. It's good. My name is now Park Quenji. Quenji was happy looking at his own thumb. Although he didn't say it, Quenji was envious of Theo's full name, Theo Park. Crowing? But what are these? Quenji asked, looking at the 9 incomprehensible pictures drawn on his claws. I am also curious. Meow. Huh? Why can't he recognize them? What Sejun drew on Quenji's claws was Sejun, Theo, Flammy, Black Rabbit, Quenji, Golden Bat, Choo Choo, Iona, and Hagel and Elka. To be honest, he admitted that Hagel and Elka, being bothersome to draw separately, might look like conjoined twins because he drew only one body for them, but the rest should be recognizable. However, seeing Quenji's reaction, Sejun felt he might get into trouble if he told the truth. These represent the 10 heavens, so he hastily made something up on the spot. But why are there only 9 drawings if it's the 10 heavens? Meow? Theo unexpectedly asked sharply. It was a mistake Sejun made in haste. However, well, I haven't seen the last one of the 10 heavens. I will draw the last one when I see it. Sejun calmly responded and overcame the crisis. Then, crowing? But Daddy, what are the 10 heavens? Another crisis approached. The 10 heavens refers to the 10 strongest beings in the world. Of course, excluding dragons. People say the more you lie, the better you get at it. Soon, he might become a top-tier scam artist. But he still had a conscience. So he excluded dragons. Dragons were completely different beings who were at an entirely different level. It was impossible to compare. Of course, Quenji might one day be able to go head-to-head with dragons. Crowing. The 10 heavens are amazing. N.O. Fortunately, Quenji completely bought Sejun's story. Quenji liked the pictures drawn on his claws. And then, Chairman Park. Draw on mine too. Meow. Theo begged to have the 10 heavens drawn on his claws as well. Seeing that his work had gained a fan, okay. Excited Sejun grabbed Theo's right front paw and started drawing on one of the claw of his left front paw. However, squeak, it won't work. Dragon claw were too hard to engrave on. Meow. I am jealous. Meow. Even with his formidable dragon claws, Theo was still envious of Quenji's claws. Just then, while Theo was looking enviously at Quenji's claws. "What are you doing?" "Meow." Thud. Sejun, who had returned after failing at planting the elixir-grade cherry tomatoes, grabbed Theo and placed him on his lap. And then, crowing, Quenji, who couldn't climb onto Sejun's lap because of his weight, looked enviously at Theo. "Pewit." "That's right. Meow." "I have Chairman Park's lap." Meow. "Chairman Park." "I want Churu." Meow. Theo, feeling better, asked Sejun for Churu. And then, slurp. Slurp. Gulp. Theo, who seemed to have been stressed today due to his demotion and claws, ate the delicious Churu and fell asleep. Quenji, who was eating honey and licking his claws next to him, took the Churu that Theo left while eating and put it in his mouth. Day 313 of being stranded. Only 4 days were left until the birthday party. TL, there will be more chapters released for mass release, it's just that I was a bit busy, so I wasn't able to translate them all at once. Therefore, I will release them as I translate, with a few hours of interval. Enjoy. Chapter 159. As the Earth Defense Force, we have planted sturdy blade green onion leaves to stop the spread of the locusts, so we urge the citizens of Brasilia, please do not panic and follow the government's directives. After debuting on broadcast as Captain K of the Earth Defense Force, Han Tae-jun reassured people by doing interviews with other broadcasting stations. Just when Brasilia was successfully fending off the locust invasion with sturdy blade green onion leaves, what's the use of only protecting the capital? What about our farms? Farm owners from other parts of Brazil, worried about locusts invading their farms, started to protest and demand the planting of sturdy blade green onion leaves on their farms as well. However, we refuse. Han Tae-jun firmly refused. The situation was already critical, with all the sturdy blade green onion leaves supplied from the tower barely enough to defend Brasilia. There was no room to spare any for other places, and soon, the initially planted sturdy blade green onion leaves in Brasilia would need to be replaced. Because, unlike in the tower, the sturdy blade green onion leaves planted on Earth gradually lose their rigidity over time. Dividing the sturdy blade green onion leaves and replanting was not an option. Ultimately, the only way to accommodate the farmer's request was to increase the quantity of sturdy blade green onion leaves transported from the tower. But that's easier said than done. While Han Tae-jun was deep in thought, "Master, there's a big trouble." Cha Si-hyeok, Han Tae-jun's first disciple, rushed over. What happened? The youngest ones transporting the sturdy blade green onion leaves from the tower were ambushed by another hunter, and the green onion leaves were stolen. What? How are the young ones? Well, Jang Rin lost his right arm resisting until the end. Damn it. Jang Rin, that foolish guy. Han Tae-jun gritted his teeth in rage. He had spent a lot of time with the Black Wolf Gang, getting to know their backgrounds and why they resorted to stealing from other hunters. They all came from an orphanage in rural China and stole to fund its operations. Having grown up witnessing thievery, when they became hunters, they naturally resorted to theft. However, living with Han Tae-jun made the Black Wolf Gang realize there was a different way to live, and their mindset started to change. And then, "Master Tae-jun, please take us as your disciples. We want to live righteously." The Black Wolf Gang, now desiring a righteous life, asked to become Han Tae-jun's disciples, believing he could lead them on the right path. "If you want to be my disciples, you must first atone for your past misdeeds." Acknowledging past wrongs was a prerequisite to living righteously. After much consideration, Han Tae-jun made them apologize to all the hunters they had harmed and arranged compensation as a condition for accepting them as disciples. "We are truly sorry. We will definitely compensate for the damages." Han Tae-jun personally guaranteed the monetary compensation, and they gradually repaid it, leading to the withdrawal of all reports against the Black Wolf Gang. With the chairman of the Korean Awakened Association personally vouching for them, the hunters accepted the agreement, and only after all complaints were withdrawn did Han Tae-jun accept the Black Wolf Gang as his disciples. Since then, the Black Wolf Gang, now Han Tae-jun's disciples, worked diligently and tried hard to lead an earnest and responsible life, and after joining the Earth Defense Force, they took pride in helping others and gave their best. However, now someone dared to harm them, who were trying to live righteously. "Gather everyone. We're going into the tower immediately." "Yes." Han Tae-jun entrusted the sturdy blade green onion leaves farm to Lucilia, the deputy head of the Earth Defense Force and the guild master of the Wizard Guild, and led his disciples into the tower. Cha Sejun opened his eyes. Did I wake up a bit early? There was no clock, but instinctively, he felt he woke up earlier than usual. Meow. As Sejun got up, he placed the sleeping Theo on his lap, Novelby.in, swoosh, and marked another day on the bedroom wall, starting the 314th morning of being stranded. First, I need some coffee. Sejun couldn't just let the morning leisure time pass by. Soon, Quenji would barge in asking for food, and from then on, things would only get hectic. Sejun tore open a coffee packet, poured it into a tumbler, snap, and he created a flame with a snap of his fingers, heated the water in the kettle with his finger, and then poured a bit of hot water into the tumbler to dissolve the coffee. Then, ice cubes. Plop, plop. Sejun formed small ice cubes and dropped them in the tumbler, and in no time, a cup of iced Americano was ready. Hey, I think I'd make a killing if I opened a cafe. Praising himself, Sejun sat at the table in front of his house, looking out at the farm and planning the day's tasks. First, right after breakfast, I need to harvest the pineapples. The last time he harvested the pineapples, he harvested them unripe for the golden bat, but now the pineapples were finally ripe. Lastly, I should discuss about the fireworks for the finale of the birthday party with Iona in the evening. Just as Sejun was about to finish organizing his to-dos for the day, crowing, I'm hungry. Quenji appeared. Is it already time for breakfast? Meow tilde. Theo woke up at the official mealtime alarm of the farm. Coyote tilde. I'll sleep a bit more. Iona, who had been working late and only returned at dawn, wrapped herself tightly with Theo's tail and went back to sleep. Sit down and wait for a moment. Sejun hurriedly prepared breakfast. Squeak. Oak. The rabbits and monkeys also entered the kitchen and sat down, waiting for their meal. At first, the monkeys didn't know what to do when Sejun, who they thought was a god, prepared food for them, but they quickly adapted. Eat up. Sejun put the breakfast he had prepared on the table. The menu was similar every day, a soup with sweet potato and locust meat, and steamed potatoes, but the animals ate it without complaints. After eating breakfast, they started harvesting pineapples. However, out of 11 pineapples to be harvested, 2 were screaming pineapples. Are you ready? I'm ready. Meow. Crowing. I'm ready. In response to Sejun's question, Theo and Quenji answered and took their positions. Theo hung on the back of Sejun's head and covered Sejun's ears with his front paws, and Quenji stood in front of Sejun. Then, I'll cut it. Sejun shouted a battle cry and cut the pineapple with his dagger. You have harvested a screaming pineapple. Your job experience increases very slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV6 has increased slightly. Due to the effect of proficiency increase LV1, your proficiency in harvesting LV6 increases by an additional 5%. You have gained 30 experience points. And then, Quenji, hold it. Crowing. Following Sejun's command, Quenji held the pineapple to prevent it from splitting. However, it remained intact. Middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot. More than 10 minutes passed, but there was no scream. Rather, it was correct to say that Quenji suppressed the pineapple's scream with his strength. Quenji, slowly release your grip. Crowing. Crowing. I got it. Daddy, it's dangerous, so it would be good if you stay back. Quenji said, worried about Sejun. Really? Got it. At Quenji's words, Sejun quickly stepped back. Although he often didn't listen to his parents, he always heeded his child's words. So, Quenji completely removed one hand from the pineapple, and some time passed. The pineapple still didn't split open. Is it alright? Sejun carefully approached Quenji from behind and picked up the pineapple to examine it. Suppressed screaming pineapple. A pineapple grown in the tower, full of nutrients, and delicious. When harvested, the stored mana explodes, splitting in the middle and releasing a mana-filled shockwave along with a scream-like sound. However, it did not explode due to being suppressed by strong force. By suppressing the mana explosion once, the purity of the mana inside the pineapple increases, greatly increasing the power of the explosion. It explodes if the pineapple is damaged or if magic power is applied to it. Grower, Tao Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date, 60 days. Grade, C. Oh, this is nice. The screaming pineapple turned into a portable pineapple bomb. Guys, let's go pick the next pineapple. Got it. Meow. Crowing. Got it. After obtaining 2 pineapple bombs, Sejun replanted the pineapple crowns and said, "Let's head north," and hastily changed his plans. Since he got the bombs, it was obvious he had to use them. Sejun planned to use the pineapple bombs on the fire ant nest. Quenji, enlarge. Crewing. Sejun rode on the enlarged Quenji and moved north. Thump. Crack. Sejun carefully approached the fire ant nest as if infiltrating the enemy's camp in a spy game. And then, crewing. Don't get caught. Quenji, who was eagerly following behind. Then, Ki-eek. He spotted a fire ant worker, doing reconnaissance about 100 meters away. Hide. Sejun quickly ducked his head. Just Chairman Park hides. It's enough. Meow. Crewing. We are small so they won't see us. Since there were many rocks, the small Theo and Quenji were not visible. Right. Feeling a bit awkward, Sejun quietly moved again. And then, roll. Sejun, who arrived at the entrance of the fire ant nest without any guards, sent rolling pineapple. The fire ants would first attack the suspicious pineapple and in the process, the pineapple would explode. Having deployed one pineapple bomb, Sejun then moved to find another entrance, but he came across a hole much larger than the other ant entrances. This must be a huge colony of fire ants, Sejun said excitedly as he tossed the pineapple bomb into the hole and then climbed to the top floor of the wizard tower with permission from Iona. And then, create thundercloud, rainfall. While it rained, he waited for the explosion. If it didn't explode, he planned to detonate it with thunder. A moment later, quang! The first dropped pineapple bomb exploded, causing a huge explosion, and a 200 meters diameter of land caved in. You have killed a fire ant warrior with the explosion of the suppressed screaming pineapple. You have gained 50,000 experience points. You have killed a fire ant worker with the explosion of the suppressed screaming pineapple. You have gained 1,000 experience points. ... Messages appearing at the same time. There were fewer messages than expected. Rumble. Due to the rain that Sejun had summoned, a second collapse occurred, and the ground collapsed once again. Ki-eek. As the fire ants escaping from the collapsed nest began to run around outside, throw thunder, Sejun did not miss the opportunity and began his next attack. The ground was wet enough to increase the damage. You have leveled up. You have gained one bonus stat. Thus, after using throw thunder 3 times, he leveled up to level 56. Now he had a lot of magic power, so his legs no longer wobbled after casting throw thunder 3 times. Then, quang! Another explosion occurred. It was the explosion of the second pineapple bomb. And then, the Black Earth Dragon, which was sleeping, woke up due to the explosion of the suppressed screaming pineapple. The Black Earth Dragon is furious at the one who awakened it. It seems that wasn't a fire ant nest, huh? As Sejun was taken aback, quang! With the message, a giant monster resembling a worm broke through the ground and turned its head towards the wizard tower where Sejun was. Chapter 160. Lucky, Sejun smiled as he saw the gigantic worm. No, the Black Earth Dragon. Who would have thought that a monster resembling an earthworm would appear on its own? Now, whether the field is 330,000 square meters or 3.3 million square meters, it doesn't matter. If the Black Earth Dragon passes by and swallows and spits out the soil several times, it's ready. There's a reason why earthworm farming is popular on Earth. But do earthworms only eat soil? Because of its size, Sejun wondered if he needed to feed the Black Earth Dragon something additional. While Sejun was daydreaming, his fantasies as if he had already tamed the Black Earth Dragon. That's a huge worm, meow. Theo rudely pointed at the Black Earth Dragon with his claw and shouted, "How dare you, just for awakening me, the Earth Dragon, you deserve death, and to insult me by calling me an earthworm? I shall not let you die easily." This further fueled the anger of the Black Earth Dragon, who was already sending a murderous glare at Sejun for awakening it. However, Humphrey, so what, meow. I am more amazing, meow, because I am a subordinate of the Great Black Dragon. Theo was introducing himself without any hesitation to the Black Earth Dragon. But, what? The Great Black Dragon took someone like you as a subordinate? Exclamation mark. I can't believe it. If you are really a subordinate of the Great Black Dragon, show me the proof. The Black Earth Dragon interrupted Theo and demanded proof of the Black Dragon. Pewit. Here it is, meow. Quenji, show yours too, meow. Theo, as if he was waiting for it, confidently showed the sole of his hind paw. Crowing. Here it is. Quenji also gave a thumbs up in response to Theo's words. Swoosh. Sejun slowly rolled up his sleeve, flexing his left arm to show his dragon tattoo. And then, this. How can this be? The Black Earth Dragon was greatly shocked after seeing the Black Dragon's tattoo on Sejun's arm. It wasn't just because the tattoo was large and clearly visible. He had time to give such a lowly being his mark. The anger was due to the neglect of not visiting him for centuries despite serving the Black Tower for over 1,000 years, yet giving a weak's being like Sejun a mark. Bang! Eventually, the Black Earth Dragon lost its rationality and lost its temper, showing the proof had a counterproductive effect. And then, the Black Earth Dragon, having lost its rationality, swung its massive tail towards Sejun. However, Kaiu, how dare you damage my tower? Iona, who had been sleeping on Theo's tail, opened her eyes as she felt the enormous force approaching her tower. She opened her eyes in annoyance. The tower had just been repaired from Quenji's damage. Stones, at my command. Strike the enemy. Flame stone missile. When Iona cast her spell towards the approaching tail of the Black Earth Dragon, thousands of stones on the ground levitated and, with rapid acceleration, flew towards it. Quagwagwang. With a loud explosion, a giant shockwave and fragments of stone rushed towards the tower. However, as if to prove it was no ordinary wizard tower, the barrier installed on the tower blocked the shockwave and the stones. Meanwhile, gravity. Follow my command and strengthen the force. Gravity control. Iona cast another spell, applying tenfold gravity on the Black Earth Dragon. Kugugung. With Iona's spell, the Black Earth Dragon was buried into the ground. The power of magic. Just as Iona was about to deliver the final blow, Iona, don't kill it. Let's go down, guys. Sejun hurriedly stopped Iona, who was about to kill the worker needed for earthworm farming. He hurriedly took the animals and ascended the wizard tower. He was planning to coax the Black Earth Dragon, who was angry because of the proof, into working on the farm by giving it the proof. As soon as they arrived at the place where the Black Earth Dragon was buried, the Black Earth Dragon, overcoming 10 times the gravity, raised its head from the ground. Wait, listen to me. I have the proof. When Sejun tried to persuade the Black Earth Dragon to work together on the farm by touching its body, you have made contact with the Black Earth Dragon, the ally of the Black Tower farmer. A quest has been generated. Job quest: tame the angry Black Earth Dragon, the one who swallows the land, that has been neglected for hundreds of years, and give it a name. Success is guaranteed as long as you tame it by any means necessary. Reward: Black Earth Dragon, the one who swallows the land, will help with farming. A quest was triggered. Huh? An ally? What? A weakling like you is a tower farmer? While making contact with Sejun, the Black Earth Dragon seemed extremely surprised, perhaps realizing Sejun's identity. It was because Sejun was too weak. There had never been such a weak tower farmer in the history of the Black Tower. It was a bad sign, a sign of the tower's downfall. Yeah. So, let's work together. Already used to being looked down upon for being weak, Sejun continued to speak to the Black Earth Dragon. Then, I cannot acknowledge a lowly tower farmer like you. Kugugung. The Black Earth Dragon attacked Sejun using its tail, which was hidden underground. Crowing. Daddy's in danger. Quenji enlarged to block the attack. Quang. Crew. The dragon tattoo on Quenji's thumb roared, protecting Quenji before disappearing. Crewing? Although the item description said it would activate when life was in danger, it actually activated automatically when it was attacked with a certain level of force. The dragon skin was activated. Crewing. Quenji's tattoo is gone. Quenji is angry. Quang. Quagwagwang. As the tattoo disappeared, the angry Quenji started to beat the Black Earth Dragon with its front paws. Crewing. The worm is bad. Yuk. The Black Earth Dragon groaned in pain from Quenji's attack. Due to the 10 times gravity, it was hard to move its body properly, making it impossible to counterattack. Quenji, stop hitting it. I'll engrave the tattoo again. When Quenji sufficiently battered the Black Earth Dragon's body, Sejun stopped Quenji. And then, here, using Kaiser's scales, Sejun engraved the dragon tattoo on Quenji's thumb again. Crewing. Thank you, Daddy. Quenji's tattoo has returned. While Quenji was happily celebrating the return of its tattoo, how could you? How about it? Want one? Follow me and I'll engrave one for you. Seeing Sejun engrave the tattoo on Quenji again, the Black Earth Dragon, who was in shock, was tempted by Sejun showing dozens of Kaiser's scales. However, you're weak. It felt disdain at the sight of him cowering behind strong monsters. Don't want to? Then there's no choice. Quenji, hit the worm some more. crowing, crowing. Got it. The bad worm needs more beating. No, wait. Crowing, quang. Before the Black Earth Dragon could finish speaking, Quenji's uppercut struck. After being hit for a while, will you follow or not? Sejun asked again. The Black Earth Dragon didn't answer. It didn't want to be hit, but it wasn't ready to submit yet. I even thought of a cool name for you. Aren't you curious? Sejun gave the Black Earth Dragon a reason it couldn't refuse. My name? Yes. How about Toriong? In Earth, Yong is the same as Yong, dragon. Yong means dragon, and the fact that Toriong means earthworm was a secret. However, the Black Earth Dragon, who didn't know that, was deeply moved by Sejun's words. He even included a word equivalent to dragon in the name. The quest has been completed. As a reward for completing the quest, the Black Earth Dragon, Toriong, will help with the farm work. Although there was no answer, the quest completion message indicated that the Black Earth Dragon, now Toriong, decided to join Sejun's farm. Very well, Master, I will follow you. Welcome, Toriong, Sejun said as he engraved the tattoo on Toriong's head. A dragon tattoo the size of a bin was carved on its head. Welcome, youngest brother, Toriong, meow. I am the eldest brother, Theo Park, meow. Crowing, crowing. Welcome to the new youngest brother. I am the fourth brother, Park Quenji. Youngest? You're the last to join, so you're the youngest, meow. Crowing, crowing. That's right. Toriong is the sixth. The second is Flammy. The third is Black Rabbit. Theo recited the family tree. Having the mark and a name was nice, but getting 5 older brothers and a sister out of nowhere. The Earth Dragon wasn't sure whether this was a good or bad thing. However, still, I'm over 2,000 years old. Being called the youngest felt a bit unjust. 20th floor of the tower. Is everyone here? Yes, Han Tae-jun asked, looking at the disciples who had joined halfway. Then, Jang Rin, who was missing an arm, caught Han Tae-jun's eye. Jang Rin, why are you here? Go back to the hospital. Han Tae-jun shouted. It was too dangerous for him to come here with a body that hadn't recovered yet. Novelby.in. Master, I must avenge my brothers. And without me, who remembers the enemy's appearance and characteristics, tracking will be difficult. Please let me go with you. Han Tae-jun looked silently into Jang Rin's eyes. He could force him to go back, but the determination in his eyes was unwavering. Fine, but don't stray too far from me. Yes, thank you, Master. First, tell me what you remember. The attackers who ambushed us were wearing black masks and black clothes. Is there nothing else? It was difficult to pursue them based on that alone because it was a common outfit for robbers. There was one peculiar thing. Peculiar? Yes. I briefly saw a tattoo of a snake with 3 heads in a circle on one of their necks. A snake with 3 heads? Yes. Did I see it wrong? Han Tae-jun let out a sigh instead of answering. A snake tattoo with 3 heads. He did not know the exact name of the organization. It was just informally called the 3-Head Society because they had a circular tattoo of a snake with 3 heads. The origin of the organization was known to be made up of hunters from the mafia, yakuza, and triads. If Jang Rin saw correctly, this was very dangerous. It was not something that could be resolved with just his and his disciples' strength. But if they continued to target the sturdy Blade Green Onions, it was also unavoidable. For now, let's move to the 40th floor of the tower. Yes. Han Tae-jun took his disciples and moved to the 40th floor. He was planning to ask for help from the cat merchants. They returned to the farm riding Toriong. When they arrived at the farm, it was already bedtime. Then I will start working right away. As soon as they arrived at the farm, Toriong shrank to the size of a finger and jumped right into the field. All right, take care. Crowing. Quenji is going to sleep. Yes. Good night, Quenji. Sejun said goodbye to Quenji and headed home. It had been a tiring day. Goro Rong, Kiro Rong, Sejun, Theo, and Iona fell asleep as soon as they lay down. Then, thud, thud. Without any noise, the door opened, and a white figure entered the room without hesitation. However, no one noticed the intruder as there was no sound. The being that entered Sejun's bedroom began to rummage through Sejun's body, searching for something, and then found it. When it took out a leather pouch with seeds from Sejun's pocket and tried to swallow a seed, snap, Theo's front paw blocked the white being's mouth. What? Meow? Kellyan, are you trying to steal? Meow? No, Theo asked, looking at Kellyan. How? Kellyan looked back at Theo as if unable to understand why Theo could see him. Kellyan had been waiting for the right moment when Kaiser left to steal the seed of elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power that Sejun had. And when Kaiser left, he cast not only soundproof magic inside the bedroom but also perception distortion and all other magic to avoid detection. Yet he was still caught by Theo. Chairman Park. There is a thief. Meow. Theo loudly alerted about the thief's intrusion. It seemed the day was not over yet. Chapter 161. I trusted you, Kellyan. How could you do this? Well, it's as Sejun interrogated Kellyan, who was caught red-handed. Ha ha ha. Good job, Theo, you did well. Kaiser, who had returned after attending to his business, praised Theo for capturing Kellyan. That's right, Meow. I'm amazing, Meow. Listen closely, Lord Kaiser, Meow. I was sleeping when I felt a tremendous malicious energy, Meow. So I woke up feeling something was off, Meow. And then the proud Theo began to excitedly exaggerate the story of how he caught Kellyan. And then, I'm sorry. Actually, Sejun heard about Kellyan's grandson, Ajax. So, your grandson has become a tower farmer of the White Tower, but his magic power is too strong to grow crops? Yes. But when I saw the grade A elixir cherry tomatoes, I couldn't help but get greedy. Why didn't you just tell me? If he had been honest from the start, Sejun would have simply given him the seeds. Of course, in exchange for 10 to 20% of the harvest. For Sejun, it was a bit of a concession, but he would have been satisfied with the deal since he couldn't plant it himself. However, since Kellyan was caught stealing, Sejun gained leverage for a much more favorable contract. Did I save a country in my past life? No, not just a country. I must have saved the world. Otherwise, how could I be this lucky? Or did I do a great favor for Theo in a past life? Sejun smiled as he watched Theo bragging excitedly to Kaiser, then turned his gaze back to Kellyan. Let's do this. What? I'll give you 100 seeds of the grade A elixir cherry tomatoes. That was all the seeds Sejun had, excluding those in the golden box of abundance. Really? Kellyan spoke in disbelief. He didn't expect Sejun to hand over the seeds so easily after he tried to steal them. But Sejun had his own plans. But there are two conditions. Two conditions? Yes. Firstly, for the next 100 years, give me 90% of the harvest. After 100 years, 20%. Fine. Although a 9-to-1 split was unfavorable to dragons, 100 years wasn't that long, and if they failed, there was no risk. If the harvest was 0, there was nothing to give. Okay. What's the second condition? Give me 100 Dragon Tooth Warriors. What? 100 Dragon Tooth Warriors? Can't I just pay you in cash? 100 Dragon Tooth Warriors could be exchanged for 100,000 bottles of regular make jewelry. It would have been easier to just pay cash. But, number. I want the Dragon Tooth Warriors. Sejun firmly declined. To him, Dragon Tooth Warriors were more valuable than money. He planned to arm the Wolf Tribe and the Rabbit Kingdom on the 55th floor, the Banana Farm on the 77th floor, and the Chestnut Farm on the 83rd floor, so they could guard the farms better. Vice Chairman Theo. Chairman Park, here's the contract. Meow. Theo, having finished his conversation with Kaiser, quickly handed over the contract. Swish. Receiving the contract, Sejun quickly wrote down the agreement and stamped it. Lord Kellyan, please stamp here. Meow. Theo handed the contract to Kellyan. With the contract completed, Sejun and Kellyan exchanged 100 grade A elixir cherry tomato seeds and 100 Dragon Tooth Warriors. Just to let you know, these grade A elixir cherry tomatoes are exclusively cultivated by me in the tower. In other words, you can't plant them without my permission. It was a warning not to steal the crops. Exclusive cultivation rights? There's such a thing? Yes. It's a privilege given only to tower farmers who harvest new varieties. So don't deceive me about the yield and think about planting behind my back. I see. Understood. With Kellyan's reply, the white dragon statue stopped. He quickly left to give the seeds to his grandson. Kellyan too had been through a lot for his grandson. Vice Chairman Theo, let's go to sleep. Chairman Park, aren't you going to praise me? Meow? He had caught a thief, but when Sejun tried to sleep without any celebration, Theo spoke with disappointment. It was typical of Theo to pay attention to such details. Alright, 1 month extension for vice chairman term. It feels a bit lacking. I wish there was a slogan like last time. Is that what it was about? Sejun shook his body, hyping up the mood. Then, who's the cat with the ability to catch thieves at night? He said rhythmically, like rapping. Then he handed the imaginary microphone to Theo. It's me, Theo Park, meow. Then, who's the brave cat that shouts thief in front of a dragon? It's me, Theo Park, meow. And, who's the cool cat that confidently hands the contract to the dragon? It's me, Theo Park, meow. You say Theo, I say Park. Theo, meow. Park. Dot. 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 Shall we sleep now? Not yet, meow. Theo, meow. Park. The elated Theo went wild. After about an hour of celebrations. Meow. Chairman Park, I'm sleepy now, meow. Let's sleep, meow. Finally, Theo was satisfied. Okay, Sejun, having barely satisfied Theo, fell asleep. A very long day had finally come to an end. Why did you call me again, Grandpa? Don't you know I'm busy farming? Ajax, with dirt all over him, appeared grumbling at the call of Kellyan. Stop complaining and plant these. Kellyan handed Ajax 100 seeds of elixir cherry tomato. What are these? They're from the Black Tower's farmer. What? The Black Tower? Ajax was surprised by Kellyan's words. He knew how much his grandfather despised the Black Tower. He thought the seeds weren't acquired in a good way. All right, I'll plant them for now, Ajax said gloomily, and then teleported back to the 99th floor of the tower, and, whoosh, he threw the 100 elixir cherry tomato seeds into a field where other seeds were already planted. It was more bothersome to summon monsters and instruct them to plant. They'll grow on their own. Yawn. I should sleep. As Ajax was about to return to his dwelling after scattering the seeds, whoosh, he felt the surrounding magic power being rapidly absorbed towards where he had just scattered the seeds. Thud. The seeds grew at an alarming rate. Using the abundant magic power, the elixir cherry tomatoes grew rapidly and bore fruit almost immediately. Mwahaha, I did it, Ajax cheered. Finally, the crops had grown from the spot where he had sown the seeds. Pop. Ajax plucked one of the newly formed cherry tomatoes and ate it. Oh, delicious. The tangy flavor made his eyes widen in surprise. Hee. It's tasty. And so, Ajax ate cherry tomatoes until he was full and said, I should plant some more. He started to plant more seeds from the cherry tomatoes. Then, you have planted the crops of Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower, who has exclusive cultivation rights, without permission. According to the tower's law, a message appeared in front of Ajax. What? Without permission? It was Kellyan's mistake. Kellyan didn't expect the tomatoes to grow so fast and intended to inform Ajax about the exclusive cultivation rights and contract details later on. How dare you? You dare impose the tower's law on me, the Great White Dragon? Of course, even if Kellyan had informed him about the contract, Ajax would likely have planted them anyway given his nature. The next morning. Sejun woke up, and I caught a thief trying to steal Chairman Park's belongings last night, meow. Crowing. Big brother, you're amazing. The animal's conversation could be heard. Theo was bragging about his exploits to Quenji from the night before. Crowing. Dad's awake. Dad, Quenji is hungry. As soon as Sejun woke up, Quenji started to whine about being hungry. No/v/e/l/b/1n. Just wait a moment. Sejun headed to the cooking area with the animals. While Sejun was preparing breakfast, crowing, our big bro caught a thief last night. Quenji bragged to the rabbits and monkeys about Theo's achievement. And, our fourth sibling is doing well, meow. Theo, looking proudly at Quenji. Then, crowing. So Big Brother said, What came after that? Quenji, who had been eagerly recounting the story, suddenly stopped. That's when I said to the evil dragon, meow, stop stealing right now. Crowing. That's right. Big Bro said that. And then Big Bro, kids, let's eat. Theo continued the story where Quenji left off, and in the meantime, breakfast was ready. After breakfast, let's have colorful flowers bloom behind the dragon. And at the end, make fireworks where everyone appears. Coyote. Okay, Sejun discussed the fireworks display for the birthday party finale with Iona. They should have discussed this matter yesterday, but their schedule was delayed due to waking up an Earth Dragon in the north. Now, only 2 days were left until the birthday party. They needed to finalize the fireworks display today so that Iona and her subordinate wizards could complete the preparations on time. Coyote. I'll head to the wizard tower now to work on the fireworks display. Okay. Thanks for your help. Sejun finished discussing with Iona, Chairman Park, if there's nothing left to do, let's sleep, meow. Theo, who had been recounting his stories to the animals, clung to Sejun's knee and suggested, "No, we're going to make rice cakes now." Sejun planned to stack honey sirati auk, rice cake, like bricks to make a giant cake for the birthday party. Crowing, rice cakes. They're delicious when dipped in honey. Quenji, who followed Theo, got excited when he heard Sejun mention making the rice cakes. "No, you can't eat the rice cakes we're making today." Crowing, "So are you going to eat them all by yourself?" Quenji said, sounding disappointed. "No, if I were to eat them, I would share with Quenji. The rice cakes we're making today are for our birthday party, so you can resist eating them, right?" Sejun said, patting Quenji's head. Crowing, "So, I can eat them during the birthday party?" "Yes, after we sing, you can eat. For now, eat this crop gigantification." Sejun consoled Quenji by using his skill to enlarge a sweet potato into a giant 3-meter sweet potato and gave it to him. Crowing, "I understand. I'll wait." With determination, Quenji climbed onto the huge sweet potato and eagerly dug into it, disappearing inside. "Chairman Park, what about me?" Meow. Seeing Quenji receiving something, Theo immediately demanded something for himself. "Do you want a churro?" "That's boring." Meow. "Huh?" Sejun was shocked to see Theo refusing the churro. But then, "How about 2 churros?" "That's better." Meow. Fortunately, Theo wasn't actually rejecting the churros. "Just wait a moment." Sejun quickly put down the rice cakes and handed Theo 2 churros, 1 tuna-flavored and 1 chicken-flavored. "Slurp slurp." "Delicious." Meow. Theo happily licked the churros one by one as Sejun watched Theo enjoying his treat. The Tao farmer of the White Tower, Ajax Mamibi, has been confirmed to have planted the elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power without permission. A message appeared in front of Sejun. There always seems to be those who do what they're told not to. Just as Sejun was wondering what to make of this, according to the tower's laws, any tower farmer who plants crops without permission that someone else has exclusive rights to must work for that person for 100 years. According to the tower's laws, Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower, will have Ajax Mamibi, the Tao farmer of the White Tower, work for him for the next 100 years. Another message appeared. Huh? Sejun had just acquired a slave for 100 years. TL, instead of doing 5 chapters at once, I'm now doing 2 chapters a day because I can't free up enough time to do 5 chapters in a day. Chapter 162. Where should I use this guy? If I meet Ajax directly and order him around, I could be sent straight to the afterlife. Well, I don't have a way to meet him directly anyway. I guess I'll have to give orders through Kellyan. While Sejun was pondering how to effectively use Ajax. Do you want to summon Ajax Mamibi, the farmer of the White Tower? A message appeared again. What? No, absolutely not, Sejun exclaimed in surprise. Summon a dragon? Who's trying to get killed? He couldn't summon a dragon in a situation where his own safety wasn't assured, especially a dragon that surely had resentment towards him. Meow. Chairman Park, was it wrong for me to eat 2 treats? Meow. Theo, reacting to Sejun's words, stood up straight and spoke in a dejected tone, misunderstanding the message as if it was directed at him. No, I wasn't talking about you, Vice Chairman Theo. Go ahead and eat your churro. Sejun fed the churro to Theo's mouth. Then, Pewit, I knew it. Meow. Chairman Park would never do that to me. Meow. Theo, easily cheered up by Sejun's response, lay back down. Such a simple-minded creature. Nev.Lbn. Alright. Now eat up. Sejun stroked Theo's belly as he ate, comforting him. Pewit, feels good. Meow. As Theo continued eating another churro, Sejun checked the new message. You have declined to summon Ajax Mamibi, the farmer of the White Tower. You can remotely give simple instructions to Ajax Mamibi of the White Tower once a day. I can give remote orders too. Current tasks you can assign to the White Tower's farmer: harvest and offer the elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power. 2115. What's this? He wasn't sure what had happened, but there were over 2,000 elixir cherry tomatoes ready for harvest. Probably because planting in land with strong magic power makes them grow incredibly fast. He, get to work, slave. Sejun, laughing like a villain, ordered Ajax to harvest and offer the elixir cherry tomatoes. However, Ajax Mamibi, the farmer of the White Tower, refuses your command. Ajax refused the command. You can punish Ajax Mamubi, the farmer of the White Tower, for refusing the command. Water baptism, fire baptism, stone baptism, tickling. What? The punishments seemed quite trivial considering the opponent was a dragon. The baptisms with water, fire, or stone didn't seem like they would have any effect. Do dragons even feel ticklish? Tickling seemed the most likely to have some effect. After pondering a bit more, Sejun chose tickling as the punishment. A moment later, oh, dragons are ticklish too? Ajax Mamubi, the farmer of the White Tower, harvested one elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power. Ajax began harvesting, letting Sejun know dragons were indeed ticklish. One elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power is offered to Park Sejun, the farmer of the Black Tower. To transport crops weighing 100 kilograms or less from the White Tower to the Black Tower, a transportation fee of 1 million tower coins is required. What? 1 million. Would you like to transport it now? Why are you even asking? Of course not. 1 million tower coins for just one elixir cherry tomato was way too expensive. Sejun decided to wait and bulk ship. He'd transport when he had a full load. One elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power are stored in the temporary storage of the White Tower. Ajax Mamubi, the farmer of the White Tower, harvested one elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power. Two elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power are stored in the temporary storage of the White Tower. Thereafter, the elixir cherry tomatoes were stored in the temporary storage. Once Sejun saw Ajax working, he didn't press further. Just then, Quenji's snoring sound was heard. Are you asleep, Quenji? Sejun quietly called out to Quenji and looked around the huge sweet potato where Quenji was. PFFT. Upon discovering Quenji, he stifled a laugh. Quenji, having eaten a large sweet potato and carved a hole inside, was sleeping within the sweet potato. Munch, munch. Quenji, even in his sleep, kept eating the sweet potato. He truly had an insatiable appetite. I need to give him a bath. Sejun said this looking at Quenji, whose fur had become sticky and clumped from the gooey residue of the sweet potato. It looked like he had eaten the sweet potato with his entire body. Chairman Park, I won't take a bath. I'm clean. At the mention of a bath, Theo quickly began to lick himself all over. All right. Sejun, with Theo on his lap, headed back to the cooking area. He needed to keep steaming the rice cakes until tomorrow morning to finish the large rice cake for the birthday party and proudly present it to everyone. After steaming a few batches, Sejun, waiting in front of the pot where the rice cake was steaming, started to feel increasingly drowsy. His head started to droop as he began to doze off. Then, foof, go wrong. Not missing the chance, Theo curled up on Sejun's lap and fell asleep. The Black Tower's tower farmer, Park Sejun, has ordered, harvest the elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power and offer it. What? You want me to personally pick all of those and offer them? Ajax, who hates moving around. And now, he's supposed to follow someone else's orders? Especially an audacious order directed at the magnificent white dragon? I refuse. Offended, Ajax naturally refused. The Black Tower's tower farmer, Park Sejun, sends you the punishment of tickling for refusing the order. What? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, with the message, Ajax began to feel tickled all over his body. Among the dragons, Ajax was especially susceptible to tickling. He. Okay, I'll do it. I said I will. To avoid the tickling punishment, Ajax decided to follow the order for now. Park Sejun, I swear, I'll kill you. Hey, all of you, pick those now. Ajax, grinding his teeth in anger, ordered the monsters around. He had no intention of obediently following the instructions. However, the order has not been followed for 5 seconds. If the order is not followed for more than 10 seconds, the punishment of tickling will start again. The tower's system was unexpectedly meticulous. Arg, so annoying. In the end, Ajax decided to personally harvest the cherry tomato. HMPH. I'll harvest them and eat them myself. Judging from the previous events, planting was the problem, not eating. Pop. Ajax harvested a single elixir cherry tomato. You have harvested the elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power. Your job experience greatly increases. In an instant, his rank quickly rose to grade D, and his harvesting skill level increased to level 2. Good. Since it has come to this, I might as well take advantage of the situation. Eating the cherry tomatoes would not only fill his stomach but also increase his job grade and skill level. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Then, elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power has been offered to the Black Tower's tower farmer Park Sejun. Huh? The cherry tomato in Ajax's hand vanished as it was offered to Sejun. Darn it. He was frustrated, but he couldn't disobey the order, so he just harvested another cherry tomato. While doing so, I've found it. Ajax found a way to avoid the command without doing the work. It was to lay his hand over the cherry tomatoes without picking them. Hey, hurry up and pick and bring it to me. Yes. Thus, Ajax laid on a bed in front of the cherry tomatoes and simply raised a finger while ordering the monsters to pick and bring the tomatoes to him. And then, delicious. He enjoyed the cherry tomatoes brought by the monsters. Did I doze off? Sejun, who had been napping, hurriedly wiped the drool from around his mouth and the drool that had fallen on Theo's back. Just then, as Sejun turned his body due to the warmth he felt on the right side of his hip, Guru Rong Quenji was asleep, snuggled up to Sejun's back. When did he get here? Meow. Sejun gently picked up Theo and placed him on his knee. Approaching the pot and lifting the lid, sizzle. The smell of perfectly cooked rice cakes, along with the steam, tickled Sejun's nose. It's well cooked. Sejun set aside the finished rice cake and poured new rice cake batter into another pot, then sat down next to Quenji. Then, crowing, Quenji slowly moved and pressed its back against Sejun's back. How cute. Sejun patted both Quenji and Theo's backs and checked his status window after a long time. Park Sejun LV. 57. Talents: mediocre all-rounder, friend of nature, millennium landlord, enhanced magic circuit, fire mastery. Stats: strength 30, stamina 78, agility 45, magic 109. Job: tower farmer B, subordinate tower farmer, White Tower's tower farmer F. Ajax Mamibi, currently following orders. Skills: magic seed sowing LV. 6, harvesting LV. 7, seed shop LV. 3, seed harvesting LV. 6, farmer's touch LV. 4, crop gigantification LV. 2, beekeeping LV. 8, rain thunder LV. 3, cooking LV. 5. Sejun's status has grown a lot while facing various challenges. Lately, he has been secretly consuming elixir mushrooms after learning how to hide his scent by eating mushrooms and honey without Quenji knowing, thus increasing his stats. Then, he's still following orders? Looking at Ajax's status, Sejun was puzzled. It made sense that an F rank couldn't farm well, but not harvesting around 2,000 cherry tomatoes was hard to understand. He should have finished it a long time ago. When Sejun clicked on Ajax's name in the status window, current task assigned to White Tower's tower farmer Ajax Mamibi, harvest and offer the elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power, 200-115. The progress of the task Sejun assigned to Ajax appeared. 200. The number of elixir cherry tomatoes to be harvested dropped from 2,000 to 115, but only 200 were actually harvested. Even after waiting a while, the left number didn't change. The harvesting had stopped. Ajax had figured out how to slack off without getting punished. However, 200-110. 257. Contrarily, the number on the right kept decreasing. Sejun, who hated idle workers even in games, was furious to see that this guy was actually stealing resources. He's taking them away. Enraged, Sejun went to confront Kellyan. In the meantime, the number of cherry tomatoes dropped to 0. The harvest is over. When the cherry tomato harvest was done, Ajax got up from the bed. Keep harvesting cherry tomatoes until I return. Yes. Ajax, after giving orders to the monsters, left through the tower administrator's area. Then, how dare you command me? Whoosh! Ajax transformed into his original form and began flying towards the Black Tower. He knew the secret passage Kellyan used to enter the Black Tower. Park Sejun, just wait. I'll make you pay for insulting me. Just as Ajax, burning with anger against Sejun, was about to enter the secret passage to the Black Tower, thud. Ugh! A majestic black dragon swiftly flew in and punched Ajax in the stomach. Who dares to mess with our Sejun? Alien, enraged, began to beat up Ajax. TL. Second chapter will be released a few hours later. Enjoy. Chapter 163, I'll go get him. Sejun, striding with confidence, went to Kellyan to inquire about Ajax's matters. Just then, the tower's administrator asks what angered you. Alien approached him. Alien, is your training done? How's your dragon heart? Is it better? Sejun asked hurriedly, expressing his concerns. The tower's administrator says that thanks to you, the dragon heart has finally healed. Really? That's great. Sejun expressed his genuine happiness upon hearing Alien's answer. The tower's administrator says that from now on, you can leave everything to them. Okay, if I just follow Alien now, life will be smooth sailing, right? Upon hearing the words of Alien, the real power holder of the tower, Sejun felt elated, seeing a brighter future. However, whether this was true remained to be seen. The tower's administrator asks you to explain why you are angry. Actually, Sejun began to explain in detail to Alien everything from when Kellyan was caught stealing seeds to just moments ago. Sejun, just trust me and leave everything to me. I'll take care of everything. Alien, having finished her training, spoke with immense confidence, and it was well deserved. While using the fragment of the dragon heart to heal her own dragon heart, an unexpected event occurred. How much pain did you endure? The consciousness of the original owner of the dragon heart fragment, a black dragon, awoke and began assisting Alien with the healing. Surprisingly, the owner of the dragon heart fragment was the first black dragon, Kyra, the most powerful dragon of that era. Child, never forget the pride of the great black dragon. Yes, Grandmother Kyra. Thanks to this, with the assistance of Kyra's lingering consciousness, Alien raised her talent by 5 levels and acquired the talent, Resilient Dragon Heart. Not only was her dragon heart healed, but she also became much more powerful than her peers. What? You made Ajax from the White Tower your slave, and he's not listening? Just call him. I'll handle it. Alien confidently urged Sejun to summon Ajax when a white dragon, Ajax Mamibi, is trying to infiltrate the Black Tower. Do you wish to allow the intrusion? A message appeared in Alien's crystal orb. In the past, her magic power wasn't sufficient, and the Black Tower's defense system didn't function properly. But now, things were drastically different. With Alien's ample magic power, the primary functions of the defense system began to operate, detecting Ajax's attempt to infiltrate through a secret passage. Oh, no need to call him. Don't. I'll go get him. Alien exited the administrator area and flew swiftly towards Ajax. How dare he disobey our Sejun? Alien was angrier at Ajax for disobeying Sejun than for secretly infiltrating the Black Tower. Thus, Alien flew towards where Ajax was. Then, Park Sejun, you just wait. I'll make you pay for insulting me. What? Upon hearing Ajax's words, an angry Alien began to relentlessly beat him. Thud, thud, cough, choke. What's going on? Ajax couldn't comprehend the current situation. Alien was supposed to be confined to the administrator's area due to her dragon heart hardening illness. And yet, not only was she perfectly fine outside the administrator's area, but she was also strong enough to beat someone 300 years her senior. Alien. Let's talk. It's me, Ajax. Brother Ajax. Don't you recognize me? In his hurry to avoid more beating, Ajax called out to Alien. However, of course, I know you. Our Sejun's slave. What? Why aren't you listening to our Sejun? This only enraged Alien even more. Thud, thud. Alien continued to beat Ajax until her anger subsided. This is so relieving. Having dealt with Ajax, Alien grabbed him by the collar and dragged him to Sejun. 40th floor of the tower. I'm embarrassed to say that recently our sturdy blade green onion leaves were stolen by other hunters. I'm afraid they will continue to target the green onion leaves. We might not be able to protect them on our own. We need help. Han Taejun asked the cat interns who brought the sturdy blade green onion leaves for assistance. How dare they steal from our Chairman Park? I'll report this to Vice Chairman Theo right away. I'll call the wolf team immediately. The cat interns busily sprang into action. How dare they touch the belongings of Chairman Park and Vice Chairman Theo? This was unforgivable. They were extremely attached. Initially, these cats became interns not out of attachment but due to coercion. However, lately, they took pride in their job. Due to their contracts, They could only earn a grilled fish per day as salary, but they also received 1% of the sales as an incentive. This incentive turned out to be significant. If they worked hard, they could earn 50 to 100 tower coins a month. Because of this, they went from being the troublemakers at home to being the pride of their homes and became the envy of many cats in the Grania village. Now, their goal was not to finish their contract period and become free, but to become official employees after their internship. The cat interns scattered to various places to report the situation. It's an emergency. There are beings stealing Vice Chairman Theo's belongings. We need reinforcements. How dare they try to steal the belongings of Theo Park, the subordinate of the Great Black Dragon. Cat intern Bill went to King Ulrich of the Black Hawks, located on the 41st floor, and requested support. I wonder if she's okay, Sejun worried about Aileen, who suddenly mentioned bringing Ajax and then cut off the message. Meanwhile, Quenji, wake up. Let's take a bath. Sejun woke up Quenji, planning to bathe him while the rice cakes were being cooked. However, crowing. Quenji is sleepy. Quenji was grumpy from being woken up. Forcibly waking him could make the baby beast aggressive. But, of course, Sejun had a secret weapon to get Quenji up instantly. I'll give you honey after your bath. Crowing. Quenji will take a bath. As expected, Quenji immediately got up at Sejun's words. Sejun then took him to the fountain for a bath. Meow meow meow. Theo, at the center of the original fountain where Kaiser used to be, was humming while grooming himself, keeping an eye on Sejun. He licked himself thoroughly, afraid Sejun might find him dirty and bathe him. After the bath, Chairman Park. Quenji, watch my awesome landing. Meow. Theo shouted and leapt from a 20 meters high fountain, making 3 aerial spins and landing in a superhero stance. Pewit. How do I look? Cool, right? Theo asked smugly, putting both hands on his hips. Clap clap clap. Whoa, you do look cool. Sejun clapped and admitted it was a perfect landing. There wasn't even a sound, let alone any dust. Crowing. Quenji can do it too. Seeing Big Bro Theo receive praise for his perfect landing, Quenji also wanted to make a cool landing and get praised. Huh? Quenji, remember your weight, Quenji. Before Sejun could stop him, Quenji jumped off the fountain. Spiraling. Quenji successfully spun 10 times in the air, harnessing both the rotational force and gravity to make a superhero landing. Then, boom. The situation was entirely different from Theo's landing. Crack. The ground split, and Quenji fell straight through. Quenji. Sejun hurriedly approached the hole that Quenji created, but it was so deep he couldn't see anything inside. Rumble. It seemed Quenji was still falling as there was a sound from the hole. What should I do? Nav.Lbn. As Sejun wondered how to rescue Quenji, crowing. Quenji suddenly sprang out from the hole. He had jumped back up from the bottom, returning to top again. Quenji, you're safe, huh? What is this? Relieved, Sejun started to notice the aftermath of Quenji's landing. Cracks were visible on Sejun's brick house, the fountain top, the water canal, and all the other buildings. On top of that, the rice cakes Sejun made all day were covered in dust. Phew. Sejun sighed upon seeing the dusty cakes. Crowing. Did Quenji do something wrong? Quenji, who had followed Sejun to show off, asked with a choked-up voice, realizing his mistake. It's okay. We can wash it off and cut off the parts with dirt. But be careful from now on. Sejun comforted Quenji, patting his head. Crowing. Got it. From now on, Quenji will be careful when jumping from high places. As they were cleaning off the dirt from the rice cakes, Sejun. I'm here. Aileen arrived on the 99th floor, leading Ajax, with a loud cry filled with immense power. Aileen still wasn't used to controlling her strength. Kaboo! A massive surge of energy hit the 99th floor. And then, Of course, Sejun, the official manager of the 99th floor, found himself facing a sudden life-threatening crisis. Aileen had become too powerful for Sejun to handle. The body is critically injured from exposure to immense power. Using magic power to protect the body from breaking. Thud. Sejun suddenly felt a heavy weight in his chest, and his legs gave out. Chairman Park. Crowing. Dad. Theo and Quenji rushed to support Sejun. Sejun, where are you? In the meantime, Aileen shouted out once again to find Sejun, this time with even more powerful magic power. Dragon Tribe skill, Dragon Skin has been activated. The scale of the Great Black Dragon, Kaiser, has been destroyed. The Dragon Tattoo protected Sejun from Aileen's magic, and then disappeared. Unable to withstand Aileen's powerful magic, Sejun passed out. Chairman Park. Theo used the spare scales of Kaiser Head to engrave a dragon tattoo onto Sejun's body once again. At that moment, flap, flap. Kaiser and Kellyan, who were drinking, sensed the massive magic wave and moved. Then, Aileen, Ajax. The two dragons were taken aback when they saw Aileen, who was exuding immense magic power, and Ajax, who was unconscious and held by the scruff of his neck by Aileen. "Grandpa, I'm all better now," Aileen said cheerfully to Kaiser. SSSSS. Every time Aileen spoke, her magic spread, causing the crops in the field to quickly turn yellow. They were dying from being overwhelmed by Aileen's magic power. "Aileen, let's go to the administrator's area and talk." Kaiser tried to change the location quickly. "No, I want to see Sejun first. Look around. The crops Sejun grew are dying because of your magic power." "Sejun won't like that. Let's go to the administrator's area first." While Kaiser mentioned the crops, he was in a hurry because he knew that if Aileen didn't leave soon, Sejun might die. Currently, Kaiser was blocking some of the magic power heading towards where Sejun was. Fine. Realizing that she might earn Sejun's ire if the crops died, Aileen followed Kaiser's advice and moved to the administrator's area with the two dragon statues and Ajax. Phew. That was close. Meow. Crewing? Big brother, is Dad okay now? As Theo let out a sigh of relief, Quenji, who had Sejun's head between his legs and was wrapping him with his front paws, asked. "Yes, meow. He's okay now, meow," Theo replied, patting Sejun's face. Then, "Chairman Park, why are you so weak, meow?" Theo lamented, rubbing Sejun's frail face. Chapter 164, Get over here right now. In the administrator's area of the Black Tower. Aileen, please let go of Ajax's collar for now. Kellyan coughed awkwardly as he spoke, looking at Ajax, who had been knocked unconscious after being struck by Aileen. His own grandson was 300 years older than Aileen. Furthermore, it was widely known that Aileen suffered from a disease where her dragon heart was hardening, thus diminishing most of her magic power. However, seeing his grandson being dragged around by the collar, unconscious, by such an Aileen made him uneasy. "Yes, Aileen, let go of his collar and explain why Ajax is here." Kaiser chimed in, agreeing with Kellyan's statement. While he wanted to first inquire about the dragon heart, he gave way for Kellyan's sake. The sheer magnitude of magic emanating from Aileen made it evident that her illness had been cured. "Yes, actually," Aileen began explaining, releasing Ajax's collar, how she came to hold him in such a manner. "I was talking with Sejun when suddenly an alarm signaled Ajax's unauthorized entry. So, that bastard." Drat. The more Aileen spoke, the angrier Kaiser got, glaring at Ajax, and Kellyan swallowed hard. The secret passage Ajax tried to use was the one Kellyan had found and informed Ajax about. Kellyan was speechless. Furthermore, because Kellyan hadn't told Ajax about the contract with Sejun and exclusive cultivation rights, Ajax unknowingly planted the seed and ended up serving under Sejun for 100 years. Of course, even if informed, there was a high chance Ajax would have breached the contract. But Kellyan felt highly responsible for the mess. Ajax mustn't find out about this, right? Kellyan decided to handle it so that Ajax would never discover his mistake. Then, Nev.Lbn, thump. To ensure Ajax wouldn't get up, Kellyan kicked the back of his head, knocking him out cold. Any unnecessary outburst from Ajax could jeopardize his plans. So, this is what that means. Second commandment, a tower farmer can command other tower farmers from different towers. Kellyan finally understood the true meaning of the second commandment, and also how to recruit a tower farmer. This could come in handy later. Kellyan felt satisfied with the information he gleaned. Then, given this is clearly Ajax's fault, how about forgiving him with a contract stating he cannot disobey Sejun's orders for 100 years? He intended to resolve this with a new contract, essentially covering up the old facts with new ones, thereby burying his own fault. A contract seems fine. What do you think, Aileen? Kaiser asked Aileen for her opinion. However, please make it 200 years instead of 100. The original was for 100 years. After all, Aileen wasn't content with just 100 years. From Sejun's perspective, he would have happily signed a contract that allowed controlling Ajax without any threat to his own life. But for Aileen, Ajax was already akin to a 100-year slave. The contract offering restricting him from disobeying orders for just 100 years was not appealing to her. fine. Kellyan drafted the contract and stamp affixed Ajax's stamp to it. Then, please hand it over. I'll send it to Sejun. As Aileen began to send the contract to Sejun, just stamp it here, right? Meow. Theo, an expert in obtaining stamps without a hitch from unconscious beings, pressed Sejun's thumb on the contract. Thus, unbeknownst to the contracting parties, the contract was concluded while Sejun and Ajax were unconscious. With Ajax's matter settled, Aileen, by the way, what happened to the dragon heart? Kaiser asked what he had been curious about. Aileen, who had been equated with a newborn dragon in terms of magic power due to her illness, now had almost the power of mature dragon. A very old grandmother helped. A very old grandmother? Yes, Grandma Kyra. What? Kyra helped you? Hearing Aileen's words, Kaiser exclaimed in surprise. 10 dragons were first created by the creator god over 1,000,000 years ago. Among them, Kyra Pratani was called the strongest dragon. She was the pride of all black dragons and a subject of admiration. When he was young, Kaiser always pestered adults to tell him stories about Kyra. Grandma Kyra's thoughts were left in the fragments of the dragon heart. Really? Where's that dragon heart fragment? Kaiser asked urgently. Now the memory of my grandmother is gone now. That's unfortunate. Still, it's fortunate that Kyra helped. Yes. Can I go see Sejun now? That might be difficult. Why? I'll call Sejun to a place without crops. Well, Kaiser began to explain to Aileen in a way that would not disappoint her. Because my power has become too strong, it's dangerous for Sejun if I get close. At Kaiser's words, Aileen was greatly shocked. Then there's no point in fixing the dragon heart. I promised to appear at Sejun's birthday party. For now, let's try to increase Sejun's ability in the remaining time. Knowing that there was no way to reduce Aileen's increased power, Kaiser suggested they strengthen Sejun. But he knew it was a vain hope. If it was possible to become strong enough to withstand Aileen's power in less than 2 days, Sejun wouldn't have remained the weakest on the 99th floor of the tower. It was a temporary solution to console Aileen. Really? Then I'll make a tonic to make Sejun stronger. Grandpa, you help too. Although Sejun told her not to, Aileen believed that this time, her cooking full of love was needed. What? You're even cooking for that guy Sejun? But Kaiser, who knew nothing, was busy being jealous of Sejun. He didn't even consider the feelings of the one who had to eat the food. The Black Hawks began to move south again. The news quickly spread through hunters hunting on the 40th floor, and the hunters in the camp hurriedly moved. But, thud, thud, Black Hawk troops surrounded the camp. Then, I am Ulrich, king of the Black Hawks, a subordinate of Theo Park. Ulrich stepped forward and spoke to the hunters. We are looking for the one who stole Lord Theo Park's belongings. Cooperate. The hunters reluctantly cooperated with the Black Hawks, fearing death, but they also held hope since he mentioned being Theo's subordinate. Women, go that way. Men, line up here. The Black Hawks took the female hunters to a tent and the male hunters to a large open area and lined them up. Cat in turn Bill, who had been learning about human culture by trading with the hunters beside Ulrich, gave appropriate advice to avoid the hunters' resentment. Strip down to your underwear. What? The female hunters were startled by the Black Hawks' statement. Take off their clothes and do what? There's nothing to be ashamed of. We are also women. What? Pointing to the clothes draped over their muscular chests, the Black Hawk explained. The Black Hawks have a culture where only females wear tops. With only the upper body visible, it was impossible to differentiate between genders. The Black Hawks then meticulously checked each hunter, now in their underwear, for a 3-headed snake tattoo. About half of the hunters in the camp had been inspected when, let go of this. A commotion broke out among the male hunters as one was subdued by a Black Hawk. Torn from the hunter's shirt was a tattoo of a 3-headed snake forming a circle that was visible. Tell us everything you know. Lucan, the Black Hawk tribe's shaman, said as he shook his skeletal staff. What are you saying? I don't know. But eventually, you'll talk. Thwack. When Lucan struck the man's head with the skull staff, the souls bound to the staff seeped into the man's head. A moment later, cough. Please. I'll tell you everything I know about the circle. Just take these monsters away. The man pleaded to Lucan. Speak, and I'll take them away. Yes. What I know is. As soon as the man finished speaking, thwack. Lucan hit the man's head again with the skull staff, retrieving the souls, and went to Ulrich. I found out. Really? As expected, Lucan's magic is always reliable. He. The grudge of the Black Hawk Maiden Ghost is indeed fearsome. Just then, Your Majesty, the inspection is over. A Black Hawk soldier reported. Good job. Prepare to move. Lucan, where should we go? The place he mentioned is the 38th floor of the tower. We should head there first and gather more information. Understood. All troops, move to the 38th floor of the tower. With the sound of the horn, the Black Hawk forces moved to the 38th floor. Sejun, who had fainted after being exposed to Alien's magic power, woke up. Chairman Park. Are you okay? Meow. Crewing? Dad, are you alright? Yeah, I'm fine. But why did I faint? I don't know. Meow. Suddenly, an immense magic power appeared and then vanished. Meow. Magic power? Was that what it was? Sejun recalled the suffocating feeling he had just before he fainted. But what time is it now? Gurgle. In response to Sejun's question, Quenji's belly clock sounded. Crewing. It's dinner time. What? Already? Rushing to the kitchen, Sejun found that all the water in the pot had evaporated, and the rice cakes had hardened like bricks. Looks like I'll be working late tonight. Given his schedule, he would have completed the rice cakes by tomorrow morning, but now, given the current situation, he would have to pull an all-that-nighter. Crewing. It's a late-night snack. Let's have honey popcorn. Misinterpreting working late superscript 1 for late-night snack, Quenji cheered. Seeing Quenji, a smile naturally formed on Sejun's face. Right. What's so hard about working late? Just have a few snacks, and I'll be done. On second thought, it really wasn't a big deal. Sejun hurriedly started steaming new rice cakes and preparing dinner. Spicy squid soup. After smelling the steaming rice cakes, he craved something spicy. Quenji, can you get some squid from the storage? Crewing. Got it. As Quenji fetched the squid from the storage, chop. Sejun chopped onions and green onions, adding them to a large pot. The pot was so big that he had to add a lot. Crewing. Dad, here you go. Quenji returned with a box of cleaned squid, which Sejun poured into the pot. He seasoned it with red pepper flakes and salt, and finally adding green chili. Perfect. Let's eat, everyone. Satisfied with the seasoning, Sejun called the animals. He served the white rabbits a clear version of the squid soup before adding the seasoning since they couldn't eat spicy food. On the other hand, the monkeys enjoyed the spicy soup, even though it was their first time trying it. After dinner and preparing the rice cakes, while taking a break, Chairman Park, take a look at this. Meow. At the perfect moment for Sejun to praise himself, Theo handed him a contract. Absolute command agreement. For 200 years, the party of the second part cannot refuse the commands of the party of the first part. Special provisions. First party, Park Sejun, human. Second party, Ajax Mamibi, dragon. The special provisions stated that the second party cannot be commanded to give up their wealth or life. But when did I put my thumbprint on this contract? Sejun looked at his clear thumbprint on the contract, puzzled. I stamped it when you were unconscious, as Aileen gave me the contract. Meow. Aileen? Sejun then remembered Aileen saying she would bring Ajax and have him not bother Sejun anymore. So Aileen really brought Ajax and got him to sign an agreement to leave me alone. So does this mean Ajax can't refuse my orders? Ajax, come here right now. Sejun summoned Ajax. TL notes. 1. Both, working late, and, late night snack, have the same starting words and sounds and can be misunderstood if someone is not paying attention while listening or if someone is like Quenji, who only hears everything in food terms. Chapter 165. Summoning, Ajax Mamibi, Tau Falmer of the White Tower. After about 10 seconds since the message appeared, boom, in front of Sejun, a gigantic white dragon, Ajax, about 20 meters in size, appeared. Arg! What's this? Where am I? Ajax, who had now come to his senses, looked around and spoke. Ajax, go back. Sejun, feeling dizzy, hurriedly shouted. Just withstanding the magic power passively emitted by Ajax's breathing was enough to make Sejun feel faint. He may have acquired a dragon servant for 200 years, but he was unable to utilize him effectively. Reverse summoning, Ajax Mamibi, Tau Falmer of the White Tower. Phew. Sejun sighed in relief after reverse summoning Ajax. Did the dragon just come and go? Meow. Crewing. It was the white dragon. Theo and Quenji, who had been watching Ajax, spoke. They were already aware of the contract with Ajax and weren't too worried. Ha ha ha. Did you see? A white dragon responding to my call? Sejun shouted boastfully, trying to salvage his pride. However, Chairman Park, we aren't strangers. Meow. Crowing. That's right. It's okay even if Quenji's dad is weak. Rather than appearing strong, Sejun ended up being comforted by the animals. Thanks. Upon reflection, Sejun realized it wasn't the first or second time he had shown such vulnerability in front of the kids. There was no shame in it. I didn't faint in front of the dragon. Technically, he withstood Ajax's magic power for a few seconds, which was quite impressive. He had grown significantly stronger than before. It just wasn't apparent because of those around him. Get to work, slave. For now, Sejun instructed Ajax to harvest tomatoes and started making rice cakes again. The cycle of making and waiting continued. Just when things started to get a tad boring, rumble. While lying between Sejun's legs and enjoying a stretch from Sejun, Quenji's stomach grumbled. Quenji, want some honey popcorn? Crowing. Yes. Unsurprisingly, Quenji couldn't resist any food with honey. Then, Chairman Park, I request the development of a cherry-flavored popcorn. Meow. Theo, wanting to join Sejun in eating popcorn, requested a new popcorn flavor. Cherry flavor? Popcorn with cherry? Just the thought made Sejun grimace. Wouldn't it taste very fishy? I'll try making it. Sejun used exploding stamina corn to make popcorn. He divided the popcorn into 3 portions and started making the sauce. He took out 2 pots. In one, he mixed water and honey. In the other, cherry and water. A sweet and fishy aroma rose. It smells delicious. Meow. Crowing. It smells delicious. Quenji and Theo sniffed the aroma from the pot with the simmering cherry. Isn't it fishy? To Sejun, it was overly fishy, but to Theo and Quenji, it seemed appetizing. And so, he made 3 flavored popcorn, salt, honey, and cherry. Sejun, Theo, and Quenji began eating. Then, Chairman Park, try this one. Meow. I'm good. You eat. Vice Chairman Theo. Chairman Park. Are you disregarding my sincerity? Meow. No, it's just I feel bad eating what you like. I'll make a special exception for Chairman Park. Meow. Theo kept insisting on the cherry-flavored popcorn. I'm fine. If Theo had maliciously offered like Chairman Park, eat this cherry-flavored popcorn and suffer, meow, Sejun would have declined instantly. But, Theo, whether I'm giving this to you because it's you, meow expression, made it hard for Sejun to refuse. Crowing. Big bro. Quenji also want to eat more of cherry-flavored popcorn. Quenji, you've eaten enough, so stop eating, meow. If Quenji hadn't reduced the amount of cherry-flavored popcorn, Sejun would have ended up with even more of it. Thus, Sejun, enduring the fishy taste in his mouth, reached his rice cake making target and went to bed. White Tower, 99th floor. You bastard. How dare you summon and dismiss me at will. Ajax, enraged because Sejun called him and dismissed him on a whim. Then, Russell. He saw a document rolled up between his claws. Huh? What's this? Ajax unrolled the paper and began to read its contents. And then, what is this? When did I stamp this? Could it have been alien? Ajax was shocked to see his own seal on a contract stating that he couldn't refuse Sejun's orders for 200 years. He suspected alien. He couldn't imagine that his own grandfather, Kellyan, had done it. Then, Black Tower's farmer, Park Sejun, commands, harvest the elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power and offer it. Sejun's order appeared. Damn it. Ajax wanted to refuse, but the dragon's contract is different from contracts with other beings. Failing to uphold the contract damages their very existence. Such damage is lethal for dragons. Therefore, Ajax had no choice but to adhere to the contract. Thanks to that, Ajax finally began to work properly, getting his hands dirty. Of course, his face showed clear reluctance. Park, say. June. Ajax grinded his teeth, calling out Sejun's name. All right. Sejun got up immediately after opening his eyes. He had fallen asleep at dawn and wanted to sleep more, but he had to finish making the rice cakes today, so he couldn't oversleep. Stretching. Sejun grabbed Theo, put him on his knee, and, swoosh, added a mark on his bedroom wall, marking the start of 316th day of being stranded. Uck. My breath still stinks. Sejun smelled his own breath and frowned. He had rinsed his mouth multiple times before sleeping, but the bad breath still lingered. Then, Quack. A mushroom ant, with its antennae held high, confidently approached Sejun and showed its back. And on its back was a delicious-looking mushroom. It was an elixir mushroom. Pop. Sejun plucked the mushroom, which looked like a black truffle but was white in color. You've harvested an enhanced elixir, white truffle. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV7 has slightly increased. You've gained 250 experience points. Then, after quickly looking around, Sejun swallowed the mushroom. You've consumed the enhanced elixir, white truffle. All stats increase by 3. The strong aroma of the truffle dominated his mouth and drove away the bad breath. Ha! Now the bad smell is gone. Thanks. You did a good job growing it. Quack. The mushroom ant coolly responded to Sejun's praise and walked away. After successfully consuming the mushroom, and just as Sejun was hastily eating honey and honey jelly to get rid of the elixir mushrooms. Smell. Crowing. Daddy. Quenji's hungry. A very sensitive baby beast, Quenji, came looking for Sejun because he was hungry. Gulp. Oh. You're here? Sejun, though nervous, attempted to act nonchalant, yet his voice and gaze betrayed his unease. Crowing. Daddy, you're acting strange. Obviously, his poor acting wasn't enough to deceive the sensitive baby beast. Sniff sniff. Noticing Sejun's strange behavior, Quenji began sniffing around Sejun's mouth. At least the smell from the honey shouldn't give me away. Sorry, I was hungry and had some honey. Do you want some, Quenji? Crowing. Quenji want to eat it. Quenji's attention was shifted to the honey due to Sejun's words. Just when Sejun thought he had perfectly deceived Quenji, click. Crowing. Daddy, your hands smell delicious. Sejun had erased the scent from his mouth but forgot about the scent on his hands. The aroma of the truffle from his hands while opening the glass bottle reached Quenji's nose. Crowing. Daddy ate something delicious alone? Quenji started to question Sejun. Today, Sejun failed to secretly eat the elixir without Quenji noticing. Thus, Sejun was being interrogated by Quenji about what he ate that morning alone when, Sejun, come up here for a moment. Kaiser called Sejun to the fountain with a serious tone. Yes, I'm coming. Quenji, eat this while I'm gone, okay? Thanks to Kaiser, Sejun, who had the chance to escape, gave a bowl of chestnuts he had previously peeled to ensure Quenji wouldn't be hungry while waiting for him, and went to Kaiser. Crowing. All right. Quenji will wait while eating the chestnuts. Quenji sat down on the ground and waved one front paw at Sejun while picking up and eating chestnuts with the other. Kaiser, what's the matter? Novelby.in. Take this. With a gruff voice, Kaiser handed Sejun a mysterious black stone. It felt quite heavy, indicating its high density. Kaiser, what is this? What do you mean? What? It's food. Eat it quickly. The fact that this stone was food was surprising. You want me to eat this? Thinking he had misheard, Sejun asked again. Yes, eat it. Consider yourself fortunate. Aileen made this food specially for you. Thinking of Aileen, who had fallen asleep exhausted after cooking, Kaiser seemed to get furious again. However, what? This is a dish made by Aileen? Upon hearing Kaiser's words, Sejun's face turned pale, and he hurriedly examined the food, which did not look like food at all. Aileen's healthy meatball. The great black dragon Aileen Brittani combined various elixirs and meat, and then cooked them under high heat and pressure to form a ball. Due to the extreme pressure and heat, the meat became as hard as a diamond, but its effects are outstanding. With the help of the great black dragon Kaiser Brittani, most of the toxicities of the elixirs were neutralized, preventing side effects upon consumption. When consumed, all stats increase by 100. Chef, the Great Black Dragon Aileen Brittani. Expiration date, none. Grade, S+. Few. At least this time, thanks to Kaiser, there was no poison. But all stats increase by 100. Upon confirming that there was no poison, Sejun finally took note of the other details. Aileen had specially used ingredients from their family's elixir storage with Kaiser's permission. But can I even eat this? Just to be sure, Sejun cautiously bit into Aileen's dish with his front teeth. Clink. As expected, it was solid as a rock. It felt more like he would break his teeth rather than biting the meat. It seemed more appropriate to call it a rock ball superscript 1 rather than a meatball. What a shame. It seemed safe to eat this dish since there were no mentions of poison or bad taste. But it was too hard. TSK. What to do with this? Give it to me. I'll break it. Unable to bear it, Kaiser broke Aileen's dish into 100 pieces and gave them to Sejun. "Thank you, Kaiser. Forget it. Just thank Aileen when she wakes up." "Yes." Kaiser, with those final words, went off to drink again. Then, "Should I try eating it?" Sejun cautiously put one of the pill-sized meat pieces that Kaiser had given him into his mouth. Thankfully, he only tasted a slight saltiness. Gulp. As Sejun swallowed the piece of meat, "You have consumed a piece of Aileen's healthy meatball. You must eat all of it to gain the full effect. 99 pieces remain." A message appeared indicating that no effect could be gained by eating only a part of it. "It would be nice if my stats increased by 1 for each piece." Still, he was grateful that he could eat it this way. Although inconvenient, all he had to do was eat 100 pieces of the meat fragment. Just as Sejun was about to eat the next piece, the compressed meat expands, providing a feeling of fullness that lasts for 24 hours. Along with the message, Sejun felt his stomach expand as Aileen's compressed dish expanded inside Sejun's stomach. What if I had eaten all of it? The mere thought made cold sweat run down Sejun's forehead. TL notes. 1. Here is used, which literally translates to fist tax but is an idiomatic expression which means someone with great power or force, which doesn't translate well in English, so I have used rock ball instead to match with meatball, which roughly provides the same meaning. Chapter 166, Making Tuna Porridge. The cliff on the 38th floor's north side. Search. There is a hideout of the Three-Head Society nearby. Yes, my lord. At Ulrich's command, the Black Hawk soldiers dispersed to search. Originally, they had intended to have the captured hunter from the Three-Head Society lead them directly to the hideout, but the hunter committed suicide while being transported. Or to be precise, he was forced into suicide. The hunter had strangled himself to death. I sensed the aura of curse magic. Shaman Lucan discovered traces of curse magic on the deceased hunter's body. When the Three-Head Society lost contact with the captured hunter, a preset curse by the Three-Head Society had been activated. Due to that, the Black Hawks had to personally search for the Three-Head Society hideout. Then, my lord, there's a cave here. One of the Black Hawk soldiers who was searching down the cliff shouted. Moments later, there's nothing inside? Yes, my lord. We saw the same symbol on the cave walls as the tattoo on the man who killed himself, so it must be the Three-Head Society's hideout. But it seems they've already left. The Black Hawk soldiers who searched the cave returned and reported their findings. Already? Judging by the fact that they hadn't erased their own symbols from the walls, it seemed they must have left the hideout in a hurry. These aren't ordinary fellows. Considering their boldness in abandoning the hideout just because they lost contact with one member, Ulrich thought the Three-Head Society was no ordinary group. In that case, I must thoroughly track them down and wipe them out from the tower to ensure they don't interfere with the Great Black Dragon and Lord Theo's actions. Ulrich steeled his resolve. Krung. Another cat in turn had relayed the message successfully, and Hegel, leading the Black Wolves, arrived. Elka and the Silver Wolves had split off while descending to protect the Earth Defense Force members transporting sturdy blade green onion leaves. Lord Hegel, you're here. Yes, Lord Ulrich. Ulrich and Hegel exchanged greetings. They had met several times since Ulrich became Theo's subordinate. Did you find the hideout? Well, Ulrich explained the current situation. Leave it to us. We'll inspect the hideout briefly and return. Thank you. Hegel and the wolves entered the cliffside cave to search the Three-Head Society's hideout. And then, I've got their scent. Let's go. Sniff sniff. The wolves began to track the scent of the fleeing Three-Head Society. It's done. Finally, after steaming all the rice cakes for the cake, Sejun shouted in joy, crowing. Quenji can eat rice cakes after sleeping one more night. Quenji was also excited at the thought of eating rice cakes soon. Father and son both were happy but for different reasons. Let's begin. Sejun began crafting the birthday cake with rice cakes. First, lay down some banana leaves on the bottom. To prevent the rice cakes from getting dirty, Sejun placed many banana leaves on the ground and started stacking the rice cakes like bricks. 1 hour, 2 hours. Sejun concentrated on stacking the rice cakes. And then, done. Da. What do you think, Quenji? Sejun pointed at the towering 99-layer rice cake tower with a 2-meter diameter, asking Quenji's opinion. Crowing. It looks delicious. No, I meant the shape. Not getting the answer he wanted, Sejun asked again. However, crowing. Quenji doesn't know. It just looks delicious. Quenji had no interest in the shape of the rice cake. Sejun was a bit disappointed. But he understood. After all, they haven't seen the tower from the outside. The cake Sejun made resembled the Black Tower. He planned to have Iona dye it black with her magic later. Is it not recognizable enough? While looking at the Black Tower rice cake, Sejun began to make more rice cake dough. As time passed, Quenji's stomach grumbled, indicating it was dinner time. Crowing. Dad, Quenji's hungry. Okay, just wait a little longer. Sejun quickly prepared dinner. He made a sweet potato soup and added round balls made from the leftover rice cake dough to it, serving it to the animals. Crowing. This is chewy and delicious. Quenji enjoyed chewing the small balls. Squeak. Oak. The rabbits and monkeys also loved it. They're eating well. As Sejun watched the animals enjoy their meal, Chairman Park, I want a charu too. Meow. Alright, Vice Chairman Theo, you can have a charu too. Lick lick lick. Sejun gave Theo some charu. At that moment, why do I feel so relaxed? Sejun felt oddly at ease. He soon realized why. I feel relaxed because I haven't eaten. Thanks to Alien's meatball, he wasn't hungry. But is this a good thing? It's nice to be relaxed, but Sejun felt a bit conflicted. Chairman Park, if you're not busy, please rub my belly. Meow. I think I feel unwell. Meow. Theo said, looking at Sejun's idle hand. That's not good. Next time, Sejun thought he should drink some coffee instead of a meal next time, as he stroked Theo's belly. Pat pat. Meow. Lick lick lick. Theo enjoyed the charu with delight. When Theo finished eating, thud. Crowing. It would be nice if Dad patted Quenji's belly, too. Quenji, who had quickly finished his meal, lay down next to Sejun. Quenji knew exactly how to ask for what he needed. Alright. Without pause, Sejun used the hand that had been feeding Theo to rub Quenji's belly. As dinner came to an end, rustle. Sejun made the last rice cake decoration for tomorrow's birthday cake in the kitchen. Chairman Park, aren't you sleeping? Meow. Theo hinted at Sejun to go to bed. Vice Chairman Theo, just wait a little. I'm almost done. Okay, meow. I'll wait. Meow. Sejun still had work to do, so he asked Theo to wait. Theo's voice was weak, but Sejun thought it was just because he was sleepy. However, shiver. Man Park. I'm cold. Meow. About an hour later, Theo began to shiver. Huh? Vice Chairman Theo. What's wrong? Sejun finally sensed something was off and checked on Theo. What the? Theo, why is your body so hot? Upon feeling Theo's feverish body, Sejun was alarmed. Theo's entire body felt like it was burning. Moreover, heavy breathing. Theo's breathing had become rough. I need to bring down Theo's fever. Sejun quickly laid Theo on some leaves and tried to cool him down with a wet towel, but tight grip. I don't want to be apart. Meow. Even in his weakened state, Theo clung to Sejun's lap, not wanting to be put down. I understand. For now, Sejun held Theo with one hand and with the other, wiped his body to reduce the fever. Then he tied himself and Theo together with a rope and headed outside. Kaiser. Upon reaching the fountain, Sejun urgently called out to Kaiser. What's the matter? Why aren't you asleep? NO/V./E/L/B/1N. Kaiser, who was sipping some make-jewelry, asked. Theo is very ill. Please help. Sejun pointed to Theo, who was clinging to his lap. TSK. Foolish kid. Heal. Kaiser looked sternly at Theo and used dragon tongue magic. Flash. Theo's body began to glow green. It's done. Snore. Thanks to Kaiser's healing, Theo began to sleep comfortably. But why did Theo suddenly fall ill? It's obvious. He overexerted himself. What? Overexertion? Sejun, having never seen Theo overwork himself, asked in confusion. It's natural to get sick after blocking the power of 2 dragons. What? But he looked perfectly fine. That's because Theo is quite dense. Theo, while with Sejun, felt invincible and didn't recognize his own physical condition. As Kaiser said, Theo had been overexerting himself recently. Bearing the magic power from Alien, a high-level mature dragon, and then also the power of Ajax, it was inevitable for Theo, a meerkat merchant of the 75th floor, to feel the strain on his body. Furthermore, in that condition, he overexerted himself caring for Sejun, who had fainted and was in weakened condition, which eventually caught up to him. On the other hand, Sejun, under the care of Theo and Quenji and having consumed elixirs, quickly recovered due to his job's characteristic of not being affected by minor ailments and his "Thank you, Kaiser. If you're thankful, you get it, huh?" Kaiser said, shaking the liquor bottle with his hand. "Yes, I'll bring you 10 bottles of new wine next time." "Oh, new wine? I'll be looking forward to it." "Ha ha ha." Sejun left Kaiser, who was delighted at the news of the new drink, and went down to the fountain. "Theo needs some nourishment too." Sejun thought of making a nourishing dish for Theo when suddenly, boom, a loud noise came from the cave where Flammy was. "Flammy, what happened?" Looking down at the cave, Sejun asked Flammy. "Master, a huge tuna suddenly came up here." Flammy answered, shaking its leaf exaggeratedly. "Huh? A tuna came up?" In front of Sejun, who had been thinking of preparing a nourishing dish for Theo, appeared a giant tuna. The timing was incredible. As Sejun listened to Flammy and went down to the cave, deep-sea giant tuna, a really huge 30 meters sized tuna, was outside the pond, unable to breathe. The tuna was already dead. "This will be perfect for Theo's nourishing dish." Swish. As Sejun was happily dissecting the tuna, roll, a blue bead rolled out from the tuna's chest. "Huh? What's this?" Sejun picked up the bead and examined it. Deep-sea giant tuna's core. This is the core of a giant tuna that has lived in the deep of the dimensional sea for over 2,000 years. It contains the power of healing and water. Upon consumption, your magic power increases by 50, and you acquire the skill, healing and the talent, aquatic affinity. It has a strong fishy taste. Usage restriction, magic power over 200. Grade, A+, a strong fishy taste. This was perfect for Theo, and if Theo acquired the talent, aquatic affinity, it would be convenient to give him baths later. It's like having a cat with the ability to be comfortable in water. Vice Chairman Theo, let's eat something tasty. Sejun carefully opened Theo's mouth and put in the fishy-tasting deep-sea giant tuna's core. Meow. Mew. At first, Theo resisted as Sejun forced his mouth open. But as the strongly fishy core entered his mouth, he made a pleasant sound. The core melted quickly in Theo's mouth and was absorbed into his body. Glow. For a brief moment, Theo's body glowed a faint blue and then the light disappeared. And then, swish. Sejun continued to dissect the tuna with his dagger, putting the tuna into a pot to boil. He planned to make tuna porridge. Bubbling. While boiling the tuna, Sejun continued making the rice cakes he had started earlier, and by the time he finished the rice cakes, "Coyote, coyote, coyote, you're still awake?" Iona, who had gone to the wizard tower to complete the spell for fireworks with the wizards, returned. "Yes, I still have some work left." "Iona, please dye the cake black for now." "Coyote, coyote, coyote." "Okay." And on this rice cake, Sejun requested a separate spell for the freshly made rice cake from Iona. "Coyote." "Got it." After all the work was done, "Let's sleep now." "Coyote, coyote, coyote." "Okay." Iona quickly wrapped herself with Theo's tail and naturally moved to Sejun's bedroom. And then, snore. Goro wrong. Kayuro wrong. Morning began to dawn after the night. Finally, the day everyone had been eagerly waiting for. The birthday party had arrived. TL notes. 1. The birthday cake is made of rice cakes. That's why I have used rice cake instead of simple rice cake. Chapter 167. Crewing. It's Quenji's birthday party today. On his birthday, Quenji can eat rice cakes. Quenji, who had been waiting to eat rice cakes for days, woke up early in the morning and opened the day of the birthday party with a loud cry. However, wait, Quenji. Sejun, who had been preparing the food for the birthday since dawn, restrained the excited Quenji. Crewing? When does Quenji eat the rice cake? Quenji, who thought he could eat rice cakes as soon as he woke up, began to sound aggressive. He was getting cranky because he was hungry. "Here, eat this, Quenji, and wait until we cut the rice cake." Sejun fed Quenji a mouthful of chestnuts soaked in honey water. Chomp, chomp. Crewing. It's delicious. Cheered up by the sweet taste, Quenji started dancing, wagging his tail. If you dance like that, you'll get hungry again quickly. Guys, let's hurry up. Squeak. While Quenji was dancing, Sejun, who intended to finish the work, shouted to the rabbits who were helping him. They had to finish the task as quickly as possible before Quenji's hunger turned him aggressive again. A moment later, phew. It's done. Good job, everyone. Squeak. Sejun and the rabbits, after barely finishing the birthday party preparations, sat down with exhausted expressions and took a short break. Just then, thump, The Black Minotaurs led by the Minotaur King and Coyote. A group of wizards from the Wizard Tower led by Iona arrived at Sejun's farm to attend the birthday party. The wolves had sent a message that they couldn't attend the party as they were tracking down enemies who stole sturdy blade green onion leaves through the cat in turn, Jeff, who arrived yesterday. Alright, let's start the birthday party. As all the attendees gathered, Sejun declared the start of the birthday party. Creon. At Sejun's proclamation, a giant rice cake shaped like a tower was carefully brought out by Pink Fur. Kahaha. It's the Black Tower. Kaiser immediately recognized the tower-shaped cake instantly and smiled with satisfaction. Keek. I'm envious. Kellyan expressed his envy. However, Sejun didn't just depict a tower on the cake. At the top of the tower, there were figurines made of rice cake that Sejun had painstakingly crafted the night before. At the very front, there was a small tree with 3 leaves made from finely cut green onion leaves, representing Flammy. The leaves had different colors, reflecting meticulous attention to detail. Behind Flammy, there was Sejun wearing a straw hat and sitting cross-legged. To his sides were Black Wolf and Silver Wolf, the rabbits, and the mushroom ants. Theo and Quenji sat happily on Sejun's lap, eating cheru and honey. In reality, Quenji sitting on Sejun's lap was impossible. I promised to become strong enough to let you sit on my lap. Knowing how much Quenji wanted to sit on his lap but couldn't due to fear of hurting him, Sejun tried to fulfill Quenji's wish through the cake decoration. Behind Sejun and the animals were the Black Minotaurs, Pink Fur, and the Minotaur King. In the empty spaces of the cake, bees attached to thin rods buzzed around. Crowing. Quenji is sitting on Dad's lap. So exciting. Most were moved by the intricate details that Sejun put into the cake. It was a cake decoration that pleased everyone. Chairman Park, my dragon claw is missing. Meow. Of course, there were minor complaints, but most were satisfied. Then, the tower's administrator is upset that she's not included in the decorations. Aileen felt left out as she wasn't depicted in the cake's decorations. Just wait. That's not everything. Open the storage. Iona. Sejun spoke to Aileen, opened the void storage, and signaled Iona. Coyote. Yes. Threads of magic, move as I command. Marionette. Iona cast a spell. Roar. From the void storage, 3 roaring dragons made of rice cake, flapping their wings according to Iona's spell, and flew out of the void storage. A massive black dragon was flanked by a smaller black and white dragon. The giant black dragon represented Aileen, and the dragons flying to its sides represented the black dragon Kaiser and the white dragon Kellyan. The tower's administrator is very pleased with her size. Huh? Is that supposed to be me? What? Why am I depicted so small? Aileen was satisfied with how Sejun expressed her the most, while Kaiser and Kellyan expressed dissatisfaction with their smaller representation. Now, sing the song I taught you earlier. Happy birthday. Ignoring the dragon's complaints, Sejun began to sing the birthday song. Happy birthday, meow. Crowing. Happy birthday. Cooing. Squeak. Quack. Everyone began to sing in their own unique style. It was a discordance unlike any other. Dear. As the song headed towards its climax, Coyote. O power of fire, answer my call and bring the eternal hellfire. Iona conjured a massive flame in the sky, serving as candles. Candles weren't used because everyone's age varied, which was problematic. And then, happy birthday. Finally, the song ended. Now, blow out that fire. Sejun shouted at the animals and then blew air towards the hellfire. Knowing the fire wouldn't be put out by mere breath, Iona would cancel the magic at the right moment. Hoo, ha, meow, hoo. Coyote. Cooing. Starting with Sejun, the animals blew air towards the hellfire. Then, shush. The hellfire went out earlier than expected. Iona, it's not time yet. Kayak. It wasn't me. Iona responded in a flustered voice, looking at Minotaur King and Pink Fur. She had underestimated the power of Minotaur King and Pink Fur. Their breath from opposite sides met in the middle, creating a whirlwind. If the hellfire hadn't gone out and they hadn't stopped blowing, the whirlwind would have swept away the rice cake and everyone. Kaiu my hellfire. Iona's pride was unexpectedly scratched. Once the candle blowing ended, Pink Fur, lift me up. Sejun called Pink Fur to take him to the top of the cake for the final cake cutting ceremony. Thank you, Pink Fur. Vice Chairman Theo, bring out your claws. Got it, meow. Snap. Theo unsheathed his claws and infused them with magic power. Pewat, Chairman Park, behold the power of my dragon claw. Meow. Happy birthday everyone. Here we go. Sejun once again wished everyone a happy birthday and began to cut the cake with Theo's claw. Swish. Thanks to the dragon claw, it cut smoothly. Too smoothly, huh? It felt like Theo's claw was slicing even before making contact. This was because Theo had infused so much magic power in his claws that an invisible power emanated from them. Theo's claw sliced the rice cake in an instant, and Sejun quickly landed on the bottom layer. Kyugung. The rice cake split in two. Crowing. Can we eat the cake now, Tilda? As soon as the rice cake was cut, Quenji lunged towards it. All the other animals also began to rush towards the cake. Hidangdong. This isn't right. Sejun looked at the shattered rice cake being ravaged by the animals, with a look of desolation. He had imagined a harmonious scene of everyone enjoying the cake. Crowing. Creon. Squeak. Oak. It was a wild scene. Then, Emu. Black Minotaurs tried to pull the banana leaves spread on the floor to eat. Roll. Sejun, who was on top of the banana leaves, rolled with the rice cake. It was total chaos. However, he couldn't help but laugh. It was too much fun. No/v./e/l/b/1n. Arg, whatever. No matter what, as long as it's fun, that's all that matters. Sejun rolled around more actively on the rice cake with Theo in his arms. Meow. It's sticky. Meow. Theo was annoyed looking at his fur covered in sticky rice, but washing later would solve it. After all, Theo now had the talent, aquatic affinity. That's how the rice cake cutting ceremony ended and the real birthday party began. Here, have some make jolly. Sejun brought out 11 different flavored make jollies from the brewery. Come here and get a drink each. You have to have a drink on your birthday. One for me, one for you. Ha ha ha. Take my drink, too. Kaiser and Kellyan barged in. Sejun tried to stop the two dragons from using tricks to drink more alcohol, but he gave up when he saw the animals lining up in front of them with eyes full of reverence. Come to think of it, the dragon's authority in the tower wasn't taken lightly. To the animals, receiving a drink from the dragons that represented the two towers could be a tremendous honor to boast about for generations. While the adults were getting drinks from the dragons, hey kids, have some of this. Sejun handed out sweet snacks like chestnuts and sweet potato candies to the young animals who couldn't drink alcohol. Then, I should eat some too. Sejun sat down, sipped on his make jolly, and began to eat the other dishes. Then, the tower's administrator congratulates you on your birthday. The tower's administrator says this is her gift. With Aileen's words, a document was placed in Sejun's hand. Aileen found the document while searching the Pratani family's warehouse for Sejun's birthday gift. Persimmon farmland deed, 49th floor of the tower. Oh, persimmons? Aileen, thank you. It's a wonderful gift. Sejun, who can now eat persimmons, was delighted with Aileen's gift. He could now enjoy foods like dried persimmons, fresh persimmon juice, and other persimmon delicacies. The tower's administrator regrets not being able to deliver the gift personally. It's alright. Sejun had heard about Aileen's condition from Kaiser. If she came, it would rather be a situation to avoid. The tower's administrator says she has a lot to tell you. The tower's administrator says she met a very old grandmother in the Dragon Heart fragment. An old grandmother? Aileen told the story of meeting Kyra's lingering spirit from the Dragon Heart fragment brought by Theo. That happened while talking to Aileen. Yawn. Sejun yawned, getting drowsy from the alcohol. Along with the drinking, the fatigue from preparing for the birthday party also caught up with him. Chairman Park, your face looks so exhausted. Meow. But don't worry. Meow. Vice Chairman Theo, with healing power, will massage you. Meow. Theo began massaging Sejun's face with his front paws. Theo now had the healing skill, so Sejun felt the effect immediately as his fatigue was alleviated. However, squish, squish. Theo's paws, which still had sticky cake residue, felt unpleasant on Sejun's face. This won't do. Let's wash up first. Hee. Alright. Meow. Let's go wash. Meow. Due to the water affinity, Theo didn't resist the bath. Splash. So, Sejun and Theo headed to the fountain and stepped into the water. However, the water didn't wet Theo's fur when they got in. What? Theo chuckled, looking at Sejun. Hey, who said you could use water affinity like that? Sejun, realizing Theo's mischief, got angry. I'm waterproof now, meow. Instead of bonding with water using his water affinity, Theo had repelled it. It was a completely different use of the water affinity skill than Sejun had anticipated. Fortunately, only the fur was waterproof, so the sticky cake stuck on it could be washed off. Splash, splash. In the end, Sejun washed Theo as if he was doing laundry, dunking him into the water a few times. It feels refreshing, meow. Theo, who finished his bath without a drop of water on him, smiled contentedly. Chapter 168. After being bathed by Sejun without a drop of water left on him, Theo felt refreshed and happy. Even though he had taken a bath, his fur remained fluffy. There would be no more occasions for Chairman Park to see his wet fur. Meow meow meow. After the bath, Theo, clinging to Sejun's lap, hummed a cheerful tune. Then, I wonder where Quenji is? NOVE. L.B. 1./N. Sejun, with Theo clinging to him, descended the fountain and headed towards the area where the young animals were snacking. Quenji had obviously rolled in the rice cake earlier, so Sejun intended to bathe him as well. I should remove it before the rice cake hardens. Sejun arrived at the place where the young animals were snacking. However, why is the atmosphere like this? The atmosphere around the young animals felt strangely tense. Moo. There were 5 young black minotaurs, each about 3 meters tall, lying on the ground, and crowing. Quenji was roaring, fists raised, in front of them. Behind Quenji, there were several frozen baby rabbits and a crying young black minotaur about 1 meter tall. Did our Quenji do this? In a flash, an image played in his mind of Quenji tormenting the other animals, and the 5 black minotaurs trying to stop him. Sejun wondered if he had spoiled Quenji too much, but he had never known Quenji to strike first. The Quenji he knew was a very kind and not the first to start a fight. No way. Our Quenji wouldn't do that. As Sejun solidified his belief in Quenji, crowing, Quenji snatched a steamed corn from the hand of the fallen black minotaur. What? Did he steal their snack? Sejun's trust in Quenji began to waver instantly. It was indeed a very fragile trust. Then, crowing, Quenji handed the stolen steamed corn to the crying baby black minotaur. Then Sejun understood the situation. The older black minotaurs tried to take food from the younger one, so Quenji intervened and scolded them. Our Quenji is awesome. A proud Sejun chuckled. The baby black minotaur who received the steamed corn looked at Quenji with eyes full of admiration. Receiving such admiring gazes, Quenji approached the fallen black minotaurs. Then, crowing, the enlarged Quenji helped them up and shared snacks from his snack pocket. Crowing, as the saying goes, you get closer through fights. Quenji and the black minotaurs quickly became friends. It was a heartwarming scene fit for a children's comic. Whoever raised him did a good job. Sejun looked at Quenji with satisfaction. Then, crowing, spotting Sejun, Quenji ran towards him, and, crowing, Quenji's snack pocket is empty. Quenji will fill it up from Dad's storage. Quenji boldly requested to take food from Sejun's storage. Quenji was certainly not an attacker, but why couldn't Sejun shake off the feeling that he was? With a confused expression, Sejun obediently opened his storage. Perhaps for those heartwarming moments in comics to occur frequently, a parent's wallet needs to be full, Sejun thought, as Quenji was filling up his snack pocket from the storage. Vice Chairman Theo, please heal the kids. Today was everyone's birthday. Hoping for everyone's happiness, Sejun asked Theo to heal the young black minotaurs. Although their black skin didn't show marks, they surely would have bruises from Quenji's blows. Understood, meow. Come here, meow. Theo proceeded to heal the young black minotaurs. Consider it an honor that Vice Chairman Theo is healing you personally, meow. But you guys look like you could carry heavy loads. Meow. Would you consider becoming my subordinates? Meow. Of course. In the midst of all this, Theo didn't neglect his responsibilities as vice chairman of Sejun's farm, trying to recruit helpers to sell more crops. Crowing. All filled up. In the meantime, Quenji filled up his snack pocket. For reference, thanks to Iona's spatial expansion feature, Quenji's snack pocket now had the capacity to hold as much as a small room. Let's go for a bath, Quenji. Crowing. Understood. Originally fond of baths, Quenji did not resist at all and followed Sejun obediently to the fountain to bathe. Of course, Theo, who had acquired the water affinity, entered the water while hanging onto Sejun's knee. After the bath was finished, Splash! Quenji shook off the water from his body. Sejun had been standing at a distance all this time, as getting hit by the water Quenji shook off was quite painful. Crowing. All done. When Quenji shook off most of the water, swoosh! Sejun approached and quickly wiped off the remaining moisture with a towel. Crowing. Crowing. Quenji's sleepy. Quenji wants to sleep. As Sejun dried him, Quenji began to doze off. Kuro wrong. Rub. As Sejun was rubbing the sleeping Quenji's belly, Ajax Mamibi, Tao Farmer of the White Tower has harvested elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power. 5000 elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power are stored in the White Tower's temporary storage. The White Tower's temporary storage is full. As the temporary storage cannot accommodate more crops, the harvesting task for Ajax Mamibi, Tao Farmer of the White Tower is terminated. To transfer from the White Tower to the Black Tower, 1 million tower coins were needed. Sejun had been trying to fill up to the maximum weight of 100 kilograms each time. But there was a limit to the storage capacity of the temporary storage. Only 5,000 can be stored. Well, it can't be helped. I'll transfer all the crops in the temporary storage here. Sejun transferred the crops to the Black Tower. You have paid the basic tower transport fee of 1 million tower coins, transporting 5,000 elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power, 50 kilograms, to the Black Tower. Ajax, start harvesting again. Of course, Sejun didn't forget to remotely instruct Ajax to keep working. A moment later, flash! 5,000 elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power, 50 kilograms, have arrived. A bright beam of light dropped in front of Sejun, and when the light disappeared, 5,000 white cherry tomatoes harvested by Ajax appeared. Wow! Sejun marveled at the 5,000 elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power. Eating them all would increase one's magical power by 50,000. Of course, there's a high chance it might go as planned, so he set a modest target of 10,000. Let's taste it first. Sejun had never had a chance to taste the grade A cherry tomato before. He eagerly picked up one cherry tomato. As Sejun bit into the cherry tomato, crunch! The skin of the cherry tomato was crushed, releasing a tangy juice and a refreshing sensation into his mouth. And then, gulp! It went down his throat as if it was the most natural thing. As he swallowed the grade A cherry tomato, a refreshing feeling spread throughout his body. His body eagerly demanded another cherry tomato, and Sejun hastily began consuming more grade A cherry tomatoes. How many did he eat? You have consumed an elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power. The potential for magic stat has reached its limit. You cannot absorb any more magic power. Magic power is being discharged. What? With the message, Sejun recalled there. He knew he had a low stat potential, but he didn't expect to reach its limit so soon. Is my potential that low? So, Sejun had a low potential as well. So, what's my magic stat potential? As Sejun was about to check his magic power, gurgle, Suddenly, he felt a pain in his stomach. The discharged magic seemed to be exiting from below. Vice Chairman Theo, guard this for me. I need to go to the restroom. Got it. Meow. Sejun hurriedly entrusted Theo with the grade A cherry tomatoes and ran to the restroom inside the house. During Sejun's absence, meow, quack. It was as if a blue moon had occurred. Monsters in the vicinity lost their senses and rushed towards the white cherry tomatoes. The presence of 5,000 grade A cherry tomatoes, although not as influential as a blue moon, still affected the monsters. Meow. No, meow. Don't eat. Meow. Theo rushed to block the oncoming monsters. Phew. That was close. Sejun, who fortunately made it safely to the restroom, relaxed and leisurely checked his magic stats. The restroom was enchanted with a soundproofing spell, making it an excellent space to think as no sound from inside would leak out, and no external noise could be heard. Magic, 157.94. How sad. Sejun spoke with a desolate expression after checking his magic stat. Before eating the grade A cherry tomatoes, Sejun's magic power stat was 112, meaning he was full after consuming only 5 out of 5,000 grade A cherry tomatoes. He couldn't even digest 50, let alone the modest expectation of 10,000. What was even sadder was that no matter how many of the remaining over 4,000 grade A cherry tomatoes he ate, they wouldn't be absorbed and would just be excreted as waste. But my magic stat potential was 99. From the magic stat displayed, Sejun calculated the remaining stat after deducting the effect of talent, enhanced magic circuit, plus 6%, and he would have to check later, but he had a feeling that the potential for his other stats was also 99. Perhaps 99 was the potential of humans. Yes, that must be it. It's a human characteristic. With that, Sejun concluded that his characteristic was a universal human one. Then, on Earth, I must have the highest magic stat. Even with the help of talents or items, there's a limit to increasing a stat beyond a potential of 99. Shifting his view from the 99th floor of the tower to Earth, Sejun felt a profound sense of grandeur. With that lofty heart, Sejun stepped outside. Where did everything go? Not a single one of the previously abundant white cherry tomatoes was in sight. Then, Chairman Park, over here, meow. The voice of Theo came from below. Looking down, Sejun saw Theo hiding under the stairs of the house. Vice Chairman Theo, what are you doing there? Sejun naturally knelt down and asked. I was guarding your cherry tomatoes, meow. Theo emerged from under the stairs, looking around cautiously, and clung to Sejun's knee. Guarding the cherry tomatoes? Yes, meow. After Chairman Park went to the restroom, Theo began explaining what had happened after Sejun went to the restroom. So, you're saying the animals suddenly got excited and rushed over? Yes, meow. So I hid the remaining cherry tomatoes in my bag. But I couldn't save them all, meow. Theo said with a gloomy voice. The animals had unexpectedly rushed over, and around 3,000 of them were eaten. It's okay. Bring out the contract. Vice Chairman Theo, let's get to work. Understood, meow. Theo, revitalized by Sejun's words, sinisterly smiled and pulled out a bundle of blank contracts from his bag. They're all going to be under my control now, meow. And then, Quenji, wake up. Sejun woke Quenji, who was soundly sleeping amidst all the commotion, for catching the culprits. Crewing? Why did you wake me? Sejun popped a grade A cherry tomato into the yawning Quenji's mouth. Crewing. It's delicious. Quenji feels energized. After eating the grade A cherry tomato, Quenji quickly stood up. Quenji, find the animals that smell like what you just ate. Crewing. Got it. Sniff. Crewing. Found them. Oh, already? Crewing. The scent from Dad's mouth is even stronger than mine. How many did Dad eat? Not me, but Sejun, who was trying to catch the animals that ate the grade A cherry tomatoes, got caught himself instead. 2-5. Chapter 169. Southeast of Brasilia. Boom. While the wave from Locust paused, a sudden explosion sounded from where the Earth Defense Force members had gathered, taking a break. What was that? Is it the Locust? In the midst of the members' confusion, thud. Arg. Stealthily infiltrated hunters began attacking the members. Attack them. Simultaneously, hunters poured out from all sides and assaulted them. It's the hunters. They're ambushing us. Everyone, get into formation. Power of Ice. Amidst the chaos, Lucilia, the guild master of the Wizard Guild, issued commands to the members and began preparing her magic. It was to buy time for the members to get in formation. However, Lucilia, whose specialty was fire magic, couldn't use it near the sturdy blade green onion leaves. With no choice, she utilized ice magic to gain time. While Lucilia was buying time, the members managed to form up. However, there are too many of them. No Velbin. Compared to the 50 members of the Earth Defense Force that had managed to regroup, they were surrounded by 3,000 enemies, specifically, 1,000 hunters and 2,000 civilians. Block them. Hold on. They desperately fended off the enemy attacks, but they were continuously pushed back. Before they knew it, they had been driven far from the area with the sturdy blade green onion leaves. Damn it. Just as Lucilia and about 10 other members were barely holding on, we've secured the items. Retreat. The masked hunters began to withdraw. When Lucilia returned to the location of the sturdy blade green onion leaves, what Lucilia saw was an empty land. Damn. The masked individuals had taken all the sturdy blade green onion leaves. I ate 5. Crewing? And you're only giving Quenji 1? Upon hearing Sejun's words, Quenji turned away, showing his back to Sejun. It was his way of expressing his displeasure. Grrrr, I'm upset. No, I thought you were sleeping, that's why. If you liked it, I was going to give you more, Sejun hastily explained as he took out another grade A cherry tomato from Theo's bag. Then, here, Eat. Sejun approached the turned Quenji and fed him a cherry tomato, appeasing his hurt feelings. Crowing. It's delicious. Quenji happily accepted and ate 10 of the grade A cherry tomatoes that Sejun fed him. Crowing. Quenji's going to catch the thief who stole Dad's crops. Sniff, sniff. Quenji, having had his feelings assuaged, began tracing the scent of the grade A cherry tomatoes. At last, the dream team set out to catch the cherry tomato thief. Quenji was in charge of power and tracking. Theo was responsible for getting the contract stamped. Sejun was the victim, the owner of the stolen cherry tomatoes. Well, the last role seemed unnecessary, but, by the way, Quenji, don't you need to go to the bathroom or feel any discomfort? Sejun asked Quenji. Just a while ago, Quenji had eaten 11 cherry tomatoes, which meant an increase in magic power by 110 in such a short time. Sejun believed it would probably be fine but asked out of concern that Quenji might overexert himself. Crowing. Quenji hasn't eaten enough to need the bathroom yet, and Quenji's feeling perfectly fine. As expected, Quenji was just being Quenji. Sejun had been overly worried. You fool, always worrying about others, especially about Quenji. Just as Sejun was scolding himself for his unnecessary concerns. Crowing. Dad, follow me quickly. I've caught the scent. Quenji called Sejun, having detected the scent of the grade A cherry tomatoes. Already? Got it. Sejun quickly followed the scent tracing Quenji. Central Mato Grosso in Brazil. Step. Two men in black suits left their disciples behind and walked around the massive farm. Mr. 3, isn't the amount of sturdy blade green onion leaves less than what you promised? Michael McLaren, the vice chairman of Gagel, spoke with a voice full of displeasure to the man wearing a mask labeled 3. The agreed quantity was supposed to cover the southeast of Mato Grosso completely. Please wait a little longer. The required quantity will arrive soon, the masked man said, checking the time. And then, vroom. About 5 minutes later, dozens of trucks loaded with sturdy blade green onion leaves appeared. Wow! How did you gather such a large quantity? Just pay the promised amount. Understood. Michael took out his smartphone and sent the promised payment. I've sent it. Thank you. We'll be on our way then. With that, the man left. Vice Chairman, we have a big problem. A secretary rushed over in a hurry. What's the matter? Quickly get the workers and tell them to plant the sturdy blade green onion leaves. That's not the issue. Please take a look at this. The secretary showed her smartphone. The screen displayed Brasilia being overtaken by locusts. What's this? Michael commented nonchalantly. This was something he had anticipated. To fulfill the deadline Mr. 3 had promised to Michael for the sturdy blade green onion leaves, he naturally had to interfere with the ones planted around Brasilia. The Black Tower has disappeared. Before Michael could avoid watching the video further, the secretary jumped to the conclusion. What? The Black Tower disappeared. Upon hearing the secretary's words, Michael continued watching. Suddenly, the locusts that entered Brasilia all flew in one direction. Their target was the Black Tower, and as the locusts surrounded the Black Tower in Brasilia, whoosh! The Black Tower vanished. What? How could the Black Tower disappear? Facing this unexpected situation, Michael was taken aback. When the grade A cherry tomatoes disappeared, the monsters who had eaten them soon came to their senses. They pretended to be calm, trying to hide the fact that they consumed the tomatoes. The smell is there, isn't it, Detective Quenji? Crowing. Yes, the smell of two being eaten is here. Quenji responded, sniffing around Minotaur 7's mouth. Detective Quenji's sense of smell could even detect the exact number eaten. He. Vice Chairman Theo, it's 2. Got it. Meow. Swoosh. Theo edited the contract. The clause that had stated working for free for 10 years was changed to 20 years. Then, Pewit, stamp it here. Meow. Theo, laughing villainously like Sejun, handed Minotaur 7 the contract. It felt as though they were debt collectors rather than someone catching a thief. Good job, Quenji. Here's a sweet potato for you. While Theo was getting Minotaur 7's stamp, Sejun motivated Quenji with praise and sweet snacks to find the next culprit. Crowing. Quenji found another smell. Wait a moment. Just need the stamp. With the motivation from praise and snacks, Quenji quickly found the next culprit and, the culprit is here. Thanks to Sejun playing detective and stamp it, meow. Theo, who quickly collected the stamps on the contracts. All the thieves were caught and over 1,000 contracts were obtained in about 3 hours. They truly were a dream team. Of course, excluding one person would have increased the time to about 2 hours. Pewit, looking at the numerous contracts in his hand, Theo grinned with satisfaction. I have more employees now. Meow. It was great to have more subordinates to command. By the time they had caught all the culprits who stole the grade A cherry tomatoes, Sejun, I'm back. The golden bat, who had gone to guide the honeybees to the 83rd floor farm, luckily returned before the birthday party ended. Golden bat, good job. And happy birthday. Have this. Sejun handed over a grade A cherry tomato to the golden bat, who was late to his own birthday party because he was helping Sejun. Thank you. Happy birthday to you too, Sejun. Sip sip. The golden bat quickly started to suck on the white cherry tomato. Oh, it's delicious. The golden bat eagerly sucked on the cherry tomato. Then, gurgle, crowing. Quenji's hungry. Quenji's stomach clock indicated that it was dinner time. Just a moment. Sejun hurriedly prepared dinner. Since he only had to bring out the food he had already prepared, he was able to set the dinner quickly. And while the animals were eating, you have consumed a piece of Alien's healthy meatball. You must eat all of it to gain the full effect. 98 pieces remain. Sejun filled his stomach from the fist-sized meat pieces made by breaking Alien's healthy meatball and prepared for the grand finale of the birthday party. With the meatballs made by Alien, Sejun prepared the finale of his birthday party. Create thundercloud. Sejun spread the dark thunderclouds in the sky, blocking the light. The sky darkened, turning black. Then, Iona. Coyote. Understood. Power of fire. Power of light. At Sejun's signal, Iona, along with the wizards she had brought, chanted magic and started a fireworks show. Boom, boom. With each burst of firework, starting with Sejun, one by one the animals appeared and then vanished. Crowing. There's a Quenji in the sky. As they were enjoying the fireworks, a firework in the shape of a massive dragon, Kaiser, appeared and roared. This was the climax of the fireworks show. I bet Kaiser will love this. Sejun looked towards where the dragon statue stood, expecting Kaiser to be pleased, but, neither Kaiser nor Kellyan were in sight. Meanwhile, a massive white dragon firework representing Kellyan appeared, roaring. Where did they both go? Alien, pay attention. Your firework is next. As Sejun was telling Alien not to miss her next firework, the tower's administrator says there's an anomaly on Earth. What? What kind of anomaly? The tower's administrator says one of the 100 black towers on Earth has vanished. What? A tower disappeared. I'll explain. Kaiser, who had helped Alien in the administrative zone due to the sudden emergency, appeared and spoke. When any tower faces destruction, its entrance automatically disappears. It's to protect the beings inside the tower. What about the hunters who went in through the vanished tower? They can't get out since the tower has disappeared. But now is not the time to worry about those hunters. If 9 more towers disappear, making it 10 in total, all the black towers will vanish from Earth. What? Sejun was shocked by Kaiser's words. If the black towers disappear, it would mean the end of the Earth. In essence, it would mean leaving the planet behind. Isn't there a way to prevent the towers from disappearing? Regrettably, there isn't. This is a law set by the Creator. All we can do is delay the tower's disappearance to prolong the impending doom. It was hard to believe such a pessimistic answer had come from the usually powerful and arrogant Kaiser. Then, boom. The biggest firework so far exploded, revealing a massive black dragon, Alien, roaring in the sky before gradually fading. While watching the disappearing firework, Chairman Park, stay strong, meow. I don't know what's going on, but Vice Chairman Theo will help, meow. Crowing. Quenji will help Daddy too. Theo and Quenji, who didn't even know the situation, stepped forward to help when they saw Sejun's distressed face. And the tower's administrator says she will also help you. Alien also offered her assistance to Sejun. Thank you, everyone. Alone it might be tough, but together, there will be a way. Sejun stroked Theo and Quenji's fur while thinking of ways to prevent the Earth from easily being destroyed. Chapter 170, It's Not Free. Sejun woke up from his sleep, squinting his eyes. He had gone to bed late because he had been thinking of ways to save the Earth until dawn. Chairman Park, your face is all wrinkled again. Theo, who had woken up early for the first time in a while and was observing Sejun's face, began to press it with his front paw as soon as Sejun got up. No, there's no need to thank me, meow. Theo generously offered his kindness. Fine. Do as you please. Thud, thud. Sejun left his face in Theo's paws and organized the thoughts he had before dawn. The conclusion he had drawn after much contemplation was unchanged. His crops were effective in repelling the locusts. So, we'll proceed with the original plan. However, this time he was thinking of expanding it on a larger scale, creating a new farm. 49th floor Persimmon Farm Land Deed. Sejun planned to use the land deed document to establish a massive sturdy blade green onion farm on the 49th floor of the tower. This was to increase the supply of sturdy blade green onions to Earth and reduce the transportation distance. The labor for farming would be determined after checking on the 49th floor, but if he couldn't find enough laborers, he considered seeking help from the rabbits of the Rabbit Kingdom on the 55th floor. Then, crowing, "Daddy, Quenji's hungry for breakfast." Quenji, having awakened from hunger, came looking for Sejun. Got it. Sejun quickly prepared breakfast. "And, I'm going down the tower." While eating breakfast, he informed the animals of his plans. Naturally, he informed the dragons as well. "All right. Return safely. Take care." The dragons seemed disappointed, knowing they wouldn't get to enjoy their make-Julian meals without Sejun, but they said nothing more. While Sejun was talking to the dragons, Chairman Park, "I'm ready." Meow. Crowing. "Quenji is ready too." Theo, with his bag packed, and Quenji, with a giant lunchbox on his back, finished their preparations to descend the tower. "I'm ready too." The golden bat sat atop Quenji's bag with a tiny bundle. Clank. "Get inside the void storage." After placing the animals into the void storage, Sejun said, "Alien, I'll be back. The tower's administrator will be watching over you, so do as you please." Now, with her enhanced abilities, Alien could use the tower's features effectively, which included the ability to see situations on other floors through the crystal orb. "Knowing you're watching makes me feel reassured." Swish. Sejun smiled as he unfolded the land deed document. The summoning function for the initial engraving of the land deed for the 49th floor Persimmon Farm has been activated. Sejun disappeared as he moved to the 49th floor. Black Tower first floor. There was a commotion near the exit. "What's going on? Why can't they leave?" Some of the hunters, intending to return to Earth via the tower's exit, were unable to proceed, as if blocked by a wall. They had one thing in common: they had entered through the Black Tower located in Brasilia. They had heard about Brasilia being attacked by locusts and were in a rush to return to Earth. "Then, the Black Tower you used to enter has been destroyed. The exit is gone, and you can't leave." The message that appeared before them felt like a death sentence. Over 30,000 hunters who had entered the tower through the Black Tower in Brasilia panicked as their way back disappeared in an instant. This made other hunters realize that if the tower they entered through disappeared, they could never leave. They quickly informed their respective countries. Consequently, nations intensified their scrutiny to prevent even a single locust from getting through. In the current situation, the power and economic strength of each nation heavily depended on the hunters growing within the towers. Therefore, the disappearance of the tower was a significant loss to the nation. With the introduction of mysterious crops from the tower, its value had increased even more. "What do we do?" A member of the Earth Defense Force, who entered the Black Tower in Brasilia to escape the locusts, asked Lucilia. Among the hunters who couldn't leave were 10 members of the Earth Defense Force. "First, let's inform Han Tae-jun and ask for his help." Understood. Upon hearing Lucilia's response, they hurriedly began to ascend to the 40th floor of the tower. "You have arrived at the 49th floor farm. You have moved from the top floor, 99th floor, to the 49th floor. You have descended 50 floors. Due to the effect of, wow. No matter how he thought about it, the effect of, the idea that his stats would increase even more as he descended was like telling the weak to become even stronger. Now's not the time. Clang. Sejun quickly opened the void storage, summoning Theo, Quenji, and the golden bat. There's no telling where danger might lurk. The painful experiences on the 77th and 83rd floors had taught Sejun to never let his guard down. He quickly surveyed his surroundings. There were about 100 persimmon trees around, but not one bore fruit. The trees, filled with withered branches, certainly didn't seem to be in good shape. Then, Earth Defense Force, let's move out. Meow. A shout from Theo echoed from within the void storage. And then, flap, flap. Speed Gold is here. From the void storage emerged the golden bat, donning the bone helmet, swiftly emerged and took to the skies. Nev. Elbian. Following that, crowing. Power Honey is here. Similarly wearing the bone helmet, Quenji rolled out from the storage, positioning itself in front. Pewit, Lucky Yellow is here. Meow. Lastly, Theo, also wearing the bone helmet, came out, and struck a pose with one leg stretched forward. Roll, roll, crowing. Quenji rolled next to Theo, taking a mirrored stance. And then, flap, flap. The golden bat, which had soared into the sky, landed between the two, spreading its wings as wide as possible. What are you guys doing? To defend the Earth, we must pose like this. Meow. Chairman Park, you didn't know. Meow. Crowing. That's right. Dad should quickly come and stand in the middle. Was the middle spot for me? What are you talking about? Who said that? I saw it on Earth. The Earth Defense Force has to create a great formation. Did I do well? The Golden Bat proudly stated. After descending to the 83rd floor, it had moved to Earth. Although Han Tae-jun had promised to help Sejun to buy the building under Sejun's name, there were still numerous offices with contracts pending. While he was wandering around the offices, the Golden Bat noticed an employee watching something. Earth Defense Force power pose. The man watched intently, learning about the children's favorite show so he could play with his child later. Thanks to him, the Golden Bat could also study about the Earth Defense Force. The name and pose of the Earth Defense Force are essential. Thus, the trio had practiced the Earth Defense Force pose in the void storage to help Sejun, who was worried about saving Earth. PFFT. Sejun chuckled upon realizing what they were up to. Alright. Dragon Warrior Helmet. Summon. Sejun summoned his helmet and placed himself between Theo and Quenji, taking a stance with one knee bent. Chairman Park is here. Pewit. Now we can defend Earth. Meow. Although Sejun didn't understand their logic, Theo's confident statement somehow reassured him. No, big brother, we're still one member short. The Earth Defense Force always consists of 5 members. What? Meow? Where are we going to find another member all of a sudden? Crowing. This is a problem, as the creatures worried about finding another member. By the way, aren't there any monsters here? Sejun asked, looking around. Despite all the ruckus, nothing had shown itself. But there was another reason for that. Brothers, have you forgotten about me? Earth Defense Force's Black Earth Dragon is here. The Earth Dragon appeared, poking its head out of the ground, becoming the 5th member. Since the Earth Dragon was a pair with the Tower Farmer, it could follow Sejun wherever he went. And then, the reason for the surrounding silence became clear. Thud, thud. The moles, frightened by the Earth Dragon, couldn't approach. They peeked their heads out, each the size of a soccer ball. Hey kids, come here. Sejun called out to the moles. He had been in need of workers anyway, so finding them so easily was a good start. However, thud, thud. Moles feigned ignorance at Sejun's words. They couldn't believe the weakest one in the group was speaking. Come here when I'm asking nicely. Sejun got angry, but, thud. The moles remained unmoved. Then, how dare you defy the master's command? As the Earth Dragon stepped forward in anger, thud thud thud. The moles scattered and ran away in a hurry. At the same time, you have been recognized as the rightful owner of the land deed for the persimmon farm on the 49th floor of the tower. Land deed skill, farm information LV. Max is activated. He was recognized as the owner of the land. It seemed like chasing away the moles validated it. 49th floor persimmon farm land deed. This land deed proves the ownership of the persimmon farm located on the 49th floor of the tower. Owner, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Grade, C+. Skill, Farm Information LV. Max. Farm Information LV. Max. Size, 10,000 square meters. Crops, 104 persimmon trees. Worker, 1, landowner. Special note, moles have been gnawing on the roots of the persimmon trees, leaving them in poor condition. There are 2012 moles available to be used as workers. So, the moles were gnawing on the roots. That's why the persimmon trees looked withered. Earth Dragon, turn over the ground first. Once the Earth Dragon turned the ground, Sejun can quickly create fields using Myla's hoe later on. Yes, leave it to me, Master. Sejun gave instructions to Toriong and touched the withered branches of a persimmon tree. Farmer's Warm Touch LV. 4 is activated. The roots of the persimmon tree heal slightly while touched. It was as he had seen earlier. When Sejun inspected the soil closely around the persimmon trees, he could see mounds of raised soil. It was obvious without looking. The work of the moles. Sejun continued to heal each persimmon tree. Power Force. Go fight. The golden bat sang, healing the trees. For some unknown reason, plants seemed to thrive and grow faster when listening to the golden bat's song, even though it had no related skill. When Sejun had completely healed the roots of 5 persimmon trees, Chairman Park, Lucky Yellow wants some cherries. Meow. Crowing. Power Honey is also hungry. Theo and Quenji held their bellies and spoke. All right, just a moment. Snap. Sejun quickly made a fire with a snap of his fingers, lighting up some fallen dry persimmon branches, and hurriedly prepared food. Sizzle, sizzle. First, he roasted sweet potatoes and cherry tomatoes for lunch. And then, Vice Chairman Theo, your claws. Got it. Meow. Theo took out his claws and thinly sliced the frozen locust meat. He also planned to prepare soup for dinner. Crunch, crunch. As Theo diligently sliced the locust meat with his claws, thud. The moles, drooling, circled around Sejun, roughly 2,000 of them. Their focus was on the locust meat Sejun was cutting. Do you want to eat this? Thud, thud. The moles nodded vigorously at Sejun's question. He. Then come and eat. With a mischievous grin, Sejun handed the sliced locust meat to the moles. Thud. As the moles were enjoying the meat. But do you guys have money? This isn't free. Thud. The moles looked puzzled at Sejun's words. Vice Chairman Theo. Pewit. Moles. Stamp here. Meow. Theo collected stamps from the moles who were eating the meat, and thanks to that, Sejun could easily hire workers for the farm on the 49th floor. Chapter 171. Isn't this a death flag? Farm employment contract. Party A shall pay Party B 500 grams of locust meat and 1 sweet potato for the work done on the farm from the start to the finish of the working hours. This contract will be renewed every year, and either Party A or Party B can terminate the contract during the renewal period if they wish. Party A, Tao Farmer Park Sejun. Party B, Dually, 212. The moles did not have specific names, so Theo named them arbitrarily. Chairman Park, all the stamps are collected. Meow. Theo completed the mole's contract and ran to Sejun, jumping onto his lap. Well done, Vice Chairman Theo. The food you had today is a welcoming gift for joining our farm. Let's start fresh from tomorrow. Sejun patted Theo's head and spoke to the moles. Do-do. The moles were overjoyed when they heard that the meat they ate that day would be gifted to them instead of being paid in cash. One by one, after eating the meat, they left for home, ready to start work the next day. He. Vice Chairman Theo, did you see my negotiating skills? As expected, Chairman Park is amazing. Meow. Theo looked at Sejun with admiration, but then, crowing. Quenji. I'm sleepy. After having lunch, Quenji lay down, leaning against Sejun's back and lay down, wanting to take a nap. However, because Sejun and Theo were busy getting the mole contracts, they hadn't eaten lunch. Munch. Sejun swallowed a piece of meat that Aileen had given him. Now, 97 pieces remained. He was gradually getting full. After a quick meal, Sejun asked, Vice Chairman Theo, you want some cheru, right? Of course. Meow. Give me cheru quickly. Meow. Alright. Sejun opened a cheru for Theo. After a while, yawn. Sejun, feeling full and warmed by Theo and Quenji, started to doze off. Chirp, chirp. Pewit. Even in this situation, I, Vice Chairman Theo, am awesome, always staying alert. Meow. Theo, while eating his cheru, kept a vigilant watch. However, snore. Goro wrong. After finishing his cheru, Theo quickly fell asleep, joining the snoring duo of Sejun and Quenji. And then, pip. In the end, the one who stays vigilant is me. The golden bat, hanging from the persimmon tree, chuckled while keeping an eye on the surroundings. From here, the enemy split into 2 groups. We should also divide our forces. Hegel, who had been tracking the scent from the Three-Head Society's hideout, told Ulrich. Understood. Divide the forces in 2. Having split, they continued their pursuit and discovered, there's a passageway here. 2 secret passageways used by the Three-Head Society. They didn't know their exact use, but they seemed to connect different floors, similar to merchant routes. After confirming the enemy's routes, the divided forces regrouped. And then, quickly, check where these lead and come back. Yes. Hegel ordered the wolves, who swiftly returned with the information. The passages they found connected to the 49th and 33rd floors of the tower. One led up, the other down. I used to oversee the 49th floor. I'll take that. Please handle the 33rd floor. Understood. Then I'll take the 33rd floor. With that, Ulrich and Hegel led their combined forces of Black Hawks and Wolves, splitting up to go either up or down. After a 30-minute nap. All right, Sejun, waking up, stretched energetically. Getting up after a short nap, he felt rejuvenated. Guys, wake up. Sejun hurriedly tried to wake up Theo and Quenji. Meow. I want to sleep more. Meow. Crowing. I want to sleep more. When Sejun woke them, both responded with drowsy complaints. Then sleep a bit more. Since Sejun was the only one working anyway, he placed Theo on Quenji's belly and got up. Sejun, are you starting your work again? The golden bat, who had been keeping watch from the persimmon tree, flew over and perched on Sejun's shoulder. Yes. Golden bat, can you sing in the center of the farm for all the persimmon trees to hear? Yes. Sejun sent the golden bat to the center of the farm so all the persimmon trees could hear. Then he placed his hand on the nearest persimmon tree and began to heal it. Crowing. Quenji stood up from his spot alone. Theo quickly felt uncomfortable and had long since settled on Sejun's lap. Then, crowing, a massive vibration occurred from the ground. Crowing? Is someone there? Quoon. Feeling something strange, Quenji tapped where the vibration occurred. It was a gentle knock. Kugu. In response to Quenji's knock, something started rising from the ground. Then a giant mole, about 3 meters in size, appeared. It had horns on its head and a fresh-looking lump at the back of its head. How dare you attack me, the boss of the 49th floor, horned mole Duku. Duku, who as the boss of the 49th floor, could only leave his post for 1 hour a month, was furious to have his precious time interrupted. Crowing. No. Quenji never attacked. Quenji replied, lowering his head. He hadn't attacked, he had simply knocked lightly. Don't lie. You think I wouldn't feel the shockwave from your position? Crowing. You think Quenji is lying now? Doku's words infuriated Quenji. I'm a good bear who listens to Dad. I don't lie. And then, thump. In an instant, Quenji, who had grown to about 10 meters in size, grabbed Duku by the collar with his left hand. Crowing. Are you saying Quenji really lied? Shake. Quenji asked, shaking Duku by the collar roughly. However, what's with him? Save me. Overwhelmed by Quenji's explosive power, Duku had already fainted. Shake. Crowing. Wake up. Quenji tried to wake up Duku, but since Quenji didn't weaken his magic power, Duku kept fainting. Shake. Quenji didn't give up and kept shaking Duku to wake him up. Then, Quenji, what's happening? Sejun, who stopped his work upon feeling the strong magic, asked. Crowing. He said Quenji lied. So Quenji was explaining that he didn't. Huh? Who explains things by grabbing someone by the collar? Calm down and eat this. I'll talk to him. Sejun, who had heard the whole story, gave Quenji a snack to calm him down. Crowing. Okay. Quenji replied and returned to his original size. Then, crowing. Delicious. After eating the snack, Quenji quickly cheered up. As his anger subsided, his explosive power also diminished. Duku regained consciousness. You're the one who said Quenji lied? It's not a lie. I clearly felt the hit when I was passing by, but you said you didn't hit me. Duku, now speaking more respectfully, burst out in indignation at Sejun's words. That's my mistake. Quenji still can't control his strength. Having heard the situation, Sejun apologized to Duku. Clearly, this was Quenji's fault. Then, Quenji apologized to Duku. Sejun decided to teach Quenji that unintentional actions can still hurt others. Crowing? Why should Quenji apologize when he didn't hit? Quenji tilted his head, questioning. He had no intention of hitting, so he couldn't understand Sejun's request. Quenji, with great power comes. Sejun started, thinking of a fitting movie quote. No. He quickly cut himself off. The character who gives that line usually dies in movies. That's a death flag. Crowing? Dad, why did you stop talking? Quenji, even if you didn't mean to hit, if the other person feels hurt, it's as if you hit them. So, let's apologize to Duku. Crowing. I'm sorry, though he seemed not to understand completely. Quenji apologized to Duku as Sejun asked. That's how one learns, slowly but surely. I apologized too. I also misunderstood the situation. When Quenji apologized, Duku graciously accepted the apology. Thank you. Here's a gift as an apology. Sejun handed Duku a whole piece of locust meat. Oh, thank you. Duku, receiving the meat, Drulden couldn't take his eyes off it. "By the way, is it okay for you, a boss monster, to stay here?" "Ah, look at the time. I must return." Dooku, jolted by Sejun's words, hurriedly tried to return to the waypoint. "Let's go with him." Sejun intended to familiarize himself with the route to the waypoint and even complete the waypoint registration. Thus, Sejun, having become acquainted with the boss of the 49th floor of the tower and completing the waypoint registration in a smooth process, returned to heal the persimmon tree and spent his first night on the 49th floor. The next morning, Sejun couldn't move his right arm as if it was pinned down. Since Pink Fur was not here, naturally, Quenji slept together with Sejun, and Quenji was sleeping while holding Sejun's right arm. When looked closely, it was almost like an arm lock. Quenji, who unconsciously employed an advanced technique, was indeed a formidable creature. "Hey guys, wake up." Sejun quickly woke the animals. Starting today, the moles would start their work, and he needed to be teaching them farming. After waking the animals, Sejun left the brick house, which looked similar to the one on the 99th floor. He had built it using Myla's hoe and the land-moving skill the day before. There was also a cooking area next to it. "Let's have breakfast." Sejun quickly prepared breakfast and called the animals. While Sejun and the animals were eating, "Do-do." The moles began their day by digging tunnels. "We need to start by fixing the moles' tunnels," Sejun said, looking at the haphazard tunnels the moles had made. If the moles always arrived like this, they wouldn't be able to make a field. By the time Sejun finished breakfast, do-do, all 2012 moles had reported for work. "Today, Instructor Quenji will teach you how to create fields and plant." Crowing, "Follow Quenji." "Quenji will teach you how to plant." At Sejun's words, Quenji led the moles to the soil that Toriong had well mixed. "Our Quenji has grown so much." Sejun gazed affectionately at Quenji, who had once planted fish heads in the ground. But now, he had grown enough to teach other novice farmers. Watching Quenji, Sejun said, "Now, let's get to work." "Yes." He headed to the persimmon trees with the golden bat. Of course, Theo was attached to Sejun's knee as a default option. Farmer's Warm Touch LV4 is activated. The roots of the persimmon tree heal a little while touched. Thanks to the preliminary work already done by the golden bat's song, Sejun could heal the persimmon trees a bit faster than the previous day. After treating about 20 trees, "Look, there's a suspicious guy." The Black Hawks, who had arrived on the 49th floor to track down the Three-Head Society, surrounded Sejun. Novelbin. "Meow." "It's the Black Hawks, meow." "What? Do you know them?" Vice Chairman Theo. Sejun, putting on his bone helmet and preparing for battle, asked Theo. "Of course, meow." "They're the subordinates of my subordinate, Ulrich, meow." "Where Ulrich, meow?" Theo spoke proudly, calling for the king of the Black Hawks, Ulrich. 55 TL. Phew. Finally done with the mass release chapters. Enjoy. Chapter 172. How insolent. How dare you casually address our King Ulrich by his name? As Theo mentioned Ulrich's name casually, the Black Hawk soldiers, filled with rage, closed in on Sejun and Theo, preparing to attack. "What's going on?" Vice Chairman Theo, "weren't they supposed to be the subordinates of your subordinate?" "That's right, meow." "But it seems like they don't recognize me, meow." "Did you lie about it?" "No, meow." "I never lie to Chairman Park, meow." "They are the fools, meow." Despite being surrounded by hundreds of menacing-looking Black Hawks, Sejun remained utterly calm, exchanging words and jests with Theo. He seemed completely at ease. But Sejun had reasons to be confident. His armor, Dragon Warrior helmet, Kaiser's scales, and there. Moreover, the fierce beast Quenji was nearby. "Damn! How dare they call us fools!" "Attack those two!" Just as the Black Hawks prepared to attack Sejun and Theo, "Soldiers, halt your attack!" "Stop immediately!" Following the soldiers from behind, Lucan recognized Theo, who was hanging on Sejun's knee, and shouted as he hurriedly approached. Then, thud. "Lord Theo, we have committed a grave offense. Please forgive our impertinence." Lucan knelt and pleaded earnestly. "Lord Lucan, why?" As the soldiers were perplexed by Lucan's behavior. "You fools! Show your respect." "That is Theo Park, who bestowed the mark of the Great Black Dragon upon our King Ulrich." Lucan shouted at the soldiers, reprimanding them. "What?" Thud, thud. "We pay our respects to Theo Park, the deadly yellow cat and a subordinate of the Great Black Dragon. Please forgive our rudeness." The soldiers hurriedly knelt alongside Lucan, begging for forgiveness. Pewit, Chairman Park. Did you see? Meow. They are indeed the subordinates of my subordinates. Meow. Seeing the Black Hawks change in attitude, Theo bragged. Indeed, it's true. Sejun looked at the over 300 Black Hawks with delight. They seemed strong and capable. Pewit, I had instructed them to set up a farm on the 41st floor, so these Black Hawks even know farming. Meow. As if reading Sejun's thoughts, Theo commented. Oh, even a farm? Pewit, how's that? Meow. Quite impressive. Praise me some more. Meow. Thus, upon receiving Sejun's praise, Theo puffed up with pride. But haven't you guys heard the latest news? Meow. Suddenly, Theo began to berate Lucan. Huh? What do you mean? Now, I am Theo Park, the deadly yellow cat with the dragon's claw and subordinate of the great black dragon. Meow. Ping. Theo flaunted his claw and made Lucan memorize his new introduction. Oh, the great black dragon personally bestowed his claw upon you? Lord Theo. That's truly remarkable. Pewit, that's right. Meow. I received it after accomplishing a great feat. Meow. As Theo enjoyed Lucan's admiration, crowing, is Dad okay? Quenji suddenly emerged from the ground, asking the question. The suspicious monsters surrounding the persimmon farm had caused the moles to move through their tunnels. Yes, there was a slight misunderstanding, but it's resolved now. Nove Elbian. Sejun reassured Quenji while patting its head. Did you teach all the moles? Crowing. Yes. They are currently trying out planting. Then you've taught them well. Good job, Quenji. Sejun patted Quenji's back in praise. Kuhahi. Delighted by Sejun's praise, Quenji gently hugged Sejun's leg and presented its back for more affection, eager for more praise. Then, tat-a-tat, from a distance, the sound of something rapidly approaching was heard. And, we pay our respects to the great black dragon, Lord Sejun. The black wolves ran swiftly and bowed before Sejun. They had been tracking the scent of the Three-Head Society but had quickly come back after detecting Sejun's scent. Why are you all here? Sejun was puzzled to see the black wolves, who he thought were tracking the hunters who stole the sturdy blade green onion, on the 49th floor of the tower. We were pursuing the Three-Head Society. The Three-Head Society? Yes, the Three-Head Society is. The Black Wolves explained the information they had learned from Han Tae-jun to Sejun. So, you're saying the Three-Head Society is formed by hunters from the Mafia, Triads, and Yakuza? Sejun asked with a trembling voice. Everyone on Earth knew about them due to their infamous brutality, widely publicized by the media. Am I really involved with those cruel bastards? Sejun was genuinely scared. Even though there were entities much scarier than the Three-Head Society around Sejun, the unfamiliarity of the Three-Head Society seemed more frightening to him. Crowing? Daddy's hand is sweaty. Are you feeling hot, Daddy? Seeing the sweat on Sejun's hand, Quenji asked. No, I'm not hot. Swoosh, swoosh. Sejun quickly wiped the sweat from his hands onto his pants when, we greet the great black dragon. Lucan and the Black Hawks quickly bowed to Sejun. Shiver. They hadn't realized that the being next to Theo was the great black dragon, and became scared looking at Sejun. Merely upsetting the great black dragon could lead to death. They only hoped that the dragon's anger wouldn't be directed towards their entire race. Then, thump, from afar, with tremendous vibration, an army of 2 million Black Hawks approached, brandishing Theo's replicated flag of a black dragon tattoo and footprints. Chairman Park. The largest Black Hawk leading the army is my subordinate, Ulrich. Meow. Theo boasted as he pointed out Ulrich leading the charge. Thump. I greet the great black dragon. I am Ulrich, the subordinate of Theo Park and king of the Black Hawks. Ulrich bowed to Sejun. Thump. We greet the great black dragon. The following 2 million Black Hawks shouted in unison as they also bowed. Wow! Chills ran down Sejun's spine from the soldiers' shouts. It seemed silly now that he had been fearing the Three-Head Society. And then, right, people on Earth might not know, but in this tower, Sejun realized his position in the tower. In the tower, the Three-Head Society was far too insignificant to be feared. Black Hawks, listen, Sejun confidently shouted. Yes. The Black Hawks responded powerfully. We start farming now. Middle dot. Why no response? Yes, farming is about speed. The sooner you plant, the sooner you can harvest. Sejun had planned to sow the seeds of sturdy green onions tonight, Now that a portion of the farm was ready, and before him now stood 2 million workers skilled in farming. With this many, they could easily establish hundreds of thousands of fields in a day. While the wolves tracked the Three-Head Society, Sejun would farm with the Black Hawks. When they found the Three-Head Society's location, they could mobilize their forces. He couldn't let such good workers sit idle. We'll continue to track the scent of the Three-Head Society. Okay, eat this in the meantime. Thank you. Sejun provided some snacks to the wolves and turned to Ulrich. You geese know how to farm, right? Sejun asked Ulrich. Yes, boys, show Lord Sejun our farming skills. Yes. The Black Hawks began to move quickly. What are you planting? Sejun looked at the Black Hawks with eager eyes, hoping they had some new seed. But then, Seeing the Black Hawks burying a young Black Hawk into the ground, he felt that something was wrong. Ulrich, what are you doing? We're planting young Black Hawks. When grown in the ground, they can harness the power of the earth. What? The stone he stumbled upon turned out to be a diamond. The young Black Hawks, when buried, absorbed the earth's energy, gaining the ability to harden their bodies with its power. As a result, Ulrich actively recommended planting young Black Hawks. Sigh. Everyone, stop what you're doing. Sejun sighed and spoke. Great Black Dragon, why? Did we do something wrong? Ulrich looked worriedly at Sejun as he ordered them to stop. That's not what I meant by planting. Quenji, teach the Black Hawks how to plant as well. Crowing. Understood. Black Hawks, follow Quenji. Quenji began teaching the Black Hawk soldiers how to sow seeds. At that moment, Chairman Park, give Ulrich a mark too. Meow. Theo asked Sejun to give Ulrich a mark. Theo felt sorry seeing a black dragon tattoo imprinted on Ulrich's forehead, right along with his own footprint, and wanted to use this chance to erase it. A mark? Sejun, who was already thankful to Ulrich for happily mobilizing 4 million troops while discussing with the wolves and tracking the Three-Head Society, asked. All right, Ulrich, follow me. Yes. Sejun beckoned Ulrich aside. Then, lie down. Yes. On Ulrich's forehead, he placed a scale of Kaiser and began engraving the mark of the Black Dragon. This time, the mark wasn't a mere copy, so instead of Theo's paw, the dragon tattoo covered the entire head based on Ulrich's own power. Pewit. Ulrich, you should be very thankful to me. Meow. Understand. Meow. Theo, apart from his feelings of guilt, seemed extremely pleased. Thud. Thank you, Lord Sejun, Lord Theo. I, Ulrich, pledge my loyalty to you until my last breath. Ulrich, who had received the genuine mark of the Black Dragon, made a heartfelt vow of loyalty with his eyes full of gratitude to Sejun and Theo, bowing deeply. All right, we'll be counting on you. After engraving the mark on Ulrich and discussing various matters with him for a few hours, Sejun, who had risen to treat the persimmon tree, asked, by the way, how did you know the Three-Head Society was on the 49th floor and pursued them? He remembered the question he meant to ask the wolves earlier and posed it to Ulrich. The Three-Head Society must have been hunters, so to move between floors, they would have to use waypoints. Sejun couldn't understand how the wolves had managed to track the scent of the Three-Head Society. We came up through a secret passage. A secret passage? Yes. Ulrich explained about the secret passage he discovered while tracking the Three-Head Society. So you're saying there are 2 secret passages connecting the 49th floor with the 39th floor and the 39th floor with the 33rd floor that even hunters can use? Yes. To think that such a secret passage existed, Sejun's heart raced. If the Three-Head Society used the passage to ascend, it meant he could use it to descend. This implies he could meet other hunters. Ulrich, guide me to the secret passage right away. Understood. Ulrich began preparations to leave with a few of his subordinates. Quenji. Sejun also called Quenji, his bodyguard. The Black Hawks had already learned planting techniques from Quenji and were diligently planting green onion seeds. And just as they were about to head to the secret passage, Lord Sejun, we've found it. The Black Wolves had located the Three-Head Society's hideout sooner than expected. 1-5, Chapter 173. Secret hideout of the Three-Head Society on the 49th floor of the tower. Master Akihiro. It's urgent. What is it? A long-haired man in light clothing, wearing just his bottoms and a sword on each side of his waist, looked at his subordinate with an exhausted voice. On the left side of the man's chest, a distinct black tattoo of 3 snakes forming a circle was visible. Uniquely, only one of the snakes had golden eyes, The secret hideout on the 33rd floor is under attack. The 33rd floor. Why would that be urgent? The 33rd floor's hideout is a heavenly fortress. No one can enter. The situation is not as simple. The hideout has been surrounded by 2 million Black Orcs. What? 2 million? Ha ha ha. Then, that Pablo guy must be having a hard time. As Akiro said, the hideout on the 33rd floor, located on a narrow cliff top, was an impregnable fortress, even capable of facing millions with just 100 members. Especially near the top, the cliff's slope exceeded 90 degrees, reaching around 150 degrees, making it impossible to climb without a magic elevator from the hideout. If they held their ground, the enemies would have no choice but to retreat. However, the situation isn't as optimistic as we hoped. What do you mean? The crazy Black Orcs are trying to topple the cliff by digging at its base. These enemies were beyond their understanding. What? They're doing such a crazy thing? Yes. They can still use parachutes to escape, right? That's also difficult. Why? The 200 Black Wolves accompanying the Black Orcs are pursuing and capturing the hunters trying to escape by parachute. They might even have learned the locations of other hideouts from the captured hunters. Damn it! Quickly prepare all our forces. We need to reinforce the hideout on the 33rd floor. The 33rd floor was a crucial facility for the Three-Head Society. If it fell, all their plans would be set back. Still, moving all our forces is. It's okay. Did you forget what kind of place this is? At Akiro's words, the subordinate seemed convinced. This hideout was almost plastered with deadly traps. According to the trap setter, some traps were lethal even to the monsters of the 78th floor. If the enemies came here, it would become hell for them. I'll relay your orders, Master Akiro. But as the subordinate turned around to convey Akiro's orders, boom! A massive explosion from above caused the ceiling to collapse, burying the secret hideout of the Three-Head Society. This is the entrance? Sejun, guided by the Black Wolves, asked upon reaching the dark entrance of a cave. Yes, it is. I don't feel like going in. Places like this often had many traps, and who knows if it might collapse. Chairman Park, don't go in, meow. I have a bad feeling. And with Theo also advising against it. Quenji, it's time for the giant superhero landing attack. Sejun decided to just bring down the enemy's hideout and then search. Although it was an inefficient approach, it was the safest for Sejun. With Quenji's excellent sense of smell and the wolves around, they could speed up the search. Crewing. Got it. Boom. Upon hearing Sejun's words, Quenji excitedly jumped and expanded mid-air. Sejun rarely let him unleash his full power. In an instant, the 27 meters tall Quenji, after expanding to a height of 100 meters, majestically performed a superhero landing about 500 meters away from the cave entrance. Boom! With a tremendous sound, the ground within a 100 meters radius of Quenji sank about 20 meters. Then, crash! The force of Quenji's landing caused a second collapse, sinking the ground in a 500 meters radius around Quenji. Crewing? Dad, wasn't Quenji awesome? From the center of the sunken ground, Quenji raised his fist and shouted triumphantly to Sejun. Thumbs up. Sejun gave a thumbs up to praise Quenji. No words were needed. Our son is the best. Kwahi. But as Quenji was dancing in delight from Sejun's praise, flash! A golden light burst from the ground. And then, crash! A blood-covered golden snake emerged from the ground. Quenji, catch it! Sejun shouted, feeling that he shouldn't let it escape. Crewing. Understood. Bang! Quenji's foot pressed down on the snake's head, pinning the golden snake to the ground. Creak! The golden snake writhed, trying to free itself from Quenji's foot, but his foot was firm. Hiss! The golden snake changed its strategy and coiled around Quenji's leg, trying to squeeze him, but Quenji remained unaffected. Moments later, thud! The struggling snake went limp and collapsed. Crewing. It fainted. As Quenji picked up the limp golden snake to hand over to Sejun, flash! With a burst of golden light, the golden snake turned to dust and began to disintegrate. Crewing. By the time Quenji first stepped on the snake's head, its skull had already been crushed, and it was already dying. Clink! Something fell to the ground as the golden snake disappeared entirely. Then, guard Quenji has defeated the seventh head of the snake, Hydra, 10th apostle of destruction that infiltrated the Black Tower. You've gained 10 million experience points. 50% of the experience points earned by guard Quenji. A message appeared announcing the experience gained. Apostles of Destruction, Hydra. Sejun was puzzled by these unfamiliar terms when level up, acquired 1 bonus stat. Level up, acquired 1 bonus stat. Level up, acquired 1 bonus stat. Sejun had leveled up 3 times and reached level 60, all thanks to the immense amount of experience he gained. A quest has been generated. Job quest, sprout 10 million seeds. Rewards, unlock level 61, 500,000 tower coins, and a job combat skill. Upon reaching level 60, a new job quest appeared. Sprouting 10 million seeds seemed like a colossal task, but Sejun wasn't focused on that. He was excited about the rewards. Job combat skill. Who would have thought that even a tower farmer job would have a combat skill? Sejun was thrilled at the thought of finally having his own combat skill. Then, achievement unlocked. You've achieved the feat of being the first tower farmer to defeat an apostle of destruction in combat. You've received the title Hunter of Destruction. Although Quenji did all the fighting, because Quenji was Sejun's guard, the merit of defeating the Golden Snake was credited to Sejun. Oh, Hunter of Destruction? The title alone sounded impressive. Crowing. Daddy, Quenji found this. Quenji handed Sejun a bronze-colored coin that the Golden Snake had dropped. On one side of the coin was a snake with 9 heads, and on the other was the number 7. What's this? Sejun examined the coin. Hydra's 7th bronze coin. The coin could not be appraised, so no details were provided. Alien, can you appraise this? The tower's administrator says, leave it to her. 10 minutes later, the tower's administrator says she cannot appraise this item as it came from outside the tower. She says she will consult with his grandfather and asks you to wait. Alright, Sejun thought that if even Kaiser needed to see the item, it might take some time. Guys, for now, check if there's anything suspicious around. Sejun ordered the wolves to scout the area as they couldn't just wait idly by for Alien. Yes, the wolves rushed to the ground where Quenji was and began sniffing for scents. The Black Hawks followed them. Soon, we smell something here. Dig here. Whenever the Black Wolves found a scent, the Black Hawks dug up the ground to investigate. While the Black Wolves and Black Hawks were searching the collapsed three-head society, I should plant green onions here. Having nothing else to do, Sejun decided to plant green onions in the area. Crowing. Daddy, it's done. At Sejun's request, Quenji diligently prepared the soil for farming. Sejun could also use his skills to prepare the soil, but he wanted to save his magic power and thus asked Quenji. Good job. Land moving. Sejun scattered 500 seeds of the sturdy blade green onions on the field and swung the milers ho, and used his skill. Swish. You've planted 500 seeds of sturdy blade green onions in the magic power infused soil. Due to the effect of magic seed sowing LV 6. The chances of the sturdy blade green onions taking root increases. Due to the effect of magic seed sowing LV 6, the growth speed of the sturdy blade green onions increases for 24 hours. 9,999,500 times remaining to complete the job quest. Great. In a single scoop, 500 seeds were planted. Only 20,000 times more to complete the job quest. Of course, Sejun would probably pass out from magic power exhaustion before that. Crowing. It's all done. Yes. Land moving. Thus, as Quenji made the fields and Sejun continued to plant seeds, when about 20,000 seeds were planted. The tower's administrator says the appraisal is complete. The tower's administrator, along with Grandpa Kaiser and Grandpa Kellyan, appraised it, but it's not perfect. Along with Alien's message, a coin appeared in Sejun's hand. Hydra's 7th bronze coin. The aura of the world swallowed by the 7th head of Hydra, the 9-headed snake, holding the 10th seat among the 12 apostles of destruction, can be faintly felt. There isn't enough information, and some details are still undisclosed. Usage limit. Creator, Apostle of Destruction, 10th seat, 9-headed snake, Hydra. Grade? But Alien. What's this Apostle of Destruction? The tower's administrator says that the Apostles of Destruction are beings who have directly received power from destruction, and even the grandpas don't know much about them. Really? Being unknown even to the dragons. Sejun felt chills all over his body. He wondered what would have happened if Quenji hadn't taken the first strike earlier. What would we have done without our Quenji? Suddenly, Quenji looked very adorable to him. Have a snack, Quenji. As Sejun took out honey and sweet potatoes from the storage, crowing, it's snack time. Exciting. Quenji, who had been shoveling the soil with his front paws, hurriedly ran over on all fours. And then, crowing, Quenji has taken his seat. Quenji sat politely in front of Sejun, waiting for his snack. Cute. So adorable. Here, eat a lot. Sejun brought out a jar of honey and even the saved banana. Crowing. Thank you for the snack. Quenji started to eat the honey and other foods hastily. As Sejun was watching Quenji eat with contentment, Chairman Park, did you forget something? Meow? Theo called Sejun in a displeased tone. It wasn't mealtime yet, but Quenji was fed first, which seemed to upset him. Huh? What did I forget? Sejun replied as if he didn't know anything. Meanwhile, with his right hand, he secretly opened the lid of a jar. It was tuna porridge made as a tonic for Theo, a homemade treat. I'm disappointed. Meow. How could you forget? Meow. Theo, with a sad expression, spoke to Sejun, then sniffed. No/v/e/l/b/1n. Sniff. He smelled something delicious. Pewit. Chairman Park, what is it? Meow. What have you hidden? Meow. Bring it out quickly. Meow. Theo, unable to hide his laughter, laid down on Sejun's lap and acted cute. Alright, Theo, let's eat something delicious too. Sejun scooped out the tuna porridge he had hidden and put it in a small plate for Theo. Meow. I always believed in Chairman Park. Meow. Chomp. Theo began to eat the tuna porridge enthusiastically. There was a hint of moistness in his eyes. This guy. Lying. Sejun pretended to pat Theo's head but actually wiped away the moisture from his eyes. On day 319 of being stranded, despite meeting the Apostle of Destruction, it was an uneventful day. 2-5. Chapter 174. 99th floor of the Black Tower. How can the Apostle of Destruction enter the tower? I thought the Apostle of Destruction only appears when the Black Moon has fully arrived. Kaiser and Kellyan were having a serious conversation over drinks. More than that, Kellyan, did you feel something from the bronze coin? Yes, I felt the energy of a place called Elysian. Elysian was the name of a world that the White Tower failed to protect about 1,000 years ago. Kellyan, you felt the energy of Elysian? Kaiser, did you feel the energy of somewhere else? Yes, I felt the energy of Orton. Orton was a world that the Black Tower failed to protect 1,500 years ago. They hadn't expected the Apostles of Destruction to be directly absorbing the energy of the destroyed worlds. If we defeat the Apostle of Destruction, perhaps we can liberate the energy of the world he consumed and recreate the destroyed world. Kellyan, what do you think? It's a possibility. But did the Apostle of Destruction invade other towers as well? Kellyan started to worry about the White Tower. I'm not sure. Maybe the seventh head of Hydra got lucky, or there's a way to enter without being detected by the tower. We should inspect the tower, just in case. Just a moment. Before Kaiser could hold him back, the White Dragon statue stopped. Darn. I wanted to boast about Sejun's accomplishments. HMPH. Fine. Kaiser drank alone, regretting not being able to boast about the feat Sejun achieved. Thud. The Black Hawks brought up objects they dug from the ground, fragments of swords, shields, armors, etc. Most were broken, indicating the strength of Quenji's attack. Only a small amount of tower coins, worth a few thousand, could be salvaged. Sejun handed the small amount of money to the Black Wolves and the Black Hawks. Around the time when the search of the secret hideout of the Three-Head Society was about to end, Chairman Park. Hurry over here, meow. Theo, who had been wandering around out of boredom, suddenly called Sejun with an urgent voice. Vice Chairman Theo, could it be? Sensing something unusual about Theo's urgency, Sejun hurriedly asked. That's right. Meow. My paw is being strongly drawn to something. Meow. Theo extended his paw forward and exclaimed. Really? As expected, Vice Chairman Theo. Where? Theo's emphasis on strongly made Sejun believe this was an opportunity to find a rare item. Pewit. Over there. Meow. Theo replied and clung to Sejun's knee. Now's the perfect time for him to show off. Pewit. Chairman Park, hurry and move over there. Meow. Following Theo's pointed paw, Sejun arrived at a cliff that had collapsed. Dig there. Meow. Theo pointed to one side of the cliff. There. Are you doubting my paw, Chairman Park? Meow. No, Of course not. Land moving. Sejun used Myla's hoe to start digging at the cliff upon seeing Theo's instant annoyance. Land moving. Land moving. After about 10 digs, thud. The wall collapsed, revealing a small room behind it. And in the center of the room was a small wooden box. Sejun cautiously opened the box to find beans. Inside were 3 beans, each the size of a 501 coin. Sky-reaching bean. Plant it, and in 7 days, it will grow tall enough to touch the sky. It has a short lifespan due to its rapid growth. When consumed, height increases by 3 centimeters. Grade C. Why is this? This item was below grade B, not something that should be detected by Theo's paw. That's it. Munch munch. Gulp. Sejun was convinced that Theo's paw had made a mistake after he received Kaiser's claw. Nevertheless, he swallowed one of the sky-reaching beans. You have consumed the sky-reaching bean. Your height has increased by 3 centimeters. Sejun, who had always wanted to reach 180 centimeters in height, said, "Let's go." Having achieved his lifelong wish of reaching 180 centimeters, he consoled himself that it was a satisfactory outcome, and took Theo outside. Although his clothes became a bit short, it was a small price to pay for seeing the world from 3 centimeters higher. Meow. Seeing Sejun's lackluster reaction, Theo looked at his own paw with a gloomy face. When they came out, whoosh! Theo suddenly felt a strong force tugging at his front paw. Meow. Chairman Park. The direction of the attraction has changed. Meow. Theo suddenly stretched his front paw towards the sky and said, "What do you mean the direction suddenly changed?" "I don't know either." Meow. Suddenly my front paw. Meow. While speaking, Theo's body slightly lifted and then descended. An immense attraction. It was clear that this was an incredible item, and he seemed to understand why Theo's front paw didn't point straight to the sky but led them here first. It wasn't that Kaiser's claw broke it, but rather Theo's front paw got upgraded. Planting the sky-reaching bin to go to the sky. It had guided them to find an item that would allow them to ascend first. A strategy guide function was added to Theo's front paw. What? Why has Vice Chairman Theo's front paw performance improved so much? Pewit. That's right. Meow. Now that I am Vice Chairman Theo, my front paw has also grown. Meow. Thanks to that, Theo's pride soared once again. We have to plant this first, right? Sejun planted the sky-reaching bin in the center of the field created by Quenji. You have planted the sky-reaching bin in magic power-infused soil. Due to the effect of magic seed sowing LV 6, the probability of the sky-reaching bin rooting increases. Due to the effect of magic seed sowing LV 6, the growth speed of the sky-reaching bin increases for 24 hours. 9,984,499 times left until the job quest is completed. Whoosh! The bin grew at an astonishing speed, audible by the sound of its roots digging. Create thundercloud. Rainfall. Sejun hurriedly created a small cloud to rain, just in case the sky-reaching bin dried up and died. And once the roots were firmly in place, let's go back there now. Knowing it would take time for the beanstalk to grow, Sejun decided to come back in a few days and return to the persimmon farm with his group. As they returned to the persimmon farm, even though it was past quitting time, the moles were seen diligently sowing seeds in the field with the Black Hawks. They are working hard even forgetting to go home. Sejun looked at the moles with pride. However, so non-stop for the Great Black Dragon. Anyone slacking will have their back broken. Of course, who would dare to slack? If anyone does, I'll break their arms and legs too. Do. Upon closer inspection, the moles were working as if their lives depended on it due to the intimidating words of the Black Hawks. No matter how enjoyable the work, nothing beats going home after work. Everyone, take a break. Sejun hurriedly stopped the work and sent the moles home from their hellish overtime. Feeling sorry for unintentionally making them work late, he gave them an additional 100 grams of meat. We will go to the secret passage tomorrow. As it was getting late, Sejun decided to call it today after dinner. Golden Bat, tell Ulrich we'll go to the secret passage tomorrow. Yes. The Golden Bat, which had been quietly hiding on Quenji's back, quickly conveyed Sejun's words to Ulrich. A moment later, rumble. The busy movements of the Black Hawks could be heard. Where are you guys going? When Sejun asked Ulrich, who was leading the Black Hawks, we're going hunting. Hunting? Yes. Please wait a moment. The scouts say they've found a giant mole guarding the waypoint. A giant mole guarding the waypoint. That's Tuku. Wait. Everyone stop. Sejun quickly halted the Black Hawks. What's the matter? Did we do something wrong? Ulrich asked, observing Sejun's reaction. Ulrich, hunting is prohibited here. Come to think of it, to feed so many Black Hawks, hunting was the only way, and if they hunted in the 49th floor, the prey would inevitably be the moles, which meant fewer workers for Sejun's farm in the future. It was like cannibalizing their own resources. He had to prevent this. Then, what should we? The Black Hawks couldn't be left starving, so a plan was needed. Sejun naturally had a plan. I'll provide dinner. Clank. Sejun opened the void storage. You're personally offering this, Lord Sejun? Yes, crop gigantification. As Sejun responded, he used his skill on a power sweet potato, which grew to a size of 3 meters in an instant. How can this be? Ulrich was astonished as if he had witnessed a great miracle. With just this. Externally, Sejun pretended to be nonchalant, but internally, he was quite pleased. Here, as Sejun handed the giant sweet potato to Ulrich and was about to enlarge another sweet potato, crowing. Quenji is hungry. Quenji stretched out his front paw to Ulrich, asking for the giant sweet potato. Well, of course. Lord Quenji, please eat. Ulrich courteously handed over the giant sweet potato to Quenji. Ulrich was convinced that Quenji was a hatchling. After all, the only being that could call the great black dragon, Sejun, further was his offspring, a hatchling. And recalling Quenji's enormous superhero landing attack that destroyed the secret hideout of the Three-Head Society earlier, Ulrich began to regard Sejun with even more reverence. If a casual jump attack from a hatchling was that powerful, then Sejun would be crowing. Thank you. While Quenji energetically ate the sweet potato, Sejun enlarged other crops like potatoes and corn and distributed them to the Black Hawks. By the time he enlarged roughly 15,000 crops, using crop gigantification on stamina corn, the corn's inherent magic is forcibly channeled into its growth. Your proficiency in crop gigantification LV3 has slightly increased. Your proficiency in crop gigantification LV3 is filled, and the level increases. The crop gigantification skill level increased to level 4, and a new effect was added to the skill. There's a 10% chance that the crop's enlarged size will be tripled. Thanks to this, the work was completed faster. Once the Black Hawks were provided with food, Chairman Park, I'm hungry. Meow. I want the churro that Chairman Park sincerely made specifically for me. Meow. Nove Elbian. Theo, who had been waiting for Sejun to finish, requested tuna porridge. Okay. Feeling proud when Theo specifically requested his homemade tuna porridge, Sejun quickly retrieved a jar of tuna porridge from the void storage. Here. He poured it into a small dish and handed it to Theo. Slurp, slurp. While Theo was eating the tuna porridge, Sejun also had his late dinner. Then, tiptoe, tiptoe, lick, lick. Suddenly, Quenji, who had sneaked up quietly, was fervently eating from Theo's jar of tuna porridge. Hee crowing. Hee Big Brother's food is so delicious that Quenji can't resist eating it secretly. Quenji, who had merrily eaten all of Theo's tuna porridge, was trying to sneak away. He had aimed for a perfect crime, but crowing, huh? Quenji's face is stuck. Upon finishing and trying to pull his face out, Quenji found it trapped in the jar. Crowing. Quenji is in big trouble. Chairman Park. Quenji is eating my churro. Meow. And so, Quenji was easily caught. It seemed detective work was more suited for Quenji. 3-5. Chapter 175. The next morning, when Sejun woke up and went outside in the morning, he noticed places that had not yet been tilled were severely dug up. Did Toriong do this? Sejun assumed it was Toriong's doing and hurriedly prepared breakfast. Today was the day they planned to go to the secret passage. He couldn't wait to check out the secret passage. Let's eat. After breakfast, Sejun arrived in front of the secret passage they had used, guided by Ulrich. This is the secret passage? Sejun looked at the entrance of the passage with a distasteful expression. He imagined something like a cave for a secret passage. However, Red Lindgen. What stood before Sejun was a huge red flower with its mouth wide open. The true nature of the passage was a plant monster called Lindgen, which grew by piercing through dimensions. Pewit. Chairman Park, is this your first time seeing it? Meow. Let me explain about the Lindgen. Meow. Seeing that Sejun seemed unfamiliar, Theo confidently stepped forward. And then, okay, meow. Listen closely, meow. There are 5 types of Lindjans, meow. White, yellow, red, green. Theo, who was confidently explaining with his hand on his hip, suddenly paused, struggling to remember the last color. Then, Lord Theo Park, it's blue. Lucan, who had followed them, quietly added. But given the loud voice of the Black Hawks, Sejun heard it clearly too. Yes, it's blue, meow. Depending on its color, the Lindjan's passage length, speed of movement, and transport capacity vary, meow. And Theo continued his explanation, seemingly excited to share something Sejun didn't know. However, his explanation was all over the place and often incomplete, so Lucan kept quietly correcting him, loud enough for everyone to hear. According to Theo and Lucan, Lindjans are rare in the market and often sell for high prices. Lindjans are typically used by criminal gangs or smuggling organizations. For reference, the merchant passages of the Wandering Merchant Association were created by analyzing the structure and principles of Lindjan. Lucan added, that's right, meow. When a Lindjan sprouts, you can detach a leaf and plant it where you want to connect, and its stem will find the leaf and create a passage, meow. Theo started talking again whenever he recalled a fact, even if he had just been listening to Lucan. Pewit. Lastly, the Lightspeed Merchant Passage that the elite Wandering Merchant Theo Park, use, is even better than the best white Lindjan, meow. Theo concluded, boasting about himself. It felt like he had given all the previous explanations just to lead up to this statement. But, can anyone use the Lindjan, even if they weren't born in the tower? No. That's what's strange. Humans can't use the Lindjan. Really? Upon hearing Theo's response, Sejun approached the entrance of the secret passage, thinking he would understand better by experiencing it himself. As Sejun approached, thunk, the Lindjan closed its mouth, blocking Sejun's entry. However, Quenji, open this for me. Fortunately for Sejun, he had the all-purpose opener, Quenji. Crowing. Understood. Squeak. With its 2 front paws, Quenji forcibly pried open the Lindjan's entrance. Crowing. Daddy, Quenji opened it for you. Thanks. Just as Sejun was about to enter the passage, the tower's administrator says you must not enter. Alien stopped Sejun. Alien, why? I was just going to take a look, the tower's administrator says. Alien explained the reason why Sejun shouldn't enter. So, only those fully recognized by the tower can use the passage without any risk. The tower's administrator says that's why there's a separate waypoint that only hunters use. Sejun fell deep into thought. According to Alien's explanation, when using the Lindjan or any other passage, one temporarily exits the tower. Those recognized by the tower can use the passage without issue. However, beings that can return to Earth, like humans, would actually end up outside the moment they use the passage to exit the tower. Thereafter, it's either certain death or, if they're lucky, they end up outside the actual body of the tower, on the front lines fighting against destruction, a place where Sejun wouldn't survive. So how did the criminal organization Three-Head Society manage to use it? The tower's administrator says she couldn't be sure of the reason, but it might have something to do with the Apostles of Destruction. That's too bad. Sejun looked disappointedly and carefully inspected the flower of Lindjan. Are there no seeds? He had intended to plant a seed from the Lindjan flower, but not only were there no seeds, there wasn't even any fruit. Swish, swish. Unable to find any, Sejun cut a few petals. I wonder if it's edible? He was considering checking if it was edible. That's how Sejun ended up cutting the petals of the Lindjan flower and returned to his persimmon farm. 33rd floor of the tower. It's collapsing. Get out of the way. The Black Hawks, who had been tirelessly digging into the cliff, shouted in haste and dispersed. And then, boom, a stone pillar began to tilt and collapse. Simultaneously, a few parachutes unfolded from the hideout of the Three-Head Society. Wolves, chase the parachutes. Black Hawks, surround the enemy's hideout. Yes. Upon Black Wolf Chief Hagel's command, the Black Wolves and Black Hawks swiftly moved into action. At that moment, bang! With a loud blast, a ball of fire shot towards the entrance of the secret passage from the Three-Head Society's hideout. Inside the ball of fire was a silhouette of a person. It was Pablo, the manager of the secret hideout. After him, Hagel chased after the fireball with 5 wolves. Boom! You bastards! Just wait and see. Pablo, after landing on the ground in fury, hastily entered the secret passage, deliberately emitting a strong smell of fire. Come to the 49th floor of the tower. Pablo intended to lure the enemies to the 49th floor, a secret hideout managed by Akiro and filled with deadly traps, with the intention of killing them all. Yawn. After having lunch and a long nap upon his return from the secret passage, Sejun stretched as he woke up. And then, Goro wrong. Kuro wrong. Gurgle. Kids, wake up. He woke up Theo, Quenji, and the Golden Bat. However, yes, only the Golden Bat responded to Sejun's call immediately. Theo and Quenji showed no reaction. No choice then. Golden Bat, come here. I'll give you a massage. Sejun decided to give massages while waiting for the others to wake up. Yes, sounds good. The Golden Bat swiftly flew onto Sejun's palm. Stretch, stretch. Sejun held the wings of the Golden Bat and stretched them, gently, and gently massaged its legs. It feels good. As Sejun continued massaging the Golden Bat, crowing, Quenji, who had been leaning against Sejun's back, drowsily rolled over in front of him. And then, crowing, Daddy, Quenji wants a massage too. Quenji laid down in front of Sejun, wanting a massage. Alright, I'll give you a growth massage. Stretch, stretch. Sejun stretched Quenji's legs and body, though it seemed ineffective due to his lack of strength. However, Quenji was just happy to play with his dad. After about 10 minutes of massaging, what, meow? The last one woke up, Theo, who felt left out because only Quenji received attention. Chairman Park, massage me too, meow. Theo laid down on Sejun's lap, waiting for his turn. Alright, Sejun responded, grabbing Theo's two front paws and lifting them. Stretch, stretching out Theo's body like a glutinous rice cake. And then, shake, shake.nev.lb.1n. Sejun shook Theo back and forth, moving towards the persimmon farm. Meow. Chairman Park, this doesn't feel like a massage, meow. No, it's also a massage. Really, meow. Then keep going, meow. Alright, shake, shake. Theo found it amusing and let himself be completely controlled by Sejun's hands. Crowing. Quenji is jealous of Big Brother. Quenji looked at Theo with envy. Sejun was too weak to shake him like that. Pewit, don't worry, meow. I'll find something with my paws to strengthen Chairman Park's strength, meow. Theo, as the older sibling, comforted Quenji. Crowing? Really? Pewit, trust your big brother, meow. As Theo was reassuring Quenji, Sejun arrived at the persimmon farm. Farmer's Warm Touch LV4 is activated. The roots of the persimmon tree heal a little while touched. Sejun began healing the persimmon tree. Theo clung to Sejun's knee again, while Quenji searched the surroundings for something to eat. And massage, stretch, stretch. The wings feel refreshed. The Golden Bat, which was singing to help Sejun invigorate the persimmon tree. As each of them diligently went about their tasks, God Golden Bat has awakened a new talent, Plant Healing Singer. A message appeared before Sejun. Huh? Plant Healing Singer? Upon seeing the message, Sejun looked at the Golden Bat. I'm the 5th Golden Bat, and our youngest is a 2022-year-old Toriong. The Golden Bat was passionately singing a song it had written and composed. Then, huh? Sejun noticed a yellow glow shimmering on the branches of the persimmon trees near the Golden Bat. And, swoosh, from the branches with the yellow glow emerged green leaves. Although there were only 1 or 2 leaves, it was an incredible sight to see leaves sprouting from the previously withered trees. The Golden Bat's song had a better healing effect than Sejun's skill. Thanks to it, Sejun finished healing the persimmon tree much faster and could now focus on establishing a sturdy blade green onion farm. However, after 3 days, they ran out of seeds to plant more sturdy blade green onions. This was because they had planted seeds on a large scale, thanks to the Black Hawks. Once these grow, we should be able to harvest enough sturdy blade green onions to cover the entire earth, right? Sejun said, as he watered the field where he had sown the seeds. Then, crowing, when is Dad going home? Quenji approached and asked, seemingly missing his mother. We'll be going back soon. Do you miss Mum? Crowing. No, Quenji can wait. Quenji nodded vigorously, though it was evident he was putting on a cheerful face for Sejun's sake. Seeing his reaction, Sejun felt they should head back soon. Pack up, guys. Let's head home. Using a waypoint would make the journey quick. Ulrich, I'll be going back to the 99th floor of the tower for a bit. Please look after this place. Understood. Leave it to me. Alright. Make sure to let the moles leave on time. Got it. Sejun repeatedly emphasized that the moles should leave work punctually, fearing they might not make it home again. As they headed toward the waypoint to the 99th floor, meow meow meow, crowing, pip pip, the animals were happily humming, looking forward to returning home. Then, a person from the opposite side, a man with brown hair and a mustache, approached. Just as Sejun was about to greet the fellow human he hadn't seen in a long time, without any warning, the man attacked Sejun, crowing, Quenji wants to go home quickly. Don't get in the way or Quenji will get mad. Bam! Quenji, agitated by the interference, punched the man and then, whoosh! How dare you? Do you know who I am? The man struck by Quenji transformed into a huge red snake engulfed in flames. It was the third head of Hydra, which had been hiding in Pablo's body from the 33rd floor of the tower. 4-5 Chapter 176 We've arrived. Pablo, who used the secret passageway on the 39th floor of the tower, arrived at the 49th floor. They're following well, aren't they? Pablo looked at the entrance of Lingen from which he had emerged. Ensuring the black wolves could follow, he deliberately moved slowly. Then, he noticed that some of the petals of the Lingen were cut off. It was the mark of Sejun cutting it with his dagger, wanting to taste it. Velbin. What could it be? The thought crossed Pablo's mind that perhaps they had already discovered the secret base on the 49th floor. However, he wasn't too worried since the secret base on the 49th floor couldn't be destroyed as easily as the one on the 33rd floor. Let's go and see. So Pablo headed towards the secret base managed by Akihiro. Then, Akihiro? Pablo felt the aura of Akihiro approaching him. However, meow meow meow, crowing, pip pip. In front of Pablo appeared a cat, a bear, a bat, and a single hunter. And from the hunter, he felt Akihiro's energy. To be precise, it was the bronze coin containing the energy of the seventh head of Hydra. Akihiro is dead, Pablo quickly concluded. Naturally, anyone who killed Akihiro would be an enemy. Without any hesitation, Pablo attacked Sejun, but, crowing, bam! The bear beside the hunter countered with a punch, knocking Pablo down. Then, how dare you? Do you know who I am? Left with no choice, the third head of Hydra, hiding inside Pablo, revealed itself. You have encountered the Apostle of Destruction. Weakens the abilities of the Apostle of Destruction within 100 meters by 20%. With the message, the flame and heat trapped around by the red snake noticeably reduced. Another Apostle of Destruction? Sejun, looking at the red snake, spoke in an annoyed manner. He showed no fear. He had already seen how the golden snake was killed by Quenji. The red snake would be no different. Create thundercloud, rainfall, just in case. To prevent burns from the fire, he summoned rain to reduce the fire's intensity. Throw thunder, boom, 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 boom. He launched a surprise attack using triple consecutive thunder throws, but, whiz, the thunder was absorbed by the flames as if being devoured. As expected, Sejun's attack was ineffective. You bastard, how dare you insult me with such a pathetic attack? The red snake was furious at Sejun's attack. Insulted by a weak attack? Sejun was annoyed by the red snake's words. If it wanted a stronger attack, so be it. Quenji. Use Rising Dragon Fist. In the time it took for the red snake to divert its attention, Quenji had moved right below the red snake and Sejun shouted at it. Crowing. Understood. Bam. At Sejun's command, Quenji bent his knees and then jumped with great force, creating a massive hole in the ground. And then, crowing, Quenji won't let you bully daddy. Bam. Quenji landed a powerful blow on the jaw of the red snake that had ignored Sejun. And that was the end. Thud. The red snake turned to dust and disappeared. Bam. Quenji landed in a superhero stance, concluding the battle. Guard. Quenji has defeated the third head of Hydra, the snake with 9 heads, 10th Apostle of Destruction, that infiltrated the Black Tower. You've gained 10 million experience points, 50% of the experience points earned by Guard Quenji. Regrettably, due to the job quest, he couldn't gain experience points. Good job, Quenji. Sejun praised Quenji and patted his head. Crowing. If anyone bullies daddy, Quenji will punish them. Quenji rubbed his head against Sejun's hand as it spoke. That's right. Yes, truly a filial child. Sejun proudly stroked Quenji's head as the remains of the red snake turned completely to dust. Then, clink, another bronze coin dropped, just like before. Clack. Sejun picked up the fallen coin. On the front, like the coin he obtained before, was a hydra with 9 heads, and on the back, the number 3 was engraved instead of 7. Hydra's third bronze coin? Let's go. After checking the bronze coin, Sejun moved with the animals towards the waypoint. Stay inside for a moment. After letting the animals into the void storage, Sejun stood in front of the red crystal. Snap. As he touched the red crystal, loading other floors saved waypoint. A message appeared, and the accessible waypoints were displayed. Saved waypoints: 99th floor of the tower, 83rd floor of the tower, 77th floor of the tower. Sejun chose to move to the 99th floor. 33rd floor of the tower. Hagel noticed that Pablo, who had escaped through a secret passage, was moving as if blatantly inviting pursuit. Stop the chase here. Suspecting a trap, Hagel stopped the pursuit and thoroughly searched the enemy's hideout. Although most of it was destroyed when the cliff crumbled, some parts remained intact. During the search, Lord Hagel, it seems like we've found something. The wolves called out to Hagel. Where? Follow us, please. Led by the wolves, Hagel arrived at a spot where the Black Orcs were busily clearing away rocks. On these rocks, remnants of snakes that had been crushed and killed when the cliff collapsed were smeared everywhere. As they cleared a few more stones, what's this? Bodies of crushed snakes were revealed, and there were an enormous number of them. Easily around 1 million. What were they doing with these snakes? Hagel was lost in thought. Then, Lord Hagel, may we eat these snakes? Slurp. A Black Orc, wiping his drool, cautiously asked Hagel. Behind the orc, black wolves and other Black Orcs were watching Hagel with eager eyes. Phew. Check if they have poison and then you may eat. Yay. At Hagel's permission, the Black Wolves and Black Orcs cheered. Thanks to the Three-Head Society, they were able to continue the search happily while having a snake meat party. However, since Pablo had already destroyed all the important facilities of the 33rd floor before the cliff collapsed, the only things they obtained from days of searching were snake meat and a few items with a strange smell. Let's go back. Yes, the Black Wolves and Black Orcs, who had eaten their fill of snake meat, energetically responded to Hagel's words. Hagel then moved up the tower with his subordinates to join Ulrich. Thanks. Emu. Sejun gave green onion leaves as a token of gratitude to the black minotaurs that had carried him from the waypoint to the farm. Upon arriving at the farm, crowing, "Mommy, Quenji is here." Quenji ran towards Pink Fur and threw himself at her. Kuyong. Pink Fur also spread her arms and welcomed Quenji. It was a touching reunion between mother and child. Bang! Although a quite loud explosive sound was heard, Pink Fur easily absorbed Quenji's charge and embraced him. Indeed, mothers are strong. Then, our Sejun is back. Kaiser, who heartily welcomed Sejun, was grateful because Sejun had defeated the 7th head of Hydra, the Apostle of Destruction. Of course, the fact that the Maker Julie was almost out also played a part. Yes, Kaiser, can you also appraise this too? Thinking that even if he left it to Alien, it would eventually go to Kaiser, Sejun immediately showed Kaiser the new bronze coin he had acquired to avoid troubling Alien. What? Another Apostle of Destruction appeared. When Sejun took out the new bronze coin that had not been appraised, Kaiser's expression stiffened. It was now clear that the Apostle of Destruction knew how to enter the tower. Yes, I encountered another one on my way here. Got it. Rest for now. I'll appraise it shortly. Kaiser swallowed the bronze coin to begin the appraisal. Then, Flammy, have you been well? Sejun went down to the cave to greet Flammy. Master. Flammy fluttered its leaves and enthusiastically welcomed Sejun. Huh? You have an additional leaf? Sejun commented on the 4th leaf that had sprouted on Flammy's stem. Yes. Look at this. Da. Flammy proudly shook its 4th leaf to show off. I want to grab it. Meow. Vice Chairman Theo. No. When Theo tried to grab Flammy's leaf, Sejun hurriedly grabbed Theo. But what's the ability of the 4th leaf? It's quicker to show than to explain. Yap. With Flammy's shout, the 4th leaf turned red and the red flames seeped into Sejun's body. The flame of growth seeps in for 3 hours. The flame of growth boosts the potential that's reached its limit while it is active. Huh? Boosting potential? Hee. What do you think? Flammy seemed to lean towards Sejun, possibly seeking praise. It's awesome. While the effects remained to be seen, it was precisely the ability Sejun, who had hit a wall, needed. Pat. Sejun gently stroked Flammy's leaf that had done such a remarkable thing. And with the activation of the farmer's warm touch skill, the recovery speed of Flammy's leaves slightly increased. It feels good. As Sejun pampered Flammy, Chairman Park, Do it for me too, meow. Theo, not wanting to be outdone by Flammy, confidently lay on Sejun's lap, presenting his belly. There are too many competitors these days, meow. Theo thought to himself as he contemplated his tiring life. Alright, Sejun stroked Theo with his left hand and Flammy with his right hand, giving everyone a moment of healing time. About 3 hours later, the flame of growth is disappearing. The flame of growth increases the potential of the magic stat by 6. Magic stat potential rises to 105. Wow! The flame of growth had an effect. As Sejun was celebrating, flap, flap. The appraisal is done. Kaiser flew in and handed over a bronze coin. Thank you. When Sejun, who received the appraised bronze coin, was about to closely examine the coin, there's no significant difference from the previous one, Kaiser said. Is that so? Yes. More importantly, the situation isn't good. Just in case, carry this with you. Kaiser handed over a bracelet. It had a luxurious black gloss with gold characters engraved on it. Clearly, it was no ordinary item. Thank you. Sejun promptly put on the bracelet given by Kaiser and checked its options. Bracelet of the Dragons. Return. The Great Black Dragon, Kaiser Pradani, has personally enchanted and crafted this from a piece of his own horn. By infusing it with magic, the return magic spell can be activated, transporting up to 10 people to a designated place in the tower, regardless of any interference. Can be used once a month. Usage limit, Park Sejun, recognized by Kaiser Pradani. Creator, Kaiser Pradani. Grade, unmeasurable. Return, Sejun looked at Kaiser with a puzzled expression. An item made using a horn and only having a return spell? He had hoped for a more practical magic spell and was slightly disappointed. Of course, having a survival tool is good, but with Theo and Quenji, he had no need to flee. Don't be complacent. The Apostle of Destruction you've defeated is just a small fragment of its main body. Perhaps reading Sejun's expression, Kaiser sternly warned. What? A fragment of the main body? Yes. It was ambiguous at first, but after another appraisal, I'm sure. The Apostles of Destruction are infiltrating the tower by separating their energy. While they can't deceive the tower with just that, if mixed with other energies, some camouflage would be possible. That means you might encounter a more powerful Apostle of Destruction. Gulp. A stronger enemy? Sejun swallowed hard at Kaiser's words. And then, the Apostle of Destruction. From below, Flammy perked up its ears, listening to their conversation with interest. 5-5. Chapter 177. TL, Hank. Don't worry too much. It's just the worst-case scenario. Kaiser reassured Sejun, who looked tense. For the Apostle of Destruction to enter the tower, it needs to mix its own aura with another aura, and it won't be easy to find a strong aura that can sufficiently mix with the aura of the Apostle of Destruction. Just then, crowing, Daddy, where are you? Quenji is hungry. Having spent enough time with the pink fur, Quenji started looking for Sejun. It was dinner time. Has it gotten this late already? Sejun quickly got up and headed to the kitchen. Then, I haven't had roasted sweet potatoes recently. Kaiser mumbled to himself, following Sejun, as if wanting someone to hear. Crowing, Daddy. On his way to the kitchen, Quenji spotted Sejun and rushed towards him. Quenji, are you hungry? Wait a bit. Quenji's good, so you can wait patiently, right? Crowing. Quenji is good and can wait patiently. But if you give me a snack, I can wait even better. Even though I'm good, when I'm hungry, I can become fierce. So, give me a snack. You had to interpret the baby beast's words correctly. Well, alright. Sejun took out a handful of chestnuts from the storage and placed them on Quenji's front paws. Munch, Kwahi. Crowing. He. Now, Quenji can wait patiently. After eating half the chestnuts Sejun gave him, Quenji wagged his tail and danced happily. That's baby beast's behavior when he's happy from eating something delicious. But it also means he gets hungry again quickly. Sejun had to hurry. Swoosh. Sejun quickly filled a pot with water and put it on the fire. Then, Sejun used the relic, wealth-devouring rice dough. He then quickly made dough and began steaming pxilgi, rice cake. Tatatata. Next, he chopped up locust meat and vegetables, added them to a new pot, and boiled them. Phew, now I just need to grill the fish. Taking a breather, Sejun skewered the fish on wooden sticks and began grilling. In the meantime, he also wrapped sweet potatoes in green onion leaves and put them on the fire, making roasted sweet potatoes for Kaiser. While Sejun was busy, the delicious aroma from the kitchen spread outside. And then, squeak! Oak! Rabbits and monkeys started hovering around the kitchen. They've been waiting for Sejun's cooking for days. Come in and eat this first. Sejun shared the freshly grilled fish with the rabbits and monkeys. It's delicious, meow. I'd give this fish grill a full score, meow. Of course, Theo, who was beside Sejun, also enjoyed the meal. While Sejun took out the finished rice cakes from the pot, let them cool, served the soup, and prepared for the final boss, Nove Elbian. Crowing. Quenji can't wait any longer. Just in time, Quenji, about to get angry, entered the kitchen. All right, Mr. Quenji. Please take a seat here. Acting as a waiter, Sejun pulled out a chair for Quenji. Crowing. Bring me the dish you're most proud of. Quenji immediately took on the role of a customer, sat down, and ordered. Sejun quickly placed the prepared dishes in front of Quenji. The first dish was a cake-sized bukzilgi. Glug glug glug. As a special touch, Sejun then poured 3 dollops of honey over the bukzilgi for sweetness. Crowing. This looks delicious. The sight of honey made Baby Beast cheer. In an instant, he went from being the fierce final boss to the cute Quenji again. That's how Sejun satisfied Quenji and then placed the soup and grilled fish in front of him. Now, should I eat too? Sejun sat down and began his meal. After dinner, finish the dishes quickly, meow. Quenji, clean them better, meow. Under Theo's command, who wanted to quickly return to Sejun's lap, the animals washed the pots and dishes. Sip. Watching the animals, Sejun leisurely sipped a cup of coffee. It was a brief but sweet moment of rest. Then, squeak! The father rabbit approached Sejun. What is it? What's going on? Squeak! It's time to harvest the radishes, napa cabbages, and cucumbers. The father rabbit responded to Sejun's question. It was time to harvest the crops that had been planted before, and Father Rabbit had come to ask Sejun whether he should continue to nurture them for seeds or harvest them now. Really? Let's go and see. Sejun went with the Father Rabbit to the place where the crops were planted. Wow! The first things that caught Sejun's eye were the fully grown cucumbers and plump napa cabbages. Thunk. Sejun plucked a cucumber first. You have obtained the agility cucumber. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV7 has increased slightly. You have gained 50 experience points. Looks like it boosts the agility stat. Huh? From its name, Sejun inferred the cucumber's ability and checked its detailed options. The cucumber had an effect that improved kidney function. Ah, delicious. Crunch. After quickly wiping the cucumber on his clothes, Sejun took a bite. It tasted fresh with a hint of sweetness. Here, you try some too. Sejun cut the cucumber in half and gave it to the Father Rabbit. Then, snap. Next, he sliced off the bottom of a napa cabbage. You have obtained the wind napa cabbage. Wind napa cabbage. Intrigued by the peculiar name, Sejun checked the napa cabbage's options. Wind napa cabbage. A napa cabbage grown inside the tower. It is full of nutrients and tastes delicious. Cultivated by a farmer familiar with farming, enhancing the napa cabbage's sweetness. Upon consumption, affinity with wind attributes temporarily increases slightly. If digested, there's a chance to awaken intermediate or lower wind-related talents. Cultivator, Tao Farmer, Park Sejun. Expiration, 90 days. Grade, B. Oh, this is great. It seemed like a crop popular among mages using wind attributes. He felt he could sell it for a high price in Iona's Wizard Tower. While Sejun was considering how much to sell it for, squeak! A noise came from below. Huh? Looking towards the sound, the Father Rabbit was gazing eagerly at the napa cabbage Sejun was holding. It must have looked delicious. Squish. Here. Sejun cut a napa cabbage leaf and gave it to the Father Rabbit. Squeak. Thank you. Crunch. Crunch. The Father Rabbit expressed gratitude and began eating the napa cabbage leaf fervently. Squish. Crunch. Crunch. Sejun also tasted a napa cabbage leaf. It was even sweeter than the cucumber. I should try the radish too. Pull. While eating the napa cabbage, Sejun reached for a radish next to him and pulled it out. It was a big radish, as big as his calf. You have obtained the stamina radish. Upon checking, the stamina radish had an effect that improved lung function. Chop. Chop. Here. Sejun sliced the radish and shared a piece with the Father Rabbit. Crunch. As he bit into the radish, a crunchy texture and a sweet, refreshing taste spread in his mouth. He couldn't help but imagine a refreshing radish soup and a mantang, spicy fish stew. That sounds delicious. Sejun's mouth watered. Just then, Quenji, look, Chairman Park is eating something by himself. Meow. Theo, who was looking for Sejun on Quenji's back, shouted upon seeing Sejun. And then, crowing, is Dad eating alone? Quenji, with Theo on his back, charged towards Sejun. Fortunately, the sweetness of the cucumber, napa cabbage, and radish wasn't too strong, so Quenji quickly lost interest after tasting them. Vice Chairman Theo, pack 20 radishes and 100 cucumbers in your bag. Got it, meow. Sejun instructed Theo to pack the cucumbers and radishes. He planned to sow the rest later. The reason Sejun asked Theo to pack the crops separately was that he intended to send him down soon to trade with the hunters. It was about time for Theo to get back to work. Meow. Theo looked a little sad, realizing this. Cheer up, Vice Chairman Theo. You'll be back soon. And I have to go back down anyway. Sejun had to return to the 49th floor of the tower to check on the sky-reaching bins he had planted. Although Theo would go down alone, when coming back up he'd only need to travel from the 40th to the 49th floor. If he moved quickly, it was a distance that could be covered in less than an hour. Pewit, alright, meow. Let's go to sleep now, meow. Realizing he wouldn't be away from Sejun's lap for too long, Theo's spirits lifted again. White Tower's administrator area. As soon as Kellyan arrived, he ordered the leaders of each floor to report any suspicious beings they had noticed recently. So, there have been reports of hunters with purple crystals embedded in their hands or foreheads recently. Kellyan received reports of these suspicious beings. From the moment he heard about the purple crystal, Kellyan instinctively felt it was connected to Violet, the crystal giant of destruction, who was located at the 11th seat among the 12 apostles of destruction. I will verify this myself. Kellyan went directly to the areas reported by the leaders where these suspicious entities' hideouts were located to confirm the facts. His mere presence implied a massacre. Kellyan warned others to avoid the area so that no other entities would be harmed. Upon Kellyan's arrival, merely releasing his aura killed every nearby being. It's been a while, Kellyan. A fragment of the crystal giant of destruction, Violet, revealed itself. Of course, since the fragment contained the aura of an apostle of destruction, Kellyan disposed of it easily. Clang. When the fragment of the apostle of destruction, Violet, was destroyed, a purple coin dropped. To think that there were as many as 5 apostles of destruction in our tower. Kellyan visited the suspicious areas and looked at the 5 purple coins he had acquired during the process, wearing a grave expression. The apostles of destruction had infiltrated the tower, and, Kekakik. Wondering why we came into the tower? Obviously, it's for the tower's destruction. Their goal was the tower's destruction. The apostles of destruction intended to destroy the tower first, before the battle that would ensue when the black moon fully appeared. The next morning, blink. Sejun's eyes opened early at dawn. And then, Goro wrong. Kyuro wrong. Huh? When Sejun sat up due to the unexpected snoring, he saw Iona wrapped around Theo's tail and sleeping. She seemed to have come in late at night. Swoosh. Although he woke up earlier than usual, Sejun got up from his bed without going back to sleep. Meow. Starting his day early, Sejun marked the date on his bedroom wall with Theo on his lap. Quack. When Sejun arrived in the kitchen, he discreetly called for the ant mushrooms by imitating their sound. Quack, quack, quack. 3 mushroom ants proudly approached, antennas held high. Naturally, each of them had a special mushroom on their back. Having reached the 99th floor of the tower the previous day, Sejun briefly visited the mushroom ant colony to check on the elixir mushrooms and secretly arranged to meet them early this dawn. He. Thanks for coming out this early. Quack. In response to Sejun's words, the mushroom ants offered their backs, and Sejun harvested all 3 mushrooms. There were 2 regular elixir mushrooms, a shiitake mushroom and an oyster mushroom, and 1 enhanced elixir mushroom, a white truffle. Gulp. Sejun quickly consumed the 2 regular elixirs mushrooms, leaving the enhanced white truffle mushroom untouched on the table, and began preparing breakfast. Crowing. It smells delicious. As morning approached, Quenji, awakened by hunger, was lured by the aroma, came to the kitchen. Then, look at this, Quenji. I really wanted to eat it, but I waited so we could share. Showing the white truffle mushroom, Sejun spoke. Its aroma completely masked the scent of the elixir mushrooms Sejun consumed. This was Sejun's evolved trick. Crowing. I'm so happy Dad waited for Quenji. Elated by Sejun's words, Quenji danced joyfully. While Sejun might have been a tad deceitful, he did indeed wait to share the last piece, so it wasn't a complete lie. Here, Sejun shared the delicious white truffle with Quenji, and thanks to that, the morning of the 324th day of being stranded began peacefully. Crowing. Dad is the best. Sejun thought that next time, he'd secretly eat just one. Of course, sharing them all would be the best approach, but Sejun, being the weakest, longed to break free from this condition. 1-5. Chapter 178, Making Soju. Is Ajax doing well? After breakfast, Sejun checked if Ajax was doing the task he had assigned properly. Current tasks assigned to Ajax: Mombube, the Tower Farmer of the White Tower, planting seeds of elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power, 50,000 100,000, harvesting elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power, 3,920 28,000. A new task of planting seeds had been added to what was assigned to Ajax. When Sejun realized that eating the elixir-grade cherry tomatoes had no effect, he kept only a portion and harvested seeds from 3,000 of them, obtaining 100,000 seeds. He then used the tower's transportation to send those seeds to Ajax with instructions to plant them. Of course, Ajax had to pay the 1 million tower coins for the delivery. It would have been easier to have Ajax directly plant the harvested elixir-grade cherry tomatoes directly, but that would infringe on the exclusive cultivation rights. Sejun had to give permission and hand over the seeds himself. It was a bit bothersome, but in return, it ensured the preservation of exclusive cultivation rights, so there was no complaint. He's doing well. Seeing Ajax diligently completing his tasks, Sejun commented with satisfaction. Judging by the harvest, it seemed he would soon need to use the tower's transport system again. There were some grievances, though. Ajax's slow work pace wasn't to Sejun's liking. However, since he was following instructions, no penalty could be given, nor was it a breach of contract. Rather than confronting him, Sejun planned to ask Aileen to have a chat with Ajax when the opportunity arose. After checking on Ajax, Sejun headed to the brewery. It was to make the new alcohol he had promised Kaiser and deliver 10 bottles. Upon arriving at the brewery, the monkeys, about to start their work, greeted Sejun. Do we have any finished make jewelry stored? In response to Sejun's question, the monkeys pointed to the massive glass jars containing make jewelry. Great. Pour it in here. With the help of the monkeys, Sejun took out a massive pot, filled it with make jewelry, and sealed it. Chomp. You have consumed a sturdy strength yellow bean that boosts strength. Strength stat is increased by 100% for 1 minute. Strength stat increased by 33. Grip. After eating the yellow bean, Sejun used his enhanced strength to seal the pot and its lid so that no steam could escape. Then, poke. He made a hole in the center of the lid and attached a U-shaped tube, which was made by stretching out a fire ant carapace by Quenji, ensuring it wouldn't tear, and then rolling it thin following Sejun's detailed instructions. While making this, Sejun had requested a lot of details, so during the process to appease the annoyed Quenji, 10 bottles of honey went into his snack pouch. After attaching the tube to the pot lid and sealing any gaps with rice dough, Sejun placed the pot over the fire and began boiling it. Initially, he kept the fire strong, but when it started boiling, he reduced the heat. After some time, drip, drops of liquid began to fall from the end of the tube, and the strong scent of alcohol permeated the surroundings. Sejun was in the process of distilling the alcohol to make soju. Sniff, crowing. Big bro, it smells. Quenji, who was playing with Theo at the entrance of the brewery, said while inhaling deeply. Theo was playing with Quenji since he wasn't allowed inside. Novalbian. Of course, it wasn't Theo's choice. Sejun had placed him there before entering. Smells like alcohol, right? Theo responded while licking himself. Crowing. Yes. Quenji wants to try it too. Quenji, imitating his big brother, followed Theo's gesture and licked his body in response. He occasionally lost his balance and fell. Pewit. Quenji, you're still too young. Meow. Alcohol is for adults only. Meow. Theo replied with pride. Crowing. So jealous. Quenji gazed enviously at Theo. Pewit, Should I have a sip? Meow. With Quenji's eyes on him, Theo entered the brewery. Although he typically disliked alcohol, he took out a bottle and began drinking. Initially, he only wanted to show off, but, crewing, big bro, Quenji's envious. Being an adult is cool. Gulp, gulp. Theo, feeling the envious gaze of Quenji, got excited and drank a whole bottle of high alcohol content soju that Sejun had just distilled. Hick, meow. How is it? Meow. Pewit, aren't I cool? Meow. But why is the ground moving? Meow. Stay still. Meow. Theo, who had gotten quite drunk, scolded the ground as he staggered towards Quenji. Crewing? Big brother, are you okay? Quenji asked Theo with a concerned tone, watching Theo sway. Pewit, of course I'm fine. Theo wasn't particularly good at drinking, nor could he handle his alcohol, and certainly not strong alcohol. So after downing a bottle of freshly distilled soju in one go, he was bound to feel its effects. Thud. Theo fell to the ground. Crewing. Dad, big brother is dead. In a rush, Quenji desperately called out to Sejun from the entrance of the brewery. Flap, flap. The white dragon statue flew in front of the black dragon statue. Kellyan, how did your mission go? I found 5 fragments of the Apostle of Destruction. What? 5? Were you also up against Hydra? Number? It was Violet, the crystal giant of destruction of the 11th seat, who invaded our tower. Not just Hydra, but Violet too. The situation seems worse than we thought. It was possible that all the towers had already been infiltrated by the Apostle of Destruction. We should inform the other dragons. Violet said their goal is to destroy the towers. Destroy the towers? But why? Kaiser seemed puzzled. The existence of the towers had no effect on their battles with the Apostle of Destruction. Only the dragons could fight the Apostle. But even if the tower was destroyed, the dragons would not be harmed at all, though it might hurt their pride for not being able to defend it. However, even if it's just a small fraction of their power, the Apostles of Destruction were sending fragments to the towers, which would have no influence on the battle during the Black Moon. There must be another reason. Then, huh? What's this smell? Kellyan suddenly followed a scent with his eyes. Smell? Kaiser's black dragon statue was equipped for sight and hearing, but not for other senses. It's a strong scent of alcohol. It's coming from the brewery. In contrast, the dragon statue Kellyan crafted contained his soul, allowing him to experience all 5 senses. Alcohol scent? Flap, flap. Kaiser quickly flew towards the brewery. Kaiser, wait for me. Kellyan followed him. Sigh. How can you drink that much when you can't even handle alcohol? Sejun carried the unconscious Theo to his room and laid him on the bed. Keep an eye on him, Quenji. If something happens, call me. Crewing. Crewing? Is Big Brother going to be okay? He's not going to die, right? Quenji asked with worried eyes. Yes, he'll be fine. He just needs some time to recover, Sejun answered and headed back to the brewery. Oh, Sejun, what kind of alcohol is this? Upon reaching the brewery, he found Kaiser and Kellyan drinking the soju from a bottle. That was supposed to be for you, Lord Kaiser. What? Hearing Sejun's words, Kaiser quickly snatched the bottle of soju that Kellyan was holding. Hey, how stingy. Who's being stingy? Didn't you hear Sejun? It's my soju. Kaiser clutched the bottle of soju defensively, clearly showing he had no intentions of sharing. Sejun, make some soju for me too. In the end, Kellyan requested Sejun to produce more soju. After having a few glasses, Kellyan became completely enchanted by its flavor. This soju tasted entirely different from Makgeolli. It had a clean yet rich and deep flavor. If its alcohol content was slightly higher, it could even compete with the quality of the legendary dragon's liquor. Making soju isn't that hard. But the cost. 1 Dragon Tooth Warrior for 10 bottles of soju. A Dragon Tooth Warrior can be traded for 1,000 bottles of Makgeolli. However, with 1,000 bottles of Makgeolli, one can produce 300 bottles of distilled soju. It was a good deal. Actually, it was an incredibly profitable deal. But, I'll consider it for 2 Dragon Tooth Warriors for 10 bottles of soju. And I'll give you 10 bottles of soju today. Sejun wasn't satisfied and decided to haggle. Deal. Kellyan, eager to drink the soju, immediately handed over the 2 Dragon Tooth Warriors. Wait a bit. Sejun began filling a new pot with Makgeolli. Lord Kellyan, could you please seal this for me? This time, instead of consuming the sturdy strength yellow bean, Sejun requested Kellyan's assistance. Seal. Kellyan quickly sealed the pot. Sejun then plugged a U-shaped tube, which he had made as a backup, into the sealed pot made by Kellyanne and then repeated the same distillation process to make the soju. Just watch this for a moment. Ok. After confirming that the alcohol was properly distilled, Sejun left the brewery to the monkeys and moved to the kitchen and open the storage. Greek. Sejun took out a large pot from the secret storage that he kept hidden from Quenji, and began warming up tuna porridge he scooped into a smaller pot. Sejun finely chopped detoxifying green onions and elixir-grade A cherry tomatoes into the tuna porridge, ensuring that Theo, who only eats grilled fish and churro, wouldn't notice. The detoxifying green onion was for detoxifying alcohol, and the elixir-grade A cherry tomatoes were for nourishment. It's ready. Sejun, holding the finished tuna porridge, approached the bedroom. Ugh, meow. My head hurts so much, meow. Am I dying, meow? Where Theo, holding his head, weakly spoke with a pale face. Crowing. Big brother, you can't die. Quenji cried, holding onto Theo's front paw. I'm sorry, Quenji, meow. I think this is the end for me, meow. If I die, please take care of Chairman Park's knees, meow. The two were being melodramatic. That's just a hangover, Sejun said, sitting next to Theo. I knew it would be a deadly disease, meow. You idiot, it's just a hangover. Theo seemed convinced he was dying. Here, eat this quickly. It'll make you feel better. To prevent Theo from having any more negative thoughts, Sejun hurriedly scooped the tuna porridge and brought it to him. My appetite is, meow. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Drawn by the appetizing smell, Theo eagerly licked up the tuna porridge. Thankfully, the finely chopped green onions and cherry tomatoes were undetectable. Theo enjoyed the meal. A short while later, phew. I'm cured, meow. Chairman Park is amazing, meow. Thanks to the detoxifying green onions, Theo, having detoxified the alcohol, sprung up energetically and clung to Sejun's lap. Crowing. It's a relief, big brother. Quenji was delighted to see Theo in good health again, and Quenji vowed never to drink alcohol even when he grew up, believing drinking alcohol leads to a deadly disease called hangover. Theo had set a good example for Quenji. Sejun, having cured Theo's hangover, proceeded to make more soju. The next morning, Chairman Park, I'll be right back, meow. Sejun quickly sent Theo off, hoping he wouldn't get into any trouble. And, Taru, long time no see, meow. Theo confidently headed straight for the 75th floor lost and found storage. Why are you here again? Taru tried to sound indifferent, but couldn't completely hide the joy. Theo's visits made things less boring. Silly superscript 1, meow. Of course, I came to draw, meow. Here's 1,000 Tau coins, meow. Theo proudly handed over the money. Pewit. I'm going to bring something impressive to Chairman Park and will surely receive praise, meow. Laughing, Theo entered the lost and found storage. TL notes. 1. Here, the Korean word used is a friendly way of saying fool or idiot, so I have used silly, which does sound a bit odd, but I couldn't think of any other way of representing it. 2.5. Chapter 179. I thought I was going to get caught. Meow meow meow. Theo boldly entered the room on the far right, the fourth from the end of the hallway. In the lost and found storage. Inside, there was a massive pile of junk, about the size of pink fur. Splash. Theo boldly jumped into the pile of junk. Now that he could use his water affinity ability, he could clean himself comfortably, so he had no reason to shy away from the dust. Where is it, meow? Theo moved around inside the pile of junk as if swimming, following the pull of his front paw. And then, this is it, meow. Theo picked up a palm-sized bronze plaque, and with this, he felt that Chairman Park's satisfaction level would reach close to a perfect 10. Chairman Park's satisfaction level was a new metric Theo had derived from observing Sejun all this while. Pewit, Chairman Park will be grateful to me, meow. Theo happily left the lost and found storage holding the bronze plaque. You're really going with that? Tara looked at Theo, who had come out covered in dust for the sake of a single tarnished bronze plaque, and asked. Although he knew that asking wouldn't change Theo's mind, he couldn't help but feel pity. Yes, meow. As expected, Theo firmly answered. Maybe he didn't realize he was wasting money here. Alright, see you again. Meow. I won't come back, meow. To Taru's words, Theo gave an unexpected reply. Huh? Why? Taru was taken aback. When told not to come, he would repeatedly come, but when told to come, he wouldn't. There's nothing left for me to take from here, Meow. Always taking junk. He seemed to have his own standards. Then, next time, I'll let you into a different lost and found storage. Noticing that Theo had a peculiar taste for items in bad condition, Taru enticed him with another storage full of discarded items and items deemed unnecessary for the lost and found were kept. There were also many junk items there, so Taru thought Theo would definitely be interested. Meow, there's another lost and found storage. Meow. As expected, Theo reacted. Yes. So come back again next time. Got it. Meow. See you next time. Meow. Theo left the lost and found storage and quickly moved to the 40th floor. Land moving. You have planted 500 magical cherry tomato seeds in the magic power infused soil. Due to the effect of magic seed sowing LV 6, the probability of the magical cherry tomato seeds taking root increases. Due to the effect of magic seed sowing LV 6, the growth speed of the magical cherry tomato seeds will increase for 24 hours. You have 7,733,817 times left until job quest completion. After sending Theo off, Sejun was diligently planting tomatoes to complete his job quest. Then, crewing? Dad, where's Quenji's grandma? Suddenly, Quenji started looking for Grandma. Grandma? My mum? Crewing. Yes. Quenji's grandma is Dad's mum. Why are you suddenly looking for Grandma? Crewing. The monkey uncles told me that if there's a grandma, she'd give lots of tasty snacks and tell fun stories. It seemed like Quenji had heard something from the monkeys, but Quenji, were you lacking snacks? Sejun felt a little sad that Quenji was still looking for more snacks even though he had given him so much. And apart from that, Grandma. Sejun was reminded of his family by Quenji's words. Lately, he's been secretly sending money and checking on their well-being. This is because there were forces trying to approach his family to get the crops he sells. While most just observed from afar, some had malicious intentions. So, Sejun asked Han Tae-jun to protect his family, and using one of Theo's favors, Theo had Han Tae-jun ensure the safety of Sejun's family. Thanks to that, security personnel, disguised as neighbors, were living in the apartments next to, above, and below Sejun's apartment. Additionally, guards disguised as apartment security and cleaners were on duty. Of course, guards in disguise were also stationed at the workplace of Sejun's father, Park Chan-ho, and at the school of Sejun's younger brother, Park Se-dol. While hiring all these people would usually cost a fortune, selling a few of Sejun's crops would easily sustain a security force 100 times the current size. I miss the kimchi stew my mom used to make, Sejun said in a longing voice. He often got irritated at his mother for serving kimchi stew every day, but now, that very kimchi stew is what he craved the most. Crewing? Does Quenji not have a grandma there? It seemed Quenji misunderstood Sejun's expression. Why wouldn't you have one? It's just that you can't see her right now. You have a grandmother, a grandfather, and a younger dad. Crewing? Crewing. Really? That's exciting. Hearing Sejun's words, Quenji joyfully danced, shaking both his tail and shoulders. There were now more people to give Quenji snacks. Shall we practice how to greet your grandmother when we meet her? Crewing. Yes. Quenji nodded vigorously at Sejun's suggestion. First impressions are crucial. Quenji started special training to get more snacks from Grandma. Now, bow at a 90-degree angle like this and say, "Hello, Grandma." "I'm Quenji." Dad will demonstrate. Sejun placed his hand on his belly and bowed 90 degrees. Crewing. Crewing. "Hello, Grandma." "I am Quenji." Quenji, mimicking Sejun, placed his front paws on his belly and bowed 90 degrees. However, as he lowered his head, his center of gravity shifted too far forward. Quenji thought, he couldn't fall. If he failed, he might not get snacks. Crewing. With a determined look, Quenji dug his toes into the ground, solving a small problem through his sheer physical prowess. Good job. Crewing? Is that it? Quenji looked puzzled at Sejun's praise. Yes. If you do just that, your grandmother might just faint from cuteness. Sejun's mother, Kim Mi-ran, had a weak spot for cute animals. And now the cutest creature, Quenji, greeted her like that. It was a surefire way to capture her heart. Then, crewing. Quenji won't do that. Even if Dad dislikes Grandma, Quenji won't hurt her. Quenji seemed to have misunderstood Sejun's words, thinking Sejun wanted to use him to hurt his grandmother because he didn't like her. What? Ha ha ha. Sejun burst into laughter at Quenji's misunderstood words. The way Quenji thought was just too cute. Crowing. Quenji is serious. If you hate grandma, then you're a bad person. Angry, Quenji took out his branch stick. Whoa. No, that's not what I meant. Sejun quickly tried to calm Quenji down and explain. Crowing? Will grandma really be that happy to see Quenji? Yes, for sure. She might keep giving you snacks until Quenji asks her to stop. Crowing? Crowing. Really? Quenji wants to see grandma soon. Hearing Sejun's words, Quenji wished he could meet his grandmother sooner. Later, was Quenji imagining meeting his grandmother? Quenji chuckled to himself. Quenji, play around here. Crowing. Okay. Sejun let Quenji play and went back to planting cherry tomatoes. As lunchtime approached, that's enough for now. Sejun decided to make a move before Quenji's belly clock rang its hunger alarm. While Sejun was on his way to the kitchen, thud, a vibration shook the ground. It came from the cave where Flammy was. What's going on, Flammy? Descending into the cave, Sejun asked. Master, another tuna suddenly appeared in the pond today. Flammy pointed at the tuna that had appeared in the pond using a leaf. Oh, really? We can have it for lunch. But what's going on here? Why does the tuna keep coming up on its own? Sejun marveled as he examined the tuna. Although smaller than the last one, it was still about 10 meters in length. I need to cut it up and store it in the freezer in void storage. While Sejun was diligently processing the tuna, clang clang, something fell from the tuna's mouth, making a series of cheerful sounds. Huh? When Sejun looked toward the source of the noise, there were 1 gray coin on 2 green coins, a total of 3 coins lying on the ground. Kraken's gray coin? Leviathan's green coin? At first glance, these were the coins dropped when an apostle of destruction died. Why are these here? Sejun felt something was amiss. Did the tuna eat the apostle of destruction? It didn't make sense. Even for a tuna, this one was weak without any inner core. Of course, even with an inner core, it would have still been impossible. So did the tuna just swallow these coins? And all 3 of them? It seemed very odd. As Sejun was lost in thought, crowing. Daddy, Quenji's hungry. Feeling hungry, Quenji started looking for Sejun. Alright, just wait a bit. Sejun quickly put the coins in his pocket and stored the remaining tuna in the void storage, and said, Flammy, I'm going up. Yes, enjoy your lunch. As Sejun hurriedly went up to prepare lunch, phew, I thought I was going to get caught. Flame heaved a sigh of relief. Meow meow meow. Theo, having found an item of a 10-point on Chairman Park's satisfaction level, cheerfully hummed as he arrived on the 40th floor of the tower. Pewit, today, I'll plunder the humans' pockets again. Meow. Theo confidently walked towards the hunter's camp. Then, surround him. Suddenly, about 100 hunters wearing black masks appeared out of nowhere and surrounded Theo. What? Meow? Theo asked, looking at the masked figures that surrounded him. Why are they blocking his path? Are you Theo? Among the masked men, one with the number 2 on his mask asked, staring at Theo. The man was shirtless beneath his mask, revealing a tattoo of 3 snakes from the 3-Head Society clearly on his muscular left chest. Among the 3 snake tattoos, one was colored blue. No, I'm not. Meow. Theo responded confidently. What? Don't lie. We know you're the wandering cat merchant named Theo. The masked man, unperturbed by Theo's calm response, yelled in exasperation. You're wrong, Meow. I am the mighty subordinate of the great black dragon, the deadly dragon-clawed yellow cat, Theo Park. Meow. Snap. Theo corrected the masked man's mistake and drew out his dragon claw. It's the same thing. It's him. Grab him. Yes. The masked men rushed towards Theo. However, they were dealing with Theo, armed with a dragon claw and a being from the 75th floor of the tower, who had become incredibly stronger after eating Sejun's nourishing meal. Swish swish, with just a few swings of his front paws, none of the assailants remained. The masked men, along with the surrounding ground, were sliced apart by the powerful magic blade emanating from the dragon claw. This is what happens when you interfere with Chairman Park's work. Meow. Theo, pleased with himself for taking down the forces that had been hindering Sejun, shouted triumphantly. Oddly, his body felt over-energized and a bit uncomfortable, but using his strength made him feel slightly better. Just then, you're quite something. From the corpse of the masked man with the number 2, a giant blue snake emerged. Crackle. The surrounding ground began to freeze centered around the blue snake. Come to think of it, did Theo go to the bathroom after eating the nourishing meal? Sejun, while grilling tuna, recalled the events of yesterday. For Theo's hangover, Sejun made a tuna porridge, adding about 50 elixir-grade tomatoes that held immense magic power. Its color was white, so even if a lot was added, it wasn't noticeable. So, Theo had consumed a nourishing meal that could increase one's magic power by 500, provided the potential was there. He must have done it when I wasn't there, right? Sejun thought it was unlikely. If Theo had fully digested it, his stomach would have probably hurt a bit. Nev.lbn 35 Chapter 180, I won't let this go. Shiver, shiver. Theo shuddered, not from cold but from the strong aura of the blue snake. For Theo, who had withstood the dragon's aura, the aura spewed out by the fragment of the Apostle of Destruction had been negligible. But I'm not on Chairman Park's lap anymore, meow. Back then, he had Sejun's lap, but now he didn't. Theo's confidence plummeted. It's time to bring that out, meow. Theo, with a serious expression, pulled out a secret weapon he had hidden in his bag. And then, swish, he draped the secret weapon like a cape and tied its ends in front of his neck. The mysterious weapon Theo revealed was a blanket Sejun used while living in the cave. To be exact, it was just the part of the blanket that covered Sejun's knees, which Theo had cut and stored when Sejun discarded the blanket upon returning to the surface. Pewit! I've now recharged with Chairman Park's lap energy, Theo exclaimed with a confident look, completely different from a moment ago. How dare you try to steal Chairman Park's crops? I'll teach you a lesson, meow. Theo shouted defiantly at the blue snake blocking his path. Insolent creature, feel my wrath. Winds of freezing terror, freeze the enemy. Whoosh! With the blue snake's words, a massive ice storm emanating from the snake grew larger, approaching Theo. But then, stop fooling around, meow. Empowered by the blanket that had covered Sejun's knees for so long, Theo felt fearless. Theo infused all his magic power into his dragon claws. Somehow, I feel an overflow of magic power, meow. As expected, when I'm with Chairman Park's knee, I'm invincible. Meow. Theo once again realized the greatness of Sejun's knee as he felt the endless surge of power into the dragon claw. Although it was thanks to the nourishing meal Sejun had prepared, all credit went to Sejun's knee. As Theo continued to pour magic power, the black dragon claw started to become transparent. And then, meow, meow. Theo swung his now fully transparent front paw wildly. Without any sound, everything in the vicinity was sliced apart, including the ice storm and the blue snake. Arg! To be defeated by such a lowly creature. Thud! The blue snake's body split into several pieces and collapsed. Meow. I think I just did something amazing, meow. Theo, recalling his recent sensation, became lost in thought. Pewit! I've decided, meow. The name of this technique is Vice Chairman Theo's ultimate secret technique, meow meow storm fist, meow. Just as Theo had named his technique, clang! A bronze coin dropped. Pewit! Now, I can give this coin to Chairman Park, meow. Nev.lb.1n. Theo, with a satisfied look, put the bronze coin and his secret weapon, the blanket, into his bag and took out his sunglasses. And then, humans, I've arrived, meow. With a majestic stride, he announced his arrival at the hunters' camp. And then, he's here. Theo is here. The bald, shining-headed hunters in the camp rushed over. I knew I did the right thing, meow. Theo, warmly welcomed by the bald hunters, moved to the center of the camp and started the auction. Today, I'll start by selling the new crops first, meow. New crops? At Theo's words, the hunters' faces were filled with anticipation. Every time Theo brought new crops, the medical world on Earth was turned upside down. Problems that had been considered impossible for a long time were solved. Crops like tomatoes that made you lose weight healthily, corn that grew hair, green onions that cured liver cancer, and potatoes that cured stomach cancer. And they were all delicious without side effects. Now, even hospitals would outright recommend buying Theo's crops to patients who have reached a dead end with conventional treatments. Of course, the issue was the exorbitant price, but the effectiveness was undeniable. Today's crops for sale are agility cucumbers and stamina radishes, meow. Theo took out a cucumber and radish, allowing the hunters to see their options. Cucumbers help invigorate kidney functions. Radishes are for lung functions. As the hunters verified the crop options, now, let's begin the auction, meow. First, I will auction 20 pieces of the stamina radish, 1 piece at a time, meow. Theo started the auction. Only 20 pieces? The quantity was too small. 150 tower coins. 155 tower coins. 160 tower coins. Thanks to the limited quantity, the stamina radish received high bids from the beginning. With crops from the tower that could treat liver and stomach cancers, other wealthy individuals with different illnesses also requested to purchase crops in the hope that a remedy for their ailment would be found. Thus, the competition was fierce. 200 tower coins sold, meow. With that, the first auction for the stamina radish came to an end. The stamina radish is now sold out, meow. All the remaining stamina radishes were sold, with the average price settling at 220 tower coins. Next up are the agility cucumbers, meow. I will auction 5 at a time, for a total of 100, meow. 150 tower coins. 152 tower coins. 153 tower coins. In the case of the agility cucumber, they weren't as expensive because kidney transplants could serve as a cure, so its price didn't rise significantly. The average price was 25 tower coins. After the new crops auction, the auction for previously sold crops began, starting with the exploding stamina corn for hair loss treatment, followed by the detoxifying green onion for liver cancer, the power potato for stomach cancer, and the power sweet potato that enhances the absorption rate. While most crops were sold at similar prices, the price of the power sweet potato skyrocketed that day. 350,000 tower coins for 1,000 pieces. 370,000 tower coins for 1,000 pieces. 400,000 tower coins for 1,000 pieces. This was due to the stamina radishes that Theo had sold. For lung cancer treatment, 5 stamina radishes were required, but there was a serious shortage. The idea was to compensate for the lack of radishes with the effects of the power sweet potato. Despite the need to spend nearly 400 billion won to buy 1,000 power sweet potatoes, on Earth, there were many wealthy individuals willing to pay a high price for just one. Even with a slight markup, there were many willing buyers, so they could afford to buy 1,000 power sweet potatoes without any issues. With the auction concluded, see you next time, meow. Theo quickly left the venue without even taking photos. Huff, huff. I suddenly feel so unwell, meow. I need Chairman Park's slap, meow. Although the after effects of using a lot of magic power during the fight with the blue snake were only manifesting now, Theo believed it was because he was away from Sejun's lap. Feeling exhausted, he quickly headed to the 49th floor of the tower. Quenji, let's go. Crowing. Understood. Daddy, get on. Upon hearing Sejun's words, Quenji, who had eaten a hearty lunch and was patting his stomach, enlarged himself and lay down in front of Sejun. Let's go. So, riding on Quenji, Sejun moved towards the waypoint to head back to the 49th floor. And then, Greek. Quenji, stay inside for a bit. Upon arriving at the waypoint, Sejun spoke as he opened the void storage. Crowing. Understood. Quenji seemed excited to go into the pocket void storage, probably planning to munch on stored food until Sejun opened the door for him. However, you can't eat while inside, Quenji. Crowing? Can't eat inside? Yes. Crowing. Understood. Quenji seemed disappointed by Sejun's words. Greek. You have arrived at the 49th floor. After closing the door, Sejun arrived at the 49th floor using the waypoint. Lord Sejun, you've arrived. Upon Sejun's arrival, Dukkha hurriedly greeted him. Yes. Everything's been okay? Yes. No issues. Good. Oh, right. Use this. Sejun handed a dragon tooth helmet to Dukku. What's this? It's made from a dragon's teeth. A dragon's tooth? For a mole like me. Moved by Sejun's gesture, Dukku carefully put on the dragon tooth helmet. How to use it is. Sejun quickly explained the helmet's usage. Sejun had been distributing these helmets to bosses on the farming floors. To use the waypoint safely, it was more convenient for him if they kept their positions. Thanks to this, Dukku would later be known as the impenetrable Dukku among the hunters. After teaching Dukku how to use the helmet, Sejun, Greek. Quenji, come out. Sejun called for Quenji, who was in the void storage, to come out and travel from the waypoint to the farm. Crowing. Quenji listened well to Daddy. Quenji resisted and didn't eat. Quenji came out with his snack pouch so full of food that it looked ready to burst, and he did so confidently. What he meant was that he had restrained himself from eating in the storage, and now he was ready to feast. Well done. Sejun smiled and patted Quenji on the head, appreciating the effort he made to keep his promise. Let's go. The golden bat, you can go ahead and start singing songs. Okay. At Sejun's call, the golden bat, which had been sleeping on Sejun's back, quickly flew towards the persimmon farm, crowing. Dad, hop on. Sejun mounted the now enlarged Quenji and moved to the persimmon farm. Just then, I can feel Theo's presence. Sejun's Theo detector was activated. Sniff, sniff, crowing. I don't smell big bro. Even though Quenji sniffed around diligently, he couldn't detect Theo's scent. Sejun's Theo detector seemed to have improved for some reason. Really? But why do I feel so uneasy? Quenji, let's quickly head that way. Sejun pointed in the direction where he felt Theo's presence. Crowing. Understood. Thud, thud. On Sejun's command, Quenji started to run quickly. After about 30 minutes of full speed running, crowing. I can smell big bro. Finally, Quenji detected Theo's scent. There he is. After running for about 10 more minutes, they spotted Theo lying on the ground. Vice Chairman Theo, crowing. Big bro. Sejun and Quenji ran towards Theo, calling out to him. And then, Vice Chairman Theo, Sejun hurriedly and gently picked up Theo. Chairman Park, put me on your lap. Hearing Sejun's voice, Theo opened his eyes with difficulty and spoke with great effort. I got it. Sejun quickly placed Theo on his lap. Hut. It's mine, meow. Theo chuckled weakly and clung to Sejun's lap with all his remaining strength. What's so funny that you're laughing like a fool? Sejun, looking pitifully at Theo, tied him to his knee with a rope. Having done it once before, he could skillfully wrap the rope. Theo, feeling the warmth of Sejun's lap, seemed relieved and soon passed out. But why is Theo drained of magic power? Having experienced magic power depletion himself many times, Sejun instantly recognized Theo's condition. Clearly, something had happened. Sejun felt guilty, thinking it might be his fault for sending Theo away. I won't let this go. Sejun swore not to forgive whoever or whatever had done this to Theo. Quenji, let's go to the farm. Crowing. Understood. Quenji, carrying Sejun and Theo, hurriedly ran towards the persimmon farm. Chew, chew. On the way, Sejun chewed on an elixir-grade cherry tomato and fed it to Theo's mouth. As an elixir that boosts magic power, it helped to recover quickly from the magic power depletion. Thanks to it, Theo awakened, having recovered from the depletion. As long as I'm on Chairman Park's lap, I'm invincible. Meow. I feel so powerful. Meow. Once again, all the credit went to Sejun's lap. And then, why aren't you healed? Sejun anxiously looked at Theo, who had consumed 20 elixir-grade cherry tomatoes. 4-5. Chapter 181. Because I have Theo on the left and Quenji on the right. But how did you end up collapsed on the floor? Sejun asked the fully recovered Theo. To which, it's all Chairman Park's fault. Meow. Theo immediately blamed Sejun. Me? Yes, meow. Why me? It's because Chairman Park sent me away, and I was away from Chairman Park's lap for too long, so I lost my energy. Meow. Sejun had forgotten that this was Theo's usual behavior. So, he changed his question. Did anything unusual happen? Yes, meow. The members of the Three-Headed Society tried to kidnap me. Meow. The Three-Headed Society? Don't tell me one of Hydra's heads appeared. Even if hundreds or thousands of regular hunters from the Three-Headed Society attacked, they wouldn't be able to bring down Theo due to magic depletion. The only remaining possibility was the appearance of one of Hydra's heads. Yes, meow. The blue snake appeared, but I defeated it easily. Meow. There were some ups and downs in between, but Theo boldly skipped them to show off his competence to Sejun. Vice Chairman Theo, you? Sejun was astonished by Theo's words. Pewit. Chairman Park, take this. Meow. Feeling pleased by Sejun's surprised expression, Theo took out a bronze coin from his bag and handed it to Sejun. On one side, there was an image of Hydra and on the other, the number 4. Hydra's fourth bronze coin? What kind of snake was it? It was a blue snake that created ice. Meow. Vice Chairman Theo, you really are strong. Sejun had to admit it. He had somewhat underestimated Theo. But Theo was evidently much stronger than he'd thought. Pewit. I'm super strong. Meow. I even developed a new skill this time. Meow. Feeling happy from Sejun's praise, Theo lazily sprawled across Sejun's lap. But there's been a weird smell coming from my mouth since earlier. Meow. Quickly give me some of Chairman Park's homemade cheru. Meow. Theo demanded the homemade churro. Sejun was annoyed thinking about how he had fed elixirs to recover quickly, and now he's complaining about a weird smell. Sejun felt a bit upset. However, here you go. Regardless of his feelings, Sejun naturally handed Theo the homemade churro. Slurp, slurp, slurp. While Theo was enjoying his second mouthful of the homemade churro. Right, meow. I have one more thing to give to Chairman Park, meow. Theo remembered the bronze plaque he got from the lost and found storages drawer and took it out from his bag. Chairman Park will be very pleased with this, meow. Really? Curious from Theo's confident demeanor, Sejun looked at the bronze plaque. Bronze mirror? Question mark. Usage restrictions, none. Grade, D. It's a mirror? The flat object he thought was a paddle turned out to be a mirror. Swish, swish. Sejun tried cleaning the bronze with his clothes, but it didn't become clear enough to reflect his face. Alien, can you appraise this? The tower's administrator says leave it to her. Alright, thanks. And isn't this too little? Take more. Sejun sent Alien the bronze mirror along with 1,000 elixir-grade cherry tomatoes. That morning, he transported 5,000 tomatoes from the temporary storage in the White Tower, so he had plenty. The tower's administrator says thank you. A moment later, the tower's administrator says she senses a powerful divine power from the item Theo brought. The tower's administrator says she needs to appraise it with her grandfather and needs more time. A divine power? Okay, take your time. There's no rush. After entrusting Alien with the appraisal, you really did great, Vice Chairman Theo. Of course, meow. I am amazing, meow. When Sejun praised him, Theo beamed and presented his belly even more, as if to say, now, rub this splendid belly of mine, meow. Pat, pat. Sejun affectionately stroked Theo's belly, appreciating his accomplishments. Pewit. Feels good, meow. Purr. After enjoying a tasty churro and Sejun's undivided attention, Theo contentedly fell asleep. He really isn't leaving. When even his last attempt did not succeed, only then was Sejun able to shake off his last remaining regret. Just then, Goro wrong. Kuro wrong. Theo's snoring made Quenji think it was nap time, and he immediately snuggled against Sejun's back and fell asleep. That's right, because I have Theo on the left and Quenji on the right. Once he gave in, everything felt easier. Nove. L.B. 1./n. Snore. Goro wrong. Kuro wrong. Holding Theo and Quenji, Sejun fell asleep. 2 hours later, Sejun stretched as he woke up. Hey guys, wake up. Rub, rub. Sejun began massaging Theo to wake him up. Pew. Chairman Park, did you sleep well? Meow. Theo opened his eyes with a pleasant smile from Sejun's massage. Yes. Did Vice Chairman Theo sleep well? Yes. Meow. Chairman Park's lap is always so cozy, meow. As Theo replied, he was drifting back to sleep. But did the auction go well? Sejun initiated a conversation to wake Theo up again. Yes, meow. It was another complete sellout, meow. The mention of the auction made Theo's eyes gleam. No matter how sleepy he was, boasting about his achievements to Sejun was more important. That's good. You did well. Of course, meow. I worked extremely hard, meow. Look at this. Meow. This is the money I earned, meow. Theo boasted, taking out 6.75 million tower coins he earned from this auction. Pewit. Chairman Park, praise me and hand over my incentive, meow. Vice Chairman Theo, good job. Here's your incentive. Sejun handed over 750,000 tower coins as an incentive to Theo. The Vice Chairman's incentive rate was 10%, but lately, Sejun had been rounding up and just giving the last 6 figures as the incentive. Pewit. Thank you, meow. Feeling satisfied, Theo put the coins Sejun gave him in his bag. At that moment, roll, roll. Quenji rolled over in front of Sejun and, plop, lay down flat in front of him, crowing. Quenji wants a massage too. Alright. Stretch, stretch. Sejun earnestly stretched Quenji's legs for him. Then he woke up the animals and went outside. Lord Sejun, are you awake? Ulrich greeted Sejun. Yes. How's the sky-reaching bean? Is it growing well? The sky-reaching bean, described as reaching the sky in 7 days after planting, was planted 6 days ago. But since Sejun initially accelerated its growth for 24 hours using magic seed sowing, it would probably reach the sky even faster. It looks like it's almost fully grown. We had the soldiers climb the beanstalk and received reports that there's a massive land floating in the sky. A massive land? What on earth did Theo's front paw find? Looking at Theo, meow meow meow. Feeling refreshed from his sleep, Theo was humming a tune and grooming his front paws. We aren't sure since the beanstalk hasn't reached it yet, but it seems there are no living entities. I'll need to go and check. We'll follow you. No, you guys wait for me down here. In case of any unforeseen situation, Sejun and the animals could escape using the precious bracelet of the dragon's return given by Kaiser. So Sejun planned to inspect it first with the animals. With that, Sejun moved to where he planted the sky-reaching bean. 99th floor of the tower, administrator area. Theo, how does he always find stuff like this? Right? How does he always pick things like this? Kaiser and Kellyan were amazed and disgusted, appraising the bronze mirror at Aileen's request. Even more astonishing was that no matter how closely the two dragons looked, there was nothing particularly unique about Theo. Don't just talk among yourselves. Tell me too. Aileen got upset with Kaiser and Kellyan because she often needed their help to assist Sejun when she should have been the one helping Sejun. Ha ha ha. My granddaughter is upset because we were chatting amongst ourselves. Let this old man explain quickly. This is a relic containing the power of the space god, Damina. A relic? Yes, a relic. As Aileen showed interest, Kaiser excitedly explained about the relic. Grandpa, tell me about the other gods' relics too. Oh, my granddaughter is so interested in my stories. Thanks to that, Kaiser became so elated that he enthusiastically started talking about all the gods he knew who had divine powers. However, I'll learn from Grandpa, so later I can appraise Sejun's items with my own ability. Aileen only had one thought in mind, to appraise Sejun's items on her own. Idiot. Kellyan looked disdainfully at Kaiser, who was doting on his granddaughter. Yet he was no different, being just as doting on his grandson. Wow, Sejun exclaimed as he saw the enormous beanstalk. It was about 30 meters in circumference, and its top couldn't be seen. It truly seemed to reach the sky. Pewit. How is it? Meow. Theo began to feel proud again, tightly holding on to Sejun's knee with his front paws, so as not to be pulled into the sky. Excellent. This amount was more than enough, even if all the rabbits and black minotaurs ate it. Quenji, stay inside the void storage for now. Concerned that the beanstalk might collapse due to Quenji's weight, Sejun made Quenji wait inside the void storage. Crowing. I'll wait without eating this time. Which meant, waiting without eating but filling up his snack pouch. That's right. Our Quenji is so well behaved. Clank. Sejun praised Quenji as he put him in the void storage and closed the door. Let's climb. Got it. Meow. Sejun began climbing the beanstalk with Theo. Farmer's Touch LV4 is activated. While your hand is in contact, the growth of the sky-reaching beanstalk accelerates slightly. The lifespan of the sky-reaching beanstalk extends a bit while being touched. Naturally, as Sejun held onto the beanstalk, his skills activated on it. Golden Bat, let's sing while we climb. Yes, Sejun called out the golden bat hanging on his back. If his skills were effective, surely the bat's song could prolong the life of the beanstalk. There's a beanstalk, tall and high. After listening to the Golden Bat's original song for about an hour, they arrived at a vast land in the sky. It was surprising that such a massive land in the sky wasn't visible before. The land seemed barren, with only one dazzlingly white building visible in the distance. Let's head over there. Understood. Meow. Theo, who was just clinging onto Sejun's knee, responded quickly. He wasn't planning to move on his own anyway. I'll scout ahead. The golden bat quickly flew around the building and returned. The building seems clean, but there's no one inside. Really? Sejun approached the building. Huh? As he got closer, he noticed crops surrounding the building. Are those magical cherry tomatoes? Wait. What's that? Sejun recognized some crops, but there were others he had never seen before. I should gather some. As Sejun approached to harvest the crops, you have entered Emla's garden. It's remarkable that you managed to find this place. However, I cannot allow thievery. Black Tower's Tower Farmer, Park Sejun. And it's not time for us to meet yet. A voice echoed in Sejun's head. And then, huh? Where am I? Suddenly, Sejun found himself transported to another location. A familiar location. He was at the base of the sky-reaching bean, back on the ground. "It was nice meeting you." With that, the voice vanished. "What just happened?" Vice Chairman Theo Golden Bat, feeling bewildered, Sejun first checked if the animals were okay. Goro wrong, Beiro wrong. Thankfully, both were fine. "Ah, what about Quenji?" Clank. Sejun quickly opened the void storage to ensure Quenji was safe. "Crewing? Are we going out already?" Quenji, who was busy filling his snack pouch, asked with a disappointed expression. "No, fill your pouch first and then come out." "Crewing." "Okay." Upon hearing Sejun's words, Quenji eagerly resumed filling his snack pouch. "Phew." What just happened? As Sejun was contemplating the recent events, when did I put these on?" Sejun realized his shoes had changed. Instead of his worn-out sneakers that were about to tear, he was now wearing golden leather shoes. "What's this?" Sejun examined the shoes. 5. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone.